Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome to day 3 here, live from Hanoi. We are covering the main event at the Asian Poker Tour Summer Series Hanoi 2023. My name is Vidar Singhal and I am joined, as always, by my co-commentator and co-host Henry Kilbane, and we are bringing you live coverage. We are down to 48 players after a long, grueling day 2, and we are playing down to the final table today as we head into the final table tomorrow for the main event. I am looking forward to this. Henry, how are you doing, my friend?
Listen, man, I'm doing great, but that traffic is giving me anxiety. Every time I think of Vietnam and crossing the road, you know?
Yeah, well, that's Vietnam for you. I love Vietnam. As I said, we're coming to you live from Hanoi. It's been an extremely exciting experience and a great event so far. We're here at the Grand Vista Hotel in the Grand Loyal Poker Club. It's been just an amazing series so far, leading up to the crown jewel of every APT, the main event. Let me just count down what is happening here, what we're playing for. 581 entries, smashing the guarantee of 12 billion Vietnamese dong, as we are known to do, taking the prize pool up to 17 billion Vietnamese dong. That's good for $720,000 US plus in the prize pool, leading to an insane first place prize of 145,000 USD. And we are crowning 4 billionaires in VND. Fourth place good for 1.17 billion. Third place good for 1.5 billion VND. That's about 60,000 USD. 90,000 or so for second place, and of course 145 as I just said. And it's all to play for, but the milestone to reach today, of course, is the final table of 9. This has been a 35 million buy-in, 87 players locked up, 55 million. That's in the money for them. And we went down all the way to 48 players last night. Henry, what an experience last night. We were trying to figure out whether we hit the end of level 21st or 48 players, and with about 18 minutes to go, the day came to a close with 48 players left. What an exciting day of poker that was.
Yeah, I mean, just fantastic from the tournament directors in terms of scheduling, like really down to the wire. And, the later hours of the evening as well, you really just saw there are a few standout players, and then there are a lot of people kind of, that end of day two bubble, just looking to sneak into day three with no real incentive other than getting a good night's sleep, being able to come back today and be refreshed because there's still no pay jump for another, 7, 8 bust outs, I believe. So yeah, it's kind of surprising, how variance in tournament poker can work at different stages throughout the tournament, and you just really got to see the guys that are here to win just pushing people around and leaning into the fact that everyone was playing pretty tight towards the end of the day.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expect today as well, by the way. I mean, you mentioned the sort of soft day three bubble, perhaps, that people were shooting for. And hey, let's not hate on a good night's sleep. It can make all the difference, especially when you're playing for these massive stakes and these massive prizes. But coming into today, well, the pay jumps are slowly getting more and more real, increasing. The ladders are getting bigger and bigger. But also that final tabling the main event at an APT is a thing of pride. And of course, that's exactly how you put yourself in the spot to play for first place of 145,000 US, and of course that lovely Lion trophy, the new era trophy of the APT. So that is of course the milestone. That is what we're playing down to today. But man, I took a look around the floor, Henry. Everybody is geared up to play today. Like, everybody's fresh, as you are at the start of a new day, but super, super focused. A couple of my Indian brethren in the field, but of course the diversity is just one of the features of the APT we always love to highlight. The Vietnamese contingent coming out strong, and this is going to be best represented on the first feature table we have lined up today for this day 3. 5 Vietnamese players, along with a Malaysian player, a Singaporean player, and an Australian player.
Yeah, I mean, the diversity at APTs, right, is something that we've touched upon on so many occasions, because not only do you have the local Asian contingent, but you just have people from all over the world showing up. And I think that's a byproduct of, the buy-ins that range from as little as like $100, $150 in some of the smaller side events, all the way up to like the 5Ks, sometimes the 10Ks, depending on the festivals. And yeah, it just attracts people that love the game from all over the world. The thing about Vietnam, you just have such a strong support network and poker community in Vietnam that it doesn't surprise me coming into this feature table to have five local heroes.
Yep.
So I'm expected to see a couple of Vietnamese at the final table, and if I had to put money on the nationality of someone taking it down, again, just has to be staying home. The Lion Trophy, I feel like it's going to be staying.
Certainly, I mean, the odds are in their favor, and the current chip leaders also local heroes or heroes in the making. I do want to get back to one of the points you raised about the diversity, not only of players, but really of the buy-ins and of the kinds of events. I mean, just today, looking at the schedule, we of course have day 3 of the main event, and there we go. We cut to the floor, the feature table getting ready. You can see the players stacking up their chips from the bags. But just getting back to the schedule that I'm looking at, tournaments today include the Super High Roller, $5,000 buy-in, as you just correctly mentioned, along with a Turbo, $200 buy-in, and a double stack event, which is a $400 buy-in. So talk about the fun you can have and really how you can mix it up as a poker player coming to one of these series. And in case that sounds exciting to anybody listening, don't forget, this is one of 2 summer series we have planned in Vietnam for the APT. The second one kicks off in Da Nang at the end of July, and that is going to be a fun one as well. And if you haven't been to Da Nang, or maybe you have and this is a chance to revisit, make sure you join us there. It's just sort of this paradise town and a great place to play poker.
Let's go.
As we look at the stacks.
Go.
Well, Henry, some familiar names thanks to the coverage we had, about 4 feature tables that we rotated through. That is something that I love. A lot of storylines have already been formed. Looking at the bottom of the leaderboard here, Leo Kamea with 7 big blinds. I believe he was the chip leader on one of the feature tables, so of course has gone through a bit of a roller coaster ride, but good on him for making it to day 3 to begin with. 7 big blinds is certainly enough to have a dream. And a familiar name up top as well, Miss T Win with 91 bigs, over $1 million in chips. I mean, what a wild ride she's had, Henry. I mean, let's think back to some of those hands. Just wild stuff last night.
Yeah, that what was it, 9-7 of hearts hand comes to mind. Just like floating with 9 high on the, I think it was like an 8-3 deuce, 2 diamonds board.
Yep.
Turning the pair of sevens, but the turn pair of sevens completing the front door flush. And look, it's very easy to sit here in the booth and critique someone on just one hand. But that hand alone, to me, the fact that she was willing to float with 9 high, big blind v button in that spot, just, someone to keep an eye on, because just finding that float means that she has these ideas, these creative plays of taking it to the streets and just really putting it on people for all of their chips when scare cards roll off. And, if he wasn't sat there with a flush, I think it's just a fold. It's just like he's out the door. So I'm really excited. She's got a lot of chips, and I think she's certainly one of the big contenders to take this down.
Yeah, another local Vietnamese, legend in the making, really. Over 500,000 in cashes, if I remember correctly, already in live tournament earnings. Looking to really add a booster to that. And you correctly mentioned, I mean, the hyper-aggression showed in that hand, did not work out that time, but perhaps not a coincidence that she's climbed her way back to essentially at top of the leaderboard for the tournament. Not the out-and-out chip leader in the tournament. Some bigger stacks out there, but certainly one of the top 3, if not top 5 stacks with 1.1 million. We are kicking off today with lines at 6K, 12K. I believe the first hand has been dealt, so allow me to say, for the tournament director in this case, let's shuffle up and deal. Let's go, Henry. I'm super excited.
Yeah, long day ahead for these final 48 players playing down to the final table. For a lot of these people, it's going to be biggest career cash of their lives if they go on to actually close this out. And I expect to see some nerves early doors. I'm not going to lie. I think first hour or so, even though the players have been playing for the last 2 days, this is day 3. There's a different vibe, different energy behind making a day 3. So it wouldn't surprise me to just see people playing a bit snug, settling into their seats, and kind of maybe being pushed around a bit. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, and at the same time, the likes of Win on the screen right now with ace-queen off in the big blind, and some other more experienced players on this table that we will slowly tell you more about. Yeah, maybe their experience actually gives them a lot of edge at this stage of the main event. They've been there, done that, perhaps been to day 3s, perhaps been to final tables, are comfortable right from the get-go, whereas newer players, the likes of which you just mentioned, might be looking at their biggest all-time score by sometimes multiple, orders of magnitude. They might be a little bit nervous. And yeah, even though the day might not last as long as yesterday, a 13-hour grind yesterday for these players, but it will feel pretty long because the tensions are going to be super high.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it depends, it depends on stakes. Yeah, it depends on how much action you've got, but regardless, I think the tensions are going to be high.
How's this for tension? First hand, you come back to day 3, you open a reasonable pocket 4s, 25 bigs, and from the hijack, and the chip leader, who you expect to be getting out of line depending on if you played with her on day 2 or not, just jams, 3-bet jams on top of your raise. Has the goods this time, would have been a flip, finds the fold with pocket 4s. Another familiar name, by the way, I want to shout out is Duck Chung Wu, or perhaps Wu Duck Chung, I'm a little unsure, but another local hero, very experienced player, around 600k in cashes, I believe. Great results just this year, including main event finishes, I believe a runner-up. I mean, and that's the person on your screen in the blue shirt right now. Certainly a player to look out for, has just been consistently solid, and I believe I saw him on 2 feature tables on day 2 yesterday. Just adapted and navigated to most situations perfectly. Action on Vu, under the gun +1.
Fun one to watch last night, for sure.
Also some new faces, always exciting. Currently, Leo Kamea just gets it in there, 7-6 suited from the cutoff. 7 bigs, as we'd mentioned, shortest stack on the table by far. And the chip leader has an ace in the small blind. Let's it go. This would be a great pickup here. Picking up the big blind ante, and the small blind with just a 7 big blind shove would be massive.
Yeah, I'd love to see Leo taking this spot in the first place. I think it's something that a lot of people would pass up on. Just showing that he's come to spin the wheel. He's not going to let himself blind out.
See, Lan Lee, I believe, as opposed to Ian. I think I wrote that down incorrectly on my side. The Malaysian player did contemplate with the jack 8, would have been ahead, both in terms of best hand and equity, but lets this one go. Great pickup there for Leo. 10 big blinds is so much more comfort than 7. So monster stack above 1 million. Has the second in chips almost covered twice over there. But then a tons of middling stacks around the average big blind mark in the 300, late 300 range. Couple of short stacks. These are going to be interesting dynamics to look into, especially as we get closer and closer to that next milestone towards the end of the day, the final table bubble, but also some of these page jumps as they get pretty intense. Just a reminder, 9th place, which would be the final table, would be guaranteed 12,000 USD. That's 289 million VND, going all the way up to 3.4 billion for first place, 145,000 USD. Interesting fold there, by the way, on the button. Chip leader folds queen 7 off. Reasonable timing as Lee finds the jam with the ace deuce against the 29 big blind stack. Pretty big jam too.
Yeah, a bit dicey. Early doors, but suited ace. Looks like we've already had an elimination on the outer table. 47 players left.
Yeah, certainly a high variance approach, but I suppose that's the mindset he's come in with. Jamming ace deuce suited from the small. So players not really taking too much time to settle in. The 7-6 suited cutoff jam from the small stack. The ace deuce suited 29 big jam from the small blind. Fine sixes with 10 bigs. This one might have to go in.
Yeah, early position, sixes, 10 bigs. All you can eat. Leo really spinning the wheel. First orbit or so here.
Gets ace-9 to fold. Not going to get ace-king to fold, surely. Chang Tan from Singapore, seat 4. Has ace-king. Rejams. And ace-king for Vu as well. Has both of them covered. What a great spot Leo is going to be in. I'm assuming Vu's going to call it off here, considering he covers Chang comfortably. What a great spot to triple up for Leo once the hands go in. 63%
one
equity.
ace already dead. It's crazy.
Vu taking his time. I don't see how you can consider folding here. Short stack jammed, middle stack rejammed. You can easily have Chung dominated in many spots, or be flipping at best.
You know what they say? It is a drawing hand. But also...
Well, thinking back to day 2, actually Vu made a pretty tight fold with pocket 10s, and not exactly the same spot, but in a similar spot. Actually would have been up against ace-king in that instance as well. This time he's going to see the relative good news. Ace-king v6s. Leo has to be loving life. Never too happy to be all in.
What a spot for Leo.
Precisely.
Especially the action behind, man. One ace dead. So there's the case ace and 2 kings. I'll take the sixes, Fedor.
Indeed. Talk about spin up. Three-way to the flop.
Let's get like a Jack 9-9 flop just for a sweat.
Oof, I hate getting counterfeited with small pairs. That sounds brutal. How about a 7-8-9 for the extra straight draw as well? 10 out of 5 just ends it. Oof, the case ace on the turn. My word. That is brutal.
What?
And no dice on the river as well. Leo is eliminated. A brutal flip to lose considering the cards that were eliminated already and out there. Takes it in his stride. So Chung and Vu end up essentially chopping Leo's chips there. Very brutal outcome. GG, sir. Almost spun it up, almost tripled up, but poker can be a fickle beast sometimes. So we lose another one.
That was brutal. Especially on the flop. 9-8-7. Case ace on the turn. What is going on?
And Brick River too.
Such a scam.
Scam. Rigged. So an exciting first orbit? I mean, are we even 4 hands deep here? Like, things are just moving along. Hand number 5, there we go. An elimination already, multiple all-ins. If this is the attitude these players have come in with, I am pretty excited for what the day holds.
Might be down to the final table in just a couple of hours, mate.
And then what do we do, Henry? Bubble tea and massages?
We play on. The show must go on.
I like it.
Oh my word.
Queens versus Jacks. Chip leader opens late position. The Jacks are just going to be super strong. And we did see Lee just jam it in there with the ace-2 suited. 3 bets and effectively commits himself, I think.
I think he's 3-bet to like 75k or so. There we go.
Does have 279k behind. He faces the 4-bet jam. He's going to have a tough decision, but surely Jacks is just so strong against chip leader's open range. I mean, ace-king, of course, would be a flip against the Jacks and a very common hand for the chip leader to have, just in terms of hand combinations. All in says win, and this would require the mother of all hero folds here. Insta call. Cannot blame him.
I just heard someone at the table saying how crazy this table has been.
Yeah, 5 hands we're in.
738k pot.
6-5 deuce on the flop, as dry as it gets. Ace on the turn, no help at all. Jack or a jack only on the river. No dice. So we lose another player in 5 hands, and Win has just extended her chip lead with a massive pot here. Up to almost 1.5 million in chips. GG to Sealan Lee. Unfortunate there. We lose the player from Malaysia, but Tijua Win with the pocket queens now up to 126 big blinds. Crazy, crazy stuff within the first 5 hands here.
Yeah, it has to be one of, if not the tournament chip leader. Fantastic start for her. I mean, has what, like 3x average? So she has average stack for like final 2 tables or so.
Indeed. And 3x average and 3x the second in chips on the table as well, which is no joke.
She's loving it.
Does not play the rush. Lets the ace-8 go. We're down to 6 max. Ace-8 and the hijack is pretty good hand when you have 126 bigs, but that's just not her style, I've noticed. She's not interested in being the table captain as much as picking her spots and then wielding her stack. A walk for the player in seat 7. Min win from Vietnam.
Yeah, the rags behind is pretty surprising, actually, that she did pass up on the AT, but she's also busy stacking her chips, so
Yeah, it is. It is.
there's
It is a
always
tough
that.
life. Too many chips to stack. So painful. So much work. King just suited under the gun. Lets it go. Vu with the ace on the cutoff. Comfortable bumping it up. Does help that the largest stack is already folded. Having the second most in chips, he gets to apply some pressure. Ace, King, Jack, brings top pair. Perhaps not so much pressure as simply trying to extract some value now. Seat number 1, Goman Dat. Another presence on the feature tables yesterday on day 2. I'm still confused whether he is an influencer himself or simply manages influencers. All I know is that he has some influence.
You've been influenced, Vidor. Yeah, I'm looking at the stuff that Ray sent over in the chat. Chip leader from Day 1C, owner of a large talent company of influencers. Maybe he's an influencer himself.
It's got to be tempting if you manage a bunch of them. Like, I always wonder, you know, these people behind the people. Don't they get tempted to steal the spotlight?
Nah. Anonymity is a privilege.
That's true, that's true. It's only hand number 8. Feel like so much has happened already. It's technically the first orbit being completed on this hand. That is absolutely wild. If this is any indication of the action-packed day we might have today, count me excited.
I want to see what that woman can do. This large stack.
That takes the spot. Jams in about 18 bigs or so, perhaps 16 bigs rather, with the king. Once again, bit dicey, don't you think, Henry? High variance.
Yeah, I really do. Like some of the open jams I've seen have been pretty out of line over the last couple of days.
I wonder if it's been opponent dependent. I think Win in particular, despite having the chip lead, has been a little bit more on the passive side when it comes to calling things off. We did mention, of course, how aggressive she was in the middle of a hand post-flop. Perhaps a little bit opponent dependent, but jamming into the chip leader, the one person who can call without barely blinking an eye and feeling the dent on her stack, which is to say probably any ace is calling there. I don't know if I'm taking that high variance spot with the king. Henry, you mentioned some of the information we got on these esteemed players at our feature table. And T-Win, the chip leader we've been gushing over this whole time, I did not realize she made the famous fold with the full house of the ace queen. The correct fold. I think aces versus ace queen it was. A
Yeah, I
legendary
think it was
viral hand.
aces or kings. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, in the Bahamas, it was a massive fold as well because there was so many cameras on her, like everyone rushing over. Not because there was necessarily anything big going on in the hand, but she just had reporters on her at the right time, and it got to the river and she made the fold that only few can make. I think it was ace queen on a like ace king queen queen 10 board or something like that.
That's correct. And she got check raise jammed and found the fold with the ace queen. I mean, that is just incredible. I mean, even in PLO you might not fold that. That is insane. So she's just been crushing it at all kinds of stakes for a long time. That was about 4 years ago.
And how does it make you feel when you're sat there with aces or kings or whatever the other guy had, and you get like the third nut boat to fold?
Yeah, you got owned. I mean, you won the hand, but you got owned. So seat 7, another Vietnamese hero in the making, as we call them. Win min. 10 jack suited. Very reasonable open from the hijack. And I believe we have our first replacement for the eliminations. The player from Korea, another familiar face from yesterday. At one time, the chip leader made a huge dent in fact, T-stack on the feature table yesterday. Tan defending 5 deuce off.
Yeah.
And flopping trips. I think he peeked into the deck there.
What is going on today? There's some out of line pre-flop jams. Pretty out of line defend here.
I mean, if you're defending 5 deuce off, are you even folding 7 deuce? I guess not. Or you just know they're coming. The deuces never loses. The trap is set. In continuation bets. Tan calls. Third diamond. Could help Min lose the minimum here. Dangerous card. Jack high. No draws. Fourth diamond. Tan is going to be pretty peeved. His hand now reduced to a 5 high flush. Actually does open the window for Min to try and take this away, considering he has no showdown value at all.
Yeah, it's one of those runouts where you're just like, really? I don't think this is going to do it though. It's a small bet. 55k into 134. He might get the spite fold, like Tan might just spite fold because he flopped trips and it's come running diamonds.
Yeah, it's just almost like a leveling war at this point. You know, the bet sizing needs to look like you're trying to extract or milk someone. Puts in a time bank. The flush is about as bad as it gets. It's really just a bluff catcher against air. And let's not forget, you can be behind a hand like pocket queens or something. Unlikely, but the board is spared. Five of diamonds not the best blocker. Blocker of sorts. It's just a gut feel at this point. Look at the pot odds. Just think about whether you're willing to take the variance. Does make the call. Is going to be really happy with the result there. Does show down his 5 deuce.
Well, the table are going to pick up on that. I know I would be making a mental note. This guy just defended 5 deuce.
Absolutely. And also another mental note of the Jack 10 suited firing the bluff on the river and the sizing. Min showing that he is going to bluff air. Crazy dynamics forming already. 10 hands into day 3. What a fun table this has been.
I really want to get a glimpse at the clock. I feel like we've lost close to 20% of the field already. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, there are obviously a lot of short stacks going into day 3 due to that end of day 2 bubble where everyone was just playing really tight, really snug. But this isn't snug. Min just taking the rejam +1 against an under the gun open. I mean, this is this table, man. These guys are trying to finish the tournament today.
Unreal. What am I seeing? What did he pick up on?
I love it.
Maybe some frustration from the last hand?
Jung on just 8 bigs. Looking at the clock, there are some pay jumps coming up.
Kwong Fan, seat 6, makes an open with ace-9 off. Just gets re-jammed on. Player from Korea, Huang. Queen Jack suited on the button. 8 bigs. Might be looking at the sort of extra money in the middle of the table thanks to the open and the 3-bet jam and wondering if this is the spot he wants to take. Does not expect to be ahead, but is hoping for some sort of a flip perhaps. Rare chance that he might have at least 40% equity against even a big pair. To gamble or not to gamble? 40% of a royal flush, as they say, Queen Jack suited. Just so pretty. Would be dominated in spades as it happens.
And there's dead money in there as well in the form of the fan open. Throwing out some time extensions. I mean, he has about 15 time banks. He could tank for like 7 minutes if he wanted to.
Let's go. As does the under the gun opener. What a result there from Min. What a spot to take. I cannot express enough how excited I am at the action we've seen today. And I believe with that we have hit the end of the first. The blinds have gone up to 8K, 16K. Average stack over 500,000 in chips.
Which isn't that much, all things considered.
34 bigs it's good for.
There we go, yeah.
And just to clarify, the
Yeesh.
previous level had about 18 minutes left in it coming in from yesterday.
Yeah.
So just thinking that through, Henry, that's a big jump. That is the biggest jump we have in the structure, going from 12K to 16K, 33% increase. Your stacks are now 25% smaller than they were a minute ago. Perhaps one of the reasons Huang is getting it in with King 6 suited from the cutoff. Tan, the player from Singapore. Ace-5 not going to be good enough. Who finds King 10 off in the small blind? Would be dominating if he finds the call. It's a 9 big blind jam, which goes through. Great result for Huang. Up to 11 bigs now.
Yeah, that blind level increase that you mentioned has really crippled a few of the stacks that they were already on the short side, but now just really is a shovel fold kind of situation for a lot of these players.
42 runners left, by the way. Playing down to the final 9 today. 33 eliminations to go. 42 is just those amount of players where you can just sort of stand up from your table, look around, soak in all the faces. Just start to dream the dream, you know. $145,000 US up top for a 1,500 USD buy-in. The old 100 bagger for one of these guys.
100 bagger, the elusive 6-figure score.
All in again this time with King 10 suited, a better hand than last time around, but he has run into the Ace-Jack suited of Tan, which is surely going to call it off. Perhaps rejam might make the most sense. All in, he says, finds a rejam spot, does have 3 hands to get through behind him.
Another 3-way all in.
Indeed, it is going to be a 3-way all-in. Min finds the queens.
Wow.
You just manifested that one, Henry. Incredible stuff.
What is going on today?
13 hands into this table. I might never get used to a slow table again. This is what I love. Queens v King 10 suited v Ace-Jack suited. Nobody can feel too comfortable, to be honest. This is a big one. 859k in the middle, depending on effective stacks and who gets eliminated. Tan, the one covering both of them, and Ace would just cripple and pretty much end the hand. Eliminate 2 players. Huang looking understandably nervous. Effectively needs a king or some combination of spades and straight draws. Here we go. Crucial flop coming up for 3 out of the 42 players left in this field at the main event here in Hanoi. A queen on the flop with 2 diamonds. King 10 drawing near dead, but some backdoors, and there is one of those backdoors, a spade for Huang to have some hope. A diamond gives it to Tan, a spade gives it to Huang. Min with top set. As we go to the river.
Uh-oh.
Are we frozen?
I think we're frozen.
I mean, is this a troll? What a spot to be frozen.
No
Oh my god. Blank on the river? Or is that a 4 of spades?
No, backdoor spades, bro. Backdoor spades.
4 of spades on the river. Saves Huang with an incredible runner flush, but does eliminate the Ace-Jack suited. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Ace-Jack suited had everybody covered. No elimination. What an outcome.
So, when Min kind of break it even, I guess. He had like 140k more, so they played, yeah, like a 280k sideboard. So he actually finishes down slightly after flopping top set. What a mess.
That is like a movie board, as I like to call it. It's when writers writing poker scenes come up with these absurd scenarios. And what a job the dealer has to do here. I mean, just look at what she's dealing with. What a result for the player.
As well.
Yeah. I mean, the least likely triple up that he could have imagined in that spot. And what a force he is now on this table. 35 bigs now, third in chips, tied with Duck Chung Vu. Meanwhile, the shortest stack remains Kwang Fan, but Tan took a huge hit down to just 15 big blinds from that ace-jack of diamonds. Crazy stuff. Min manages to smile despite taking a dent in that hand after flopping top set, as you mentioned. Wild, wild. Henry, what kind of a table have you got here, man? This is
What
just
an absolute
incredible.
needle from the deck. Top set. See, that should be a river where the guy with queens gets to peek the final
To
card
squeeze.
like Baccarat style.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Maximum pain that would have been.
The natural 8 river squeeze.
Talk about getting the blood pumping. I mean, the whole table must be energized after seeing what just happened. With the exception of Chung, of course. Crippled after losing with the ace-jack suited there. Flopping the nut flush. Draw. Losing to top set as well as the backdoor spades of Huang. Walk for the shortest stack. It's gotta feel good. Go Van Dat. Will retain the 2 blinds he put in. Pick up the small blind as well. Up to 14 bigs now. There you saw a glimpse of the incredible main event trophy here at the APT. So much thought went into designing, creating, and frankly shipping those beasts, those lions, that somebody will get to take home tomorrow. Somebody who's out there right now. About 42 players still left. If you haven't seen the video of Michael Soiza discussing the thought process behind the new era trophies for the APT, check that out on our YouTube channel. While we're at it, do subscribe to the YouTube channel as well, so you can stay updated with all the coverage we're bringing you, promoting the game of poker in Asia and globally.
That first lion headed back to Bangkok after Taipei.
That's right, with Punat Punsri, main event winner of the APT main event in Taipei.
Yeah, what a main event it was.
What a heads up. 4 hours, I think?
That was a battle. Really made us earn our salaries that day.
I mean, it's one thing to have a 4-hour heads up, but when you start out with, I think, what was like 10-1 chip lead, making a 4-hour battle out of it, at one point, actually taking the chip lead. Subham Kim, I believe, was his opponent. That was wild.
Just doing it for the fans.
Down to 40. 40 players left out of 581. Playing down to the final table of 9 today. Ironically, I think after all the madness that we witnessed, including the 3-way all-in, maybe the players want to find a new gear of slightly slowing down. It's just been so much action in the first 13 hands or so.
You mean the 2 3-way all-ins that we've had already?
Yeah, it's crazy. Ace King, V Ace King, V6s. All in from the button. 13 bigs, and why not? Pocket 7s. Quick fold from the chip leader. Jack 10 suited. No interest in gambling it up. 5-4 is going to have to let it go. Nice pickup once again for the second shortest stack. Now adding a little bit more buffer. Absolute monster stack. Still belongs to seat 2. T-Win. She has been slightly snug with it. Doesn't want to leak chips for the sake of it. Not interested in constantly trying to pick up those smaller pots and the big blind and antes as much as playing super solid, putting pressure in select spots, outplaying opponents post-flop.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think so many people get the chip lead, and we've seen it time and time again in the booth where they end up giving it all back and then some, just winner's tilt, thinking that they have to win the tournament, you know, in a couple of levels. And she knows, she's got so much experience that she has average stack for the final 2 tables. She could really pick and choose her spots. She doesn't need to be just bluffing it off with reckless abandon just because she has a massive chip lead.
UTG +1, all in. Pocket 6s. That's all the way through till what I can assume is the big blind. King 4 suited, not good enough to call it off. Ace 3 on the other hand, 13 bigs. Nope. Understandable laydown. So the small blinds managing to pick their spots. Perhaps card distribution making some of the hands play themselves. $13 big blinds, the shortest stack, Chung Tan. 90 big blinds, the biggest stack. Tons of stacks between the 13 and 25 big blind mark. I suspect we see some splashing around. If not at this level, surely at the next one. 30 minutes to go or so in this level. And now that there's 40 left, perhaps worth mentioning that we have hit another pay jump at the 40th, at the 39th player mark. 79.9 million VND now guaranteed is the payout. I believe that's good for about 3,000 USD. Hair over that.
Little 2x.
Yeah, in fact, a little bit more than that. 35 million being the buy-in. Next page jump, 31st. Which actually should make things easier and arguably splashier. Next page jump is to 90 million VND. Relatively not that big, 10 million VND. Which means it's all to play for. You want to go for first. You don't have to wait around for others to get eliminated. For some sort of a pay ladder. 4 stacks below 20 bigs on this table alone. New player joining us, seat 8. Eric Durrell, I want to say Vasilenko, but I'm probably not going to say that right, so I'll just go with Eric. Player joining us from Canada. Love to see it.
Vasilenko? It sounds like a Russian-ish surname,
definitely.
but the name Eric Durrell, who knows, maybe Russian heritage, Ukrainian heritage, Vasilenko.
Yeah, I mean, Canada is an absolute melting pot, so the heritage can really be from all over, and you're probably right about the Russian, Ukrainian guest, but more importantly, perhaps over 700K in earnings on live tournaments. Coming with some
Yeah,
serious
these are the
pedigree.
guys that you really want to keep an eye on. These guys that have high six figures in live earnings. They've played for six figures before. That tournament experience, really difficult to put a price on. The experience of being in this spot and knowing just how to control your emotions and nerves.
Plenty of first and second place finishes as well, which means that experience extends all the way from this point on till deep into the final table. It's hard to know, of course, which of these players have been playing with each other over the course of the previous 2 days. Chances are lots of overlap between table draws leading to this point of being down to just 40 players. However, there's always a couple of new faces. And that's always interesting, you know, a new wrench into the proceedings sometimes. It's a completely new face, you have no idea. Unlike us, with their phones locked up, they can't just look up the player, can't look up hand and mob. Just have to make some reads based on, well, they can't see their hands either like us, so to wait for some showdowns to try and make some reads, try and judge how aggressive someone is. That's really all part of the game.
This is the clash I've been waiting for. Duck Trung Vu against Win. Two of the more aggressive players, two of the bigger stacks. Obviously, Win, overwhelming chip leader.
Oh boy. 4 deuce in the mix. Speculative, to say the least.
They love it.
Oh,
my
my
word.
god. Just flops the nuts. You know, something we said yesterday about Win was that she was playing well and running well. And how do you even come close to even trying to beat that? Well, how about playing well and running well and flopping the nuts against top pair of second and chips?
Yeah, unblocking all the pairs, obviously. Dream spot. I guess the only saving point for Duck Trung Vu is that she did open from +2. But always going to keep her honest for at least one street.
Great bet. Super small. Wants to keep everything in, of course. If a spade doesn't hit, wow. What a, well, weird thing to say, but a lucky card for Vu. Is going to slow down the action and save chips and traps. Checks to Vu.
This is so sick.
It's like she can see her card, see his cards. It's perfect check.
A perceived scare card.
She's played with Vu on previous tables. Perhaps knows that he's an aggressive opponent. Board pairs, not too relevant on this board. Likely figuring how to get some value in this hand, wants to essentially try and represent a sort of bluff trying to steal with some sort of a polarized bet. Actually go small, 50K. Tough spot for Vu. On one hand, 50k does look like a spade. Trying to get some value. Pot odds are good. Does pay it off. Sees the bad news. It's almost like he was prepared to lose, but that's what pot odds will do. I mean, you only need to be right 1 in 5 times. Have to be prepared to lose 4 times. The rich get richer. Above 100 bigs, 1.7 million. If not the chip leader of the tournament, then certainly one of the top 2 stacks. She has just gone from strength to strength in this tournament. The hand we keep discussing yesterday, which again we give her maximum credit for in terms of going for it. I think that had left her down to something like 600,000 in chips. It's also coincidentally when her feature table broke. We lost coverage on her. Seeing her come into day 3 with a huge stack above 1 million, and now just use this run of cards, take it up to 1.7. It's just beast mode. And now plays the rush. Last time around was too busy stacking up chips perhaps to open with the ace-8 or something like that it was in early position. 7-6 off going to be good enough this time, and finds ace-king in under the gun +2. Wang, who is now the second biggest stack on this table. 533k, 33 bigs. Is going to fight back. Big raise. Oh, excuse me, not that big a raise actually. 3 bets to 85k, and Boo actually has ace-jack off. Wu has found himself in these spots before, facing an open and a 3-bet. Actually laid down 10s yesterday. Lays down the ace-jack off fairly easily. Very interesting sizing from the ace-king here. Considering his own stack depth, I really like the sizing. On one hand,
I would love to see a pill one off here, man.
yeah, I was just about to say, on one hand you are giving the chip leader the right odds to continue, but it's not the worst idea to try and navigate post-flop in position. You do have ace-king after all. Well, reels one off, she does. So we go to the flop. Just smashes it. Ace-king, top with the nut flush draw. Wang in complete control. Does show the balanced discipline of continuation betting, even though he knows he's going to get a lot of folds here.
Yeah, that's not the flop we were looking for in terms of entertainment value. Man, win absolutely cruising. 1.6 million, even after whiffing that board.
So with that pot, Wang actually put some distance between himself and Vu. Vu, of course, lost to the chip leader. Wang just picked up that 3-bet pot. 41 bigs for him. After being all in, King 10, v ace-jack suited, v queens. Poker can be crazy sometimes. How about kings? Talk about playing the rush.
I would typically be asking for some pre-flop collisions, but we've had plenty of them so far today. In fact, we've had two three-way all-ins. So
Yeah, it would be greedy, wouldn't it?
would be a bit much.
9-8 off, does defend in the big blind. Van Dat has about 15 bigs behind. And does flop top pair, along with the straight draw. He's got to be loving this board.
Yeah,
Continuation
this
bet.
could just be showers.
Yeah, pretty obvious spot to check raise jam for the short stack. $30K is the bet, 124 in the middle, 2 SPR behind. Gets it all in. He's going to see the quick call. We're off to a race of some sort, I should say. 65% equity for Huang to scoop this up and hit almost $1 million in chips if he does win this spot. What a turn of events for Huang. Triples up. Finds the ace-king against the chip leader. Now all in, overpair versus top pair and a straight run. Look at that, the 2-pair. Equities are somewhat flipped. Needs a king, a 5, or a 7. And an 8 actually boats up. Van Dat, who has doubled up, smiles all around. 594K now for Van Dat, and Huang crippled down to 23 bigs. Bit unfortunate.
Yeah, just being 2 cards away from being up to $1 million. Instead finds himself on 23 big blinds.
Crazy action on this table. If this is what the other tables are like, we might not be here too long today. Van Dat, as we mentioned, local player, of course. Runs an influencer agency, but very experienced poker player as well. $76,000 in total lifetime earnings. But some deep, deep runs across many tournaments, including some APTs.
For the double stack event, blinds are up 200, 400, and 400 for round T. Round number 3.
Some announcements for one of the side events we have going on, the double stack event. Everybody seems pretty dialed in, I have to say. I think that's what a night of good sleep will do to you. You could see some frustration by the end of last night. As I mentioned, it was the 13th hour of play. Everybody's here, eyes on the prize. Prize being, of course, 145,000 USD. And surely some of these players have told their friends and family about their deep run. And surely some of those friends and family are watching. So if you are supporting one of these players, or anybody out there in the field, do let us know in chat. Maybe let us know where you're from as well. As we head back to the action, we do have an all-in situation. Ace-King v Ace-Jack. Ace-Jack at risk of elimination. Quang Fan does need a Jack, and a King on the river almost seals the deal. Some backdoors needed.
Yeah, this could be a tough one to dig himself out of. Dead on the turn.
We lose Quang Fan. And Van Dat is now just riding the rush. 54 bigs, 871K. The 9-8 off in the big blind gets him the first double up. Finds Ace-King v Ace-Jack in the very next hand. And here we go. We have a new presence on the table. A lot of poker talent in this shot. Van Dat, seat 1. Chip leader T-Win, seat 2. Wang from Korea, seat 3. These guys have been splashing around. Ace king for the short stack under the gun. What a welcome sight. Very next hand, he would have had to post 2 bigs. One is a blind, one is the ante. Instead, likely gets to go all in here. King 10 suited.
I mean, it's a call in theory, but it is early position. So it does find the mark. If that was the big blind, I think maybe flicks it in.
Yeah, and I have to say, Vu, over the course of the past 2 days, not always willing to take the most gambled spot, so to speak. Did call it off with ace king, of course, which is a must call early on today, but yeah, did fold some relatively big hands in similar scenarios. As you said, early position. Chip leader lets it go. Not much to report. Big blind king 6, likely gonna fold. And a good pickup there for the ace king. Whatever he picks up in this hand, he has to post in the very next hand. Four local Vietnamese players still on this table. $39 left, which does mean these eliminations have slowed down a tad. On our table also. Saw the short stack go and that actually spin it up. Be the second biggest stack on the table. 14 minutes left in this level. Next one, 10,000, 20,000. Another big jump.
Yeah, we had a flurry of bust outs at the start. Several multi-way all-ins. The average stack towards the end of a level seems to be close to 40, and then once the blinds go up, drops back down to 30. Let's see if that's a theme that continues to play out that way.
20 bigs, king queen off in the small blind. The short stack in the big blind. This might be an easy shove here from Hwang. Goes all in. Hand wakes up with the jack 7 suited. Not gonna cut it surely. Easy pickup for Hwang.
$95 bigs, Vidor. How do you feel if you got 95 bigs, level 2 of day 3, 145k up top, APT main? I've already put a deposit down on an apartment in my mind.
This is perhaps why you don't end up in these situations, Henry. It's the
I'm
cart
already
before
looking
the
at
horse.
flights to the Maldives. You know, what's that? Bora Bora? French Polynesia? Okay, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at some listings. Definitely setting up some pension plans.
I mean, see, now you're planning way ahead. You're looking at pension plans. That's way too mature for me.
How about an under the gun all in, by the way? Win Min just taking the spot. We talked about this before. The thing about the big
Dude,
blind
it's
ante.
wild. It's wild.
Yeah, with this big blind ante, people just start. They just are so worried about posting the 2 blinds. They actually act looser from under the gun than any other position sometimes.
It feels so weird because commentating on it, you expect the complete opposite to happen. But what we've ended up happening, like what's ended up happening is you have these super wide jams, like several pips too wide from early position. Like we had the King 9-0 for like 18 bigs. Similar story yesterday. So you would expect the calling off ranges to adjust, right? And start making lighter calls given that they know that people are jamming wider. But it just hasn't been the case. In fact, it's been getting a lot of folds.
Yeah, it's getting more credit, and in that sense, it's a very effective strategy. Of course, once in a while, somebody will wake up with a super premium that's calling anyway, but until then, gets a lot of credit. Exactly the situation Huang finds himself in, thinking sixes are flipping at best. He would be correct, but little does he know how light Min has shoved, and there we go, gets it through. What a result. Oh, my apologies, the big blind was still left to act, but Queen 5 ends up irrelevant.
What is it? It's a six-handed table at the moment?
I believe so. Seven-handed.
It's seven-handed. Yeah, wow.
That is really, really wild. Queen Jack off is often folding there, even if you have enough chips. Just piles it in,
GG's.
gets the sixes to fold. Good feeling to be stacking up those chips. Gwyn on Min. Does have to post those two bigs. Big blind plus big blind ante. No spring chicken, this man. Over 286,000 USD in lifetime live earnings so far. And a best live cash that actually rivals the prize he's playing for today. First place in a Vietnamese event. Still looking to increase his lifetime total by 50%. I mean, how wild is that? Chip leader, ace-9 suited, hijack, easy open. Has been quiet. Maybe a few hands, but purely because of card distribution, lots of action around her. She should get some more resistance than usual, considering people should be doubting her opening ranges, considering the chip stack that she's working with, and this is exactly one of the scenarios. Duck Chung Bu, ace-8 suited in the small blind. A difficult hand to navigate to begin with, given the small blind position. But how do you deal with the chip leader opening? All options really on the table here. Goes for the time bank. We've seen Boo be fairly conservative in these spots. From the blinds, not really 3-betting as much. Made an amazing hero call yesterday, and there we go. He does choose the conservative route and folds it. Relatively good decision in this spot. Was dominated. Would have outflopped the chip leader, but in fact, the Jack 4 of hearts has absolutely smashed the flop. Ace 9 has certainly enough equity to continuation bet, and this might be fireworks. Win-min. Has to decide whether his hand is so strong that he does not want to jam here. Deal with the variance of... There we go, just make the call. Deal with the variance of just seeing another card is what I was about to say. Win does have some outs, that's not one of them. T-Win, that is. Min checks again, top pair, flush draw. The 10 can't be his favorite card, but 187k behind, 138k in the middle. T-Win takes the free card, and now it's left with just ace high. Min can certainly value bet and get to represent some bluffs. The board about as wet as it can get on the flop. Jack 10 8, 2 hearts. All kinds of draws have missed. T-Win, of course, has a draw herself, but does have ace high. Can consider hero calling. %50 pot or so. I like the bet. It's just about whether T-Win has enough of a hand to make a hero call here. Reaches for chips, and she does. What a great bet by Min. Gets paid off by the ace high. Dents the stack of the chip leader, but perhaps more importantly, climbs up to 24 big blinds. Much more comfortable middle stack, technically 4th in chips in the stable. 4 stacks between 20 and 26 bigs. Chungtan remains the short stack, 12 bigs. As we cut to my favorite shot, trophy in focus, players out of focus in the back. It's almost like the trophy is the important part and all the players are just trying to fight their way to it in the background.
Do you think the nerves and the dust has settled now? 28 hands in.
Yeah, I would think so, at least on our feature table. I mean, all the crazy action is like 100 hands worth. About ace queen for the chip leader. Almost can look like a frustration raise after the last hand she lost. Perhaps get some loser fight backs. Slight frustration in the fold there by Vu. Not to read into it too much, but hopefully he can stay centered. Things haven't gone precisely his way so far, but he's still definitely in the mix. 428k chips, good for 3rd in chips, I believe.
You know the perks of doing commentary from home, Vidor.
What's that?
I've got a standing desk,
Oh,
like the true grinder that I
love
used to
it.
be.
standing desks are like the new necessity. They're the new gaming chairs.
Dude, they're honestly so underrated still.
And you have the one that you press a button and it becomes regular size, yeah? Like the fancy ones?
Yeah, you just press a button and it goes up to 130 centimeters tall.
Man, yet another example of the machines taking over. In my day, we put a box on our desk. Like regular folk. Like meat and potato folk. We didn't press no buttons to make tables magically lift up. Dak Chung Woo picks up the blinds. Bit more distance between 3rd and 4th place now with that pickup. Pretty good distribution of chips as we're 3 minutes away from the end of the level. As we mentioned, that is going to be a major factor to these short stacks, feeling the need to get it in there.
Yeah, it really wouldn't surprise me if by the end of next level we've lost a few players from this feature table. Some very short stacks now.
Eric, I believe playing the first hand we've seen him play, perhaps in a while at least. King 10 off on the button, opening into the big blind of the chip leader. Always a bit scary. And the chip leader finds jacks. She has been getting hit by the deck in certain spots.
Yeah, so frustrating for Eric, as you said. Just really hasn't had any hands, hasn't been involved. Folds around him on the button. Very standard open with the King 10 and momentarily looking to get involved in position. Met with a jam, of course.
I like the jam for balance. She wants to be doing this with hands as weak as ace rag. Good to have a strong hand in there. In your big blind over jamming range. I mean, you barely notice when her stack takes a hit. 1.5 million. Likely the last hand at this level. I find that really zoned in players are paying attention to things like that. They'll just make certain decisions on the margin, you know, raise right before the level goes up or right after, before other players have had a chance to readjust, recalibrate their stacks, perhaps their mental shoving ranges.
Yeah, players are dialed in, man.
We just talked about having ace rag in your big blind 3-bet jam range. Eric has once again opened, this time from the cutoff. The weaker holding, queen jack off.
It would be too brutal if he gets jammed on again. I would really feel for him.
Not this time. Head to the flop. Relatively binks it. Queen jack, king on the board. 2 pair for Eric. Just enough of a hand to continue perhaps for Huang. Does have the ace of diamonds. Gut shot to the Broadway. Backdoor diamond draw. Every once in a while, ace high will be the best hand. Huang does have his opponent covered. The bet is 30k. Under 2 bigs. Wang's stack is 20 bigs. Let's continue as expected. Too much hand to fold right now.
20,000. 20,000 NT, main event.
5 of hearts does not change much. Neither player too deep to think about some creative backdoors and things that they can represent. One of the problems with calling with Huang's hand is there are no implied odds. You tend not to get paid when you do hit.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I think Eric knows he's ahead here. Most, if not all the time. Simply deciding whether to extract more value, risk a river, or considering the SPR, maybe around the 1.3 range. So you want to go all in, and I think that is what he does. Yeah, he announces all in, puts it in there. Wang's going to have to let this one go.
Yeah, two-tone board texture. Very vulnerable middle two. King rolls off, a 5 rolls off. Your 2 pairs kind of counterfeited. Nice little pick up there for Eric. Blind's going up, I think, Vidor.
Indeed they are, which means 10k, 20k level. Some of these shorter stacks are now in the danger zone, not just on our feature table, but on the outer tables as well. Around the 10 big blind mark. Freeman 48 in chat, referring to one of the hands where I believe it was T-Win versus, I guess it would be Min-Win? Or, excuse me, T-Win versus Win-Mink. That's the player you see with the ace-8 on the screen right now. And Freeman 48 says it's a win-win situation. Freeman 48.
Well played.
Well played.
Well played.
Have to acknowledge a good pun.
That is fantastic. Bravo.
All in from the short stack, pocket fours. Against the under the gun open. Off Duck Chung Vu. 136k to call, 256k in the middle. Once again, it's in an interesting spot. Knows he could be getting the right odds to call here, but once again has been conservative in these scenarios. Does not seem to like calling it off. As it happens, he'd be flipping. Is this even a theoretical caller, Henry, you think?
So what, 7 big blinds? Like, even against kings, queens, you have like 30%. It's tough, man. It's tough. I mean, the fact that Chung's even found this 3-bet jam is pretty wild.
Yeah, it's crazy that he actually has maximized his fold equity somehow. With the pay jumps being as they are, we mentioned 30th place, I believe, is the next pay jump, and the pay ladder is fairly small right now. Not much ICM implication. I suppose to your point, Henry, with enough equity against kings, this might be a call, but Vu lets it go. As we mentioned, has been super conservative in these spots, and I think it might be adding up at this point. Does lose 55k or so from his stack. What a great pickup there for Chung.
Yeah, and everyone else, again, just needs to make note of that. Like the guys opening from under the gun, 7-handed, then folding to, what, a 7 big blind jam?
Yeah, maybe 9 big blinds. But the point remains pretty sus. Min opens pocket sixes under the gun.
Tight fold from Eric with the queen 10.
Maybe he just knew the ace king was behind. Easy spot to 3-bet jam here. 14 bigs for Huang. Has had a bit of a roller coaster at this table. Goes all in. Min is not going to be loving life. Well, first we have to get through Chung, who wakes up with ace-10, but can't let this go given the action that has preceded. Throws in a time bank chip. Clearly actually thinking about it. Would not burn a time bank for the sake of it. I like it. Think it through. I don't suspect he will find a call.
Yeah, I mean, based off what we've seen, if he finds the call here, I'll be very, very surprised. Oh my. Okay.
Wow.
It's going to take the spot.
Sometimes when I say things confidently, I almost want to be proven wrong, just for the excitement. Here we go. Chung has decided to risk his tournament life with ace-10. With the cold call to the 3-bet jam from the small blind. And now what is Min thinking? Pocket 6 is surely not feeling too hot. Okay. Mixed opinions on how kosher that is with a player all in, but all in good fun, I think, considering he was probably going to lay it down irrespective. Chung gets the bad news. Dominated by the ace-king. And Hwang in a position to basically double up. Queen 9 deuce. Relatively clean board for the ace-king. Chung needs a 10. Chop outs with the 9. Queen or deuce will chop it. A 4 is not going to cut it. And Chung is eliminated. Ace-10 took that spot. But great news for Hwang. The player from Korea who has had the craziest swing on this table. Back up to 31 bigs now. GG to Chung Tan. Player from Singapore. I missed taking a look at the screen, but I suppose he's gone out 34th? 30 something? Or we see it, 37th.
And the variance in tournament poker is just so baffling to me. Like, he takes that spot with the ace-10, a spot that you could argue he didn't need to take. And thus, by taking it, he folds out the sixes. Not saying that they would have called, but there was definitely room for the sixes to call. Where the ace-king would have been the one hitting the showers, you know?
Yeah, that's a great point. What a funny way for that hand to go down.
Butterfly effect and whatnot. Situational run good.
Maybe that's what the sixes are thinking. Could have tripled up. So Henry, Hwang's hat. What are we referring to here?
Do tell.
Well, I'm curious myself. Is it a play on lo-fi? Like lo-fi music? Is it a Vietnamese
That's what
thing?
I was
Is it a
thinking.
Korean thing?
I was thinking that initially. But now that you've put me on the spot, I'm not sure. I'm scared to ask.
Maybe somebody in chat can inform us. Any friends of Hwang? Or Koreans, maybe, in chat? And if you don't know, feel free to guess. Wildly and erratically. Just for the lols, you know? Ace-jack for the chip leader. Runs into the ace-king, the small blind of Wu. Been making some tight folds this whole time from the blinds. This is not going to be one of them. Great spot to 3-bet jam. Excuse me? Did we misread his cards?
I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, just from his facial expression alone, I refuse to believe he has ace-king there. We'll have to... The chip leader shows the jack, but... There is no money ladder here. I mean, that I'm stuttering because that makes no sense.
No, there's no way.
We need to audit that.
Or maybe he knows Ace King is a drawing hand.
That's a cash game thing people say, right? All the time.
Absolutely no idea. I mean, if it comes down to getting in, 100 big blinds, then yeah, maybe it is a drawing hand if you're playing like a 5-bet pot or 4-bet pot.
Well, we just witnessed a few days ago the largest streamed cash game pot of all time, 3.1 million or so. And Ace King, V Queens. Ace King is now one of the most losing hands in poker history. Bluffed it off on the river.
Yeah, he really went for it, didn't he?
New player, seat 4. Local player once again. Certainly a tough first name for me to attempt to pronounce. We'll go with Huang. Well, this is interesting. Ace King again, and I say that cautiously. I don't know if he did have Ace King last time, but I think we're a bit more confident this time given the confidence with which he opened. Gets it through, I believe. $1.5 million still for the chip leader. Goman Dad had an amazing run a couple of orbits ago. Spun it up to 41 bigs after being the shortest stack. Many short stacks behind, blinds up to 10K, 20K. I believe the starting stack for this event, 40,000. So we're quickly approaching that stage of the tournament where it's one buy-in for every big blind. Currently about half a buy-in, half a skull every time you're putting in your big. Half a dream.
I'll never begrudge a short stack spin up on day 3 of a tournament. Let them dream of what could potentially be.
Absolutely. Always rooting for that. Wu opens twice in a row. Chip leader on the big blind. Oh, excuse me, actually. Goman Dad on the big blind. 7-6 off. Does not defend. Very interesting. Certainly on the tighter side. Not much to work with for the new player on the table. Xizhen Huang. A solid hand on the button for Eric. Has been making these late position opens. This time jams it in. 14 bigs. Small blind. Fold. Big blind. Rags. Fold. Good pickup.
A nice little pickup there for Eric. Much needed one. 40 minutes left on the clock till the first break of the day.
Finally, the action is somewhat steadied out. Ironically, once the stacks have gotten shallower. Well, what an explosive start we had to the day and to this feature table. Up till hand number 20 or so, things were just wild. Dak Chung Vu getting hit by the deck past few orbits. Queens this time on the gun +1. Has been patient, has made some tight laydowns. Clearly prefers to be opening and raising and calling it off. Min raise, likely trying to induce some action. Small blind lets it go. Down to Huang in the big blind. Ace on the big blind. Very likely to continue. Off to a flop. Jack high. Safe looking board for queens. Very likely to go check, bet, fold. Unless Huang has some plans to get sticky.
Yeah, fantastic board for the queens, like you said. Over pair, unblocking all of the flopped pairs. Just unfortunate. His opponent has just a very measly ace-5.
Good pickup nonetheless. Vu now, one of those middling stacks. We see 3 stacks almost tied in the middle, 27 to 29 bigs. 2 stacks on the shorter side, 13 to 16. Not too short. Chip leader, of course, remains T-Wen. That's been snug. Not too out of line. It's taken some hits here and there. But the stack could certainly afford it.
Do have a new feature table after the break to mix it up a bit. Some fresh faces, some old faces. It's one of my favorite stages of the tournament. We get down to like the final 4 or 5 tables. More often than not, by the time we reach the FT, we've had the chance to see everyone in business.
Yeah, I love it. And if you've been one of the people in chat following along since yesterday, it's cool that the audience gets the opportunity to do the same and see a lot of playing styles, see a lot of storylines form. One of those storylines, the roller coaster and Huang's chip stack, This time calling from the small blind, king 8 suited. New player on the table. Jack 10 suited in the big blind, raises it up. 3x. Fairly standard. And king 8 suited, certainly good enough to continue here. It's part of the reason you limp, including strong to middling hands. So you can see some flops with them. These two have dead even stacks. Jack on the flop. Zhizhen is ahead. Zhizhen does
So
have
140 in the middle.
Yeah, indeed. And both the players have nearly identical stacks. Zhong Huang does not have much on this board, of course. Some backdoors possible. Question is if he thinks king high is good a lot. Zhizhen has down bet. 45k. Smaller than the pre-flop raise of 60.
Yeah,
Could be
king
tempting.
high, somewhat wrapped around the queen jack, backdoor hearts. It's tough, man.
Let's go. Small blind versus big blind dynamics always so tough. Zhizhen put some distance between himself and the other middling stacks we were talking about. I was saying Zhizhen does have some recent deep runs, tournaments across Vietnam. Another local grinder. Very experienced with MTTs. Some of that experience showing perhaps in the way he navigated that hand, some of the bet sizing. Pocket 8s for Eric. Early position. When he was around the 14 big blind mark, he just jammed it in there from late position. This is a little trickier. Goes all in again.
Yeah, it feels like nothing you can really do other than jam here.
How about ace king for Zhizhen? Should be a snap call. Just gonna consider whether he wants to call or jam himself in case Wu wakes up with something in the big blind. Oh, the full Hollywood?
Full Hollywood. I love how unfiltered you've become. Just call a spade now.
I mean,
Whenever we see
he went
Hollywooding, like
the double face. I mean, what do you know? Wu does wake up with the hand, and once again in a tricky spot where he has been folding, and
no, he's never calling. If he calls this, like I just retire from commentary, based on what we've seen.
well, hey Henry, the Hollywood had some merit. It turns out, Wu did wake up with a hand that could have considered at least something. So it's a flip. Eric at risk. King right in the window. Zhizhen takes the lead. Eric is down to 2 outs. That's not one of them. An 8 and an 8 only. King on the river locks it up. We lose another player, Eric Vasilenko. Out in, I believe, 34th place or so. GG, sir. Great pickup there for Zhizhen, who now has 1 million in chips. There we see it. Clear second in chips. And a stack to finally actually pose some sort of a risk to the woman who's been the chip leader throughout the day on this feature table. T-win. Down to 33. 24 to go. Reach the FD.
The nod of approval. So yeah, nice hand, mate. Nice hand.
Yeah, yeah. Good result. Fair result. I would have lost. There is a special joy in just being results oriented in poker. You get to rabbit hunt when you actually get to see the board. And even though theoretically you might have made a bad decision, you just pat yourself on the back. Good fold, good fold.
Yeah, GG's obviously. Eric just really couldn't get much going.
Goes out in 34th place, good for 80 million VND. More than double the buy-in. About 3,500 USD. Just a reminder though, top prize we're playing for 145,000 USD. Second place about 90. Third place about 60. Fourth place still in the billions when it comes to VND. 1.17 billion. About 50. 50,000 USD that is. All the way down to 289 million VND for 9th place. Here's a confrontation we're yet to see. Blind versus blind with Duck Chung Wu in the small blind. All in, he says. Takes the spot.
There you go.
Insta called by the 12 bigs of Win Min. Wu has stepped into it here. Only 19% equity against the overpair. Does have the baby suited connectors. That is a complete whiff on that board. Some backdoor straight outs to think about, but that's really it. That's not one of them. Dead on the turn. And Win Min has doubled up.
Elwin's been incredibly patient. Gets the easy double. Opponent dead on the turn. 33 players left.
Not much Wu could do there. Does take the right spot. Jams the 6-5 suited against the blind hand. 12 bigs. Tough that Min woke up with the pocket eights. And now Wu crippled. Shortest stack, 12 bigs. 6-handed. Unfortunate turn of events for him. Certainly one of the players we've been looking out for. Starting from yesterday. In fact, Greg and I had been... he made some sick plays, and his name is Duck Chung Wu. Best we pronounce it. We were calling him Sick Chung Wu. Has 12 bigs to work with. Plenty of room to maneuver. Make something happen. 670k average stack, that's 36 bigs. Most of the players on this table are actually below that amount. Of course, average doesn't mean much in terms of knowing what I guess you'd call the median stack, because some large stacks out there. T-win on our table, of course, but the person who has either been chip leading or close to chip leading the tournament for a huge chunk of day 2, as well as having a stack to rival T-wins on one of the outer tables, is Chung-Win Van.
Certainly one to keep an eye on.
I've been checking the live updates, Henry, and apparently the man has just been getting a massage all day yesterday. Now graduated to only a head massage. Some of our writers, hilarious writers on the live updates, who track the entire tournament for you. In case you want to check them out, go to the website, apt.poker. They're suggesting you might have walked in the wrong place. I think he thinks this is a massage place. With a little bit of poker on the side.
And it's like, what package do you want? And you enter. Get the 2.5 hour head massage, plus
A buy-in.
35 million buy-in to the main.
Are you a massage on the poker floor kind of guy?
Very rarely, like if I'm playing, there's like one place that I will, and it's if I'm playing like high stakes PLO.
Ah.
And if it's just like a wild game that I know is, you know, I'm going to be strapped in for 12 hours.
Pooh in the blender here, by the way, and I think he does get it all in with the pocket deuces. 3-bet jams against the open of Huang, and look at this. Ace-queen off in the small blind. Goen, I guess, is ready to fold because he's giving away all kinds of tells, smiling. Does have a player yet to act behind him. Slight frustration all in there from Duck Chung Vu. It is actually a perfectly fine play to make. Unfortunately for him, Korean player in C3, Huang, does have the overpair.
3-way all in.
Yeah, let's have another one. Would be the third one of the day.
Bye bye, bye bye. See you again.
Who is singing bye bye is what I want to know. I need to know.
The only reason why I'm thinking, man, I don't think you can call though. I don't think you can call. You go?
Wow. That is a tight fold.
See you again. Bye bye. 248.
Easy call, let's go. Pocket nines versus pocket deuces. Who gets the bad news?
Wow.
Min, revealing he had ace queen. Never too happy when players do that for no reason.
The deuce is just rifling it in.
Em chơi đấy, em đẩy ngược lại nó luôn thì nó fold.
Ace jack 7. Not gonna cut it. Backdoor diamonds covered as well with the nines. Looking for a deuce or a deuce only. A black deuce. 4 of diamonds, irrelevant. On the turn. We might be losing Duck Chung Vu after an incredible performance on day 2 and day 3. Close, but no cigar. GG, sir. Takes it with a smile. You'd love to see it. Mad respect for that attitude. As the camera does follow him. Was runner-up in a main event. Looking to beat that. Unfortunately out in about 30th place. Maybe 31st. Haven't hit that pay jump yet, is what I assume. Yeah, 32nd place in fact. So the roller coaster continues. Jiang Huang from Korea has seen it all today. 3-way all in, King 10 of spades, manages to triple up against the queens and the ace jack, and actually loses to the 9-8 off when he had pocket kings himself. Multiple other interesting pots, and here we are. Gets the pocket nines to hold up against the pocket deuces. Down to 5 players on this table. 32 players total, not including the elimination we just had, so 31 left. That's good for 4 tables. So I think we might be about to have a table redraw. Or at least move people around to the feature table.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like we've got some empty seats at our table, mate.
Yeah, with 32 left, or 31 now, with Duck Chung Vu gone. Makes sense to have 4 tables, 8, 8, 8, 7.
nào luôn. Em hôm qua nó ra thì nhiều.
Get a good look at these outer tables and some of these players. They are going to be making up the final 9 when we close out today.
Không ai có phần gì cả luôn. Người bắt tình.
Familiar faces still out there, not just from day 2 and the feature coverage yesterday, but from multiple stops rather, the APT, other events, other series. See an Indian player, Akshay Nasa, an absolute crusher, seed 2. Loving this camera work. In case you've ever wondered what it feels like to be out on the floor, this is what you're missing out on, Henry. The vibes.
Yeah, I definitely have to come as a player at some point. Hopefully later on this year.
I spotted Kunal Patni, one of the Indian superstars, still in the mix. Did have him on our feature table yesterday. There's a tournament chip leader, perhaps tied for the tournament chip lead along with T-Win. Seed 4. No massage right now.
He's saving it for the final 2 tables.
Peter Kiem, man with the scarf in the shot, seed 2. Absolute crusher. Very, very familiar face at the APT, originally from the United States. Now lives in Vietnam. Started off playing cash games, now grinds live MTTs. Really great presence at any poker table. Extremely composed. It's on a couple of final tables, I believe, that we covered in Phu Quoc.
Oh, these guys really milking the clock here.
Yeah, great point. So it's not paused on the clock. I mean, we saw hands happening at the other tables. Make the walk to the feature table. Deposit your phone. Maybe send a quick text message. Hey, check me out. I'm gonna be famous. How about you guys in chat? Where are you guys from? Any locals, by the way? Supporting the Vietnamese contingent? Maybe if you're local from Hanoi, you can actually come down, watch the final table in person. Hello, friend, says Levi.
What's up, dude?
Hello, hello. From California. Not exactly local, but I used to live in California. Hello, Levi.
Many moons ago.
Many moons ago. Levi's from Joshua Tree, California, which is a place I only know from the show Entourage. I will not mention why they go there.
The only reason I know why Joshua Tree exists is because of the world famous elite band U2.
Yeah. I was deciding whether you were going to say the band or some TV show. Had to be one of the two.
And I used to listen to U2 all the time back in the day.
I think U2 was all the rage until Coldplay. I think Coldplay became the new U2, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And with that, we have officially extinguished my knowledge about the world of music. I'm almost one of those people, and I'm almost one of those people, and I think I might have mentioned this in the booth at some point. I'm not sure I'm convinced that rap is music. yet. Like, there's still a ways to go before
Ooh.
before I'm on board with the Enterprise. But I'm clueless. I'm the first to admit it. What do you think, chat? How hot is my hot take?
Anh lên đây đưa tip cho mọi người chứ không 3 người toàn người.
Just trying to
That
wrap
is-
things up here.
Raunchy.
Slowly, information is coming in about these new players. We'll be resuming the hand shortly. Of course, Zizhen had joined us in seat 4 already. From China, I believe. I was mistaken. Thought he was a local player. New player in seat 5. I believe his name is Not Wu from Vietnam. That's the player on the left in the white shirt. Followed by a familiar face. Lok Ching Lee was the shortest stack yesterday. Actually ran it up. Has 318,000 right now. Good for about 15 bigs. From Australia. On the right hand side of your screen in the blue shirt. Followed by another player from China. Chun Lu. 713k. Pretty big stack. Good for 35 bigs. So mixing it up as always. A couple of Chinese players. Zhongho Huang has, of course, had the roller coaster ride from Korea. Lok Ching Lee from Australia. I wonder if the clock has been going on this whole time.
Certainly feels like it has been.
I don't know how I feel about that. These guys have not seen a hand for a while. Other tables have. It's always a little bit of variance when you have a feature table. Things might move differently, slowly. Sometimes even faster, you never know. But it has been a while since we've seen a hand. As we're down to about 31, I believe. Once again, prizes 3.4 billion up top. Playing down to 9 players today. Everybody guaranteed 80 million VND so far. 9th place good for 290 million VND. That's about 12,000 US. All the way up to 145,000 US for first place.
What's going on here?
Yeah, an apparent weird test of patience of its own.
You want to call the clock, but it's been like not dealing for the last 10 minutes. How much do you have? 1, 2, 3.
Tí thôi tí thôi đúng anh 25 đấy đến biết anh 25 tuổi gì thế đúng
Cố tình rồi.
vâng mạnh sắp đặt rồi anh ạ.
Some players are just absolutely zoned in. Looking at Huang there in seat 3. Others understandably getting antsy. We'll figure it out. Readjust clocks if needed. Important to get everything right as we get back to the action. So new faces on this table, not just for us to enjoy, but also for the remaining players on the feature table to now adjust to. These guys have no idea about the crazy dynamics that have followed some of these players. Roller coaster ride of Hong comes to mind. T-Win being the out-and-out chip leader, but playing fairly snug comes to mind.
Yeah, always exciting. Some fresh faces come to the table. Like you said, just new dynamics, unaware of what's been going on. Certainly throw a spanner in the works.
That finds the raise against the chip leader with the king deuce off from the small blind. Interesting timing. Win wakes up with the ace 4 off. Does not re-raise. Could have taken the spot. As we said, has been a bit snug. Certainly been working for her. 10-10-8 on the board. Not much to write home about for the pre-flop raiser. Time to start telling a story.
Yeah, ace high going to be good a lot of the time here, but go Van Dat. Certainly the range advantage.
Does put in the C bet. 35k. Whoa. Well, I did use the word snug a couple of times. And I was worried I was being a little bit harsh, but I think that counts as snug. Let's it go. It's gonna need a better spot than that.
The small C bet. I get it, but like you're playing the hand in position, ace high on a paired board. I think that's a mandatory pill, especially given the price which is being laid.
Yeah, it's just about the strategy we've been highlighting that she seems to be following. Just waiting for much better spots to get more chips in the middle. As we said, it's clearly been working for her. Doesn't mind letting go of these marginal situations. And Govan Dad did wake up after a long time and put some aggression and chips in the middle. Might have been one of the factors playing into her decision making there. But yeah,
and again, I don't like just rushing to the defense of, you know, potential nittiness or tight folds. But if there is ever a field or a tournament to do that in, it is this kind of structure where, you know, okay, do you want to play a guessing game with ace high across multiple streets, or are you just going to be presented with much easier and better opportunities in different spots? So I dig it.
Yeah, something we were really discussing yesterday when we saw an absolutely magnificent fold by pocket queens on the bubble. I think with 2 players left until we reach the money. And one of the reasons to let go of marginal spots is because, of course, in a main event, a lot of recreational players, you're just going to get higher EV opportunities down the road. So you might want to think maybe maximizing a hair of EV. It's not worth it in the moment. King 5-5. Wang defending as loose as we can get in the big blind. One of the interesting things to see when you defend as wide as Wang has is you start turning it into bluffs, or were you just hoping to hit? Check behind on the flop. Does open the window for Wang to try and take this down with the nut low. But surely when you check behind ace high on king 5-5, you're doing it with the intention of peeling a street or two. Seems to be the case. Helps that the bet is fairly small.
Some street poker being played. Absolute nut low. Has rivered an open-ended straight draw if we could see an ocean card. Now would be the time.
Big bet. 90k or so. Putting that to the test.
What on earth is going on?
That seems pretty uninterested in the proceedings here. Even after making the call on the turn, he just began looking away. Fine, gets that one through. 892k now in his stack. Has been one of the most active players, one of the most exciting players. Has been rewarded in this instance. And perhaps that is why you defend 3 deuce off in the big blind. He's likely been observing VND, who has been passive on this table. So much of late stage tournament poker does come down to what I internally call opponent selection. The way we talk about table selection in poker. Of course, in MTTs you don't get to choose your table, but you do get to choose who you want to tassel with, especially when you don't necessarily play your cards. I think Huang has a good feel for the table, especially the ones he's been playing with from the start of day 3. Man raising is not one of those people. Lok Ching Li. King Queen off. Other gun +1. Loose open considering the short stack he has.
Just heard someone say, "What happened pre-flop?" Classic.
It's like a home game. Go on that. We'll speculate. King 10 suited. Off to a flop. 13 bigs. Lok Ching Li. 2 overs and a diamond draw. Pretty good board, considering he has his opponent absolutely dominated. It's going to be good enough to continuation bet. It's likely going to take this one down. Tiny
Oh.
bet.
Yeah, that hasn't folded yet.
Healthy pickup. Much more comfortable around the 20 big blind mark now, as opposed to the 14 or so he started with. 3 minutes away from the break, it seems.
Yeah, and all of a sudden that overwhelming chip lead of Win, although still the chip leader, you know, someone doubles up through her, one of those 20, 30 big blind stacks, and she joins the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and it's actually what we saw yesterday. She was an overwhelming chip leader, relatively in cruise control mode, versus what you might expect from a traditional table captain, playing her hands, picking her spots, as she has been doing today as well. But it does allow the more active players who might be courting higher variance to catch up in some form or another. Almost 2 stacks approaching that million chip mark. It will be interesting to get some updates from the rest of the field on the break. As I mentioned, at least 1 stack out there to rival the win stack on this feature table, but when the cameras were going around to some of the other feature tables, other outer tables I should say, I saw some huge stacks there as well. Piles and piles of blue chips that are 5,000 apiece. 10 big blind stack on the big blind. Jack rags, unfortunately. Lets it go. So maybe the final hand before break. A few extra chips once again going in the direction of Wang. There we go, 2 stacks. Almost at $1 million. 46 and 49 bigs. Things are about to get spicy, Henry. The next level, I think we can safely say we're going to be losing a few runners there. Stacks
Yeah,
are
it's
getting
really
short.
getting down to the business end. I know it's something we talk about so often, but it really is.
Limp, under the gun +1 with jacks. Tricky stuff at this last hand before break. Very curious to see where it goes. That is a risky move.
That's one way to let the big blind see a flop. Might even allow Huang to overlimp on the button. 10-9 suited.
Wow, induces the all-in from the pocket fives in the small blind, and the trap has just worked out perfectly for Chun Lu. Might have an elimination right before break here. To not Vu all in with the fives, needs a 5 or some clubs. King 10-9. Pretty ugly board for pocket fives there. Queen would just end it. Needs a 5 and a 5 only. Jack ends it as well. Some chop outs though. Queen would chop. Seven on the river.
Never lucky.
Never lucky. Ends the sun run for Tanat Vu. And with that, we have hit the break. 30 players left. I think Vu probably did benefit from the pay jump there. We'll find out more as we're on break. But in the meanwhile, we've hit a short break here, 15 minutes or so. And when we come back, 30 players left, playing all the way down to 9. We really are in the business end, as Henry has been saying. My name is Vidar Singhal, along with Henry Kilbane. We will be bringing you the coverage of Day 3 of this main event at the APT Summer Series in Hanoi. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It's pretty much his tournament to lose, right?
Oh man, Barry all in for his tournament life with Ace King versus Jack. One of his outs is gone.
Oh, he's doing the stand-up. You did a bit on this.
A stand-up game, impromptu stand-up game. The further you stand away from the table, the higher your equity goes.
I believe it. So, one of the biggest flips this tournament so far.
People cheering for Barry, 161 viewers. Needs to find the ace or the king or will face elimination. Barry with ace king all in for his tournament life. Everyone's saying, in Barry we trust. Barry will win. Barry, Barry, Barry. Flop king. The chat is going wild as flop comes. Queen, 10-3.
Okay, okay.
Wow, interesting. Gut shot, 2 overs.
Neither player can be dead on the turn. That's the beautiful thing about this board.
It finds the ace. And now, Ace Jack soon needs to find a king and only a king. Set outs are no good.
Yeah.
So sick, and that's going to be a massive double for Barry W. as the chat goes wild. Picks up king high versus a button open.
Hold up, let Barry cook. Oh wow, Selena's asked for a count. Serena has asked for a count.
Serena dominated. Nope. Serena dominated by one hand. Dominates the other.
I mean, this if she goes all in, this could be over right here, right now.
Versus a raise and a 3-bet.
Yeah, but if she just assumes that Barry's opening super wide, which he should be on the button, and that ace-5 is doing well against the AJ jam. Oh my word.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hold up. Let him cook. Let him cook. I mean, Serena's called and left herself with less than 10 bigs. What's Barry going to do? Could be over.
AJ
right
here.
here.
AJ here just going, oh dear.
38, okay.
Wow, folks, I feel like it's culminating to this moment here. All three, All three players getting
It's a
into this
three-way
here.
all-in. Can you imagine to end things up?
All in here for, wow, Barry W. And Serena with only 9
see
big blinds
AJ.
behind.
Aaron's just like, okay, I stepped in it. I stepped in it. It's 5 dominated. We need diamonds or a king.
Basically 6-1.
It's such a sick
Serena to
spot.
call. Does she just take the level? Does she just take the... Oh my, I don't even know. I don't even know. What an insane hand. 261 people in the chat and watching.
Chat, smash that like button. We're here all week. $1 million prize pools being smashed. Players from all over the globe flocking to Taipei for the APT New Era launch. Potential three-way all-in.
What happens if Barry stacks both of them at the same time? Does Serena get the second place?
Serena gets second place, yeah. But she just has to fold now. Because the worst case scenario is that AJ wins the side pot, Barry beats Serena, and Serena bows out in third, and AJ's left playing heads up against Barry. Wow.
Holy crap.
He's live. Live for the triple up. Courtesy of that dead money.
So AJ all in for his tournament life with King 5 suited. As flop comes. King in the window. And a King 9-6.
AJ said, hold up, hold up. Don't let him cook just yet.
Hi, welcome to Hanoi. I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of Asian Poker Tour. Today I have Hong Kong Poker Pro and Coach Edward Yam to join me for lunch. 同唔同我？去食嘢。Let's go. Today we're going to this Korean restaurant in Hanoi. And there's a huge Korean population here in Hanoi, and I've been told good things about this restaurant. So
Okay, I trust you. I'm hungry.
me too.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. So I've known you for a long time. Like you've been a professional poker player for more than 10 years, right? So when you started, I remember you were more cash game players, right? Like maybe 99%. But later, like somehow a switch just turned on. You start playing a lot of tournaments. And weren't you the Guinness World Record holder for most ITM finish in a year?
Yeah, it's more than 200, but I forgot the exact number.
What do you mean you forgot?
I really
you
forgot
have a
it.
Guinness World Record. Oh
I
my
have to
God.
check it out.
You played a lot of APT way in the what we call old era, in the old time before ownership change, and now you're here playing in the new era. Like, what do you think is different? What do you think is better?
schedule 方面咯，係充實好多。我覺得，即係我呢啲中意玩晒全日嘅人就開心好多。比以前，我記得以前嘅 APT 係去到夜晚6點係最後一個 event，咁可能玩到9點10點就完。咁而家可能由9點就玩到凌晨，咁就好多。咁同埋規模大過以前咧，即係人數各樣多以前好多，有啲歐美感覺嘅 feel 咯。
What do you hope to see in the future? Like maybe something you want to bring back or something new you want to see?
如果同之前嘅分別係冇咗個 Player of the Series 啦以外嘅記憶，咁我覺得有翻會好啲咯。因為始終尤其是我或者其他好多 player 都係由頭打到尾咧。咁除咗每一個比賽係爭逐之外，都想成個 series 可以有啲嘢追求咁樣。呢個希望可以交翻落去。
What do you want in poker? Like, what are your goals?
係啦，都打咗好長時間嘅 cash game 啦。咁呢幾年開始想打翻多啲比賽，同埋最主要目標係想贏一個 main event 啦，即係現場嘅 main event 啦。網上就試過一次，咁但係真正現場想真係贏一次。
You've seen the trophy, right? It's outrageously big. It's very, very big. I'm sure it is something you want, right?
哦，係啊，即係 真係幾靚嘅獎杯。
Well, thank you for joining my lunch.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Good lunch.
Good lunch, right? So I know I'm gonna stay hungry. So I'll see you next time at the next APT.
Xin chào! Chào mừng đến với Mystery Bounty Day 2. 46 người chơi còn lại, 46 bounty. Giải thưởng lớn nhất là 200 triệu Việt Nam đồng và tổng giải thưởng là 2 tỷ 800 Việt Nam đồng. Let's go bounty hunting!
10 million! 30 million! 250 million! With 24 players left remaining, all of the big bounties are gone, but there's still plenty of money to be won in the 2.8 billion VND prize pool. Let's see who takes the trophy home. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be a good game for Leicester E-Dot. Which means it's time for
Final table!
Alright, and Daniel all in for his term in life with King 10 of Hearts. Alex from Singapore with Ace 6 of Spades. Here comes the flop. 5-8, 4-2 clubs. Alex is holding. Jack of Diamonds on the turn. Alex still holding here with Ace High and the gut shot. Daniel drawing to 6 outs and only 6 outs. Needs a 10 or a king. And the 2 of Spades on the river is going to seal the deal. Alex from Singapore going to be taking home the trophy for the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Hanoi. Alex from Singapore, congratulations on winning the Mystery Bounty. Anything you want to say to the friends and family back home in Singapore?
Nah, just do more good deeds so you can run better.
Okay, you believe in karma.
Good karma, yeah.
Okay, good karma. In the end, it was Alex Xiangwei Li of Singapore who took home the Mystery Bounty Trophy here at APT Hanoi. If you want to learn more about our upcoming events here in Hanoi, make sure you go to apt.poker. See you in Hanoi! Today is day 5 of APT Hanoi, which features the Superstar Challenge.
Hôm nay là sự kiện Superstar Challenge với mức buy-in là 150 triệu Việt Nam đồng và đây là sự kiện có mức buy-in lớn nhất của APT Hà Nội.
So today, Ron and I are going to find out what makes these superstars just so super. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Superpower?
Yeah.
Probably invisibility.
Maybe invisible?
Because I'm a big, loud guy, and normally people can see me halfway across the room, so it'd be nice to just blend in once,
You can do some great stuff, man. Why not?
Ron, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
I want always look like 21 years old.
希望能看穿牌
Change card airline. See other people's whole cards and stuff.
to see the cards.
See through the cards, see what they are. X-ray vision.
Vision, yeah.
I myself would want Batman's superpowers. He has no superpowers. He just has money. With just 10 players left in the Superstar Challenge, it's time for the final table bubble. Need to find a queen or 10 to stay alive, and that means that we are down to our final table here of the Superstar Challenge. Heads up of the Superstar Challenge. 5 in the window, a set here. And the turn is going to seal the deal. Alan of Australia going to be our superstar victor here, taking home 1.985 billion VND. Alan, congratulations again on being the superstar. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
To fly.
Amazing. And you'll fly to Da Nang and Incheon. Thank you for watching, and make sure you like and subscribe for more high-quality poker content.
Và ngày mai là sự kiện Women Event. Mình sẽ tham gia, cùng theo dõi mình nha. Để biết thêm thông tin, hãy truy cập vào apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Poker is a game that is
A very warm welcome back. The business end of the tournament, day 3 of the APT Hanoi Summer Series. Down to the final 30 players, deep into the money, and you could argue the make or break stage of any tournament. Kind of stage where you really see the players looking to build up stacks, set up a nice final table stack to go on and eventually take down a main event. Not something many people could brag about, but someone in the booth that has got his hands on an APT trophy before, none other than Stephen live from Hong Kong. Stephen, thank you for joining me, man. How's it going?
Good afternoon, Henry. Finally, I get to join this commentary team.
There we go, man. I've been looking forward to this, always a bit of a unique experience being in the booth, getting to share stories, talk with players from different backgrounds, and yeah, share the booth as someone like yourself that knows what it takes to take down an APT title or two. Maybe could dive into a little bit of, what do you think these players are feeling right now? There's 145k up top, down to the final 30, maybe some nerves starting to come into play.
Well, it's one of those things, it could be once in a lifetime experience, right? Like, running deep in the main event is not easy. And navigating through a massive field of players is, extremely difficult.
No, 100%, man. It really is. 29 players left. I do apologize. Sounds like we had an elimination just before the break that I completely overlooked.
And also, I think winning an event in Vietnam makes you a billionaire, doesn't it?
It does indeed. 4 billionaire payouts in VND, of course. 145k US going to the eventual champion.
Oh, I was mistaken. I thought it was $1 billion USD.
You'd have to get Elon Musk showing up and just firing infinite bullets. Just all in, every hand, re-entering. It could be done.
Well, he'll end up giving you. He'll end up giving you Twitter instead, which you might not want.
Yeah, I don't think I could run a company like Twitter.
I don't think he's doing that much of a good job either, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I haven't really been up to date with it, but poker Twitter, that's been it's been popping off recently. A lot of stuff going on, obviously. Yimeng Wang got to pick up the blinds, the big blind ante. Now, Stephen, you were in Taipei. We didn't get to meet. You just mentioned off air before we went live that you were doing some vlogging for Natural 8. I have a couple of questions. One, why was I not in any of your vlogs for Natural 8? And 2, what was the overall experience for you like at the APT Taipei?
Well, I was a little bit shy, obviously. Henry, you are a superstar in the poker commentary world, and I'm just a lowly vlogger trying to. It was my first time vlogging for anyone at all, so that was a bit nerve-wracking, and I ran terribly. I play all the single-day high roller events and blank them all, so which is not so great. But Taipei, indeed. Hong Kong people love Taipei, especially CTP. The Chinese Taipei Poker Club. We have a
Chinese
Taipei.
Texas
Texas,
Hold'em.
that's it.
Yeah.
Texas Hold'em, exactly that. CTP.
We got it.
We've got a long affiliation with that club. So it's almost like going home. And, with COVID, kind of separating us for 3 years, it was a fantastic experience. I think we had 107 unique entries from Hong Kong for the main event in Taipei. So that's pretty big.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Big.
So poker boom alive and well in Hong Kong.
Oh, massive! I thought I experienced a poker boom, 12 years ago, when we had a reasonably sized club in the city center in Central, and I thought, wow, this was the pinnacle of poker in Hong Kong. But no, I really experienced a proper poker boom in Hong Kong in the past 3 years. Massive. It's just everyone is talking about it in Hong Kong these days.
I have to ask about Hong Kong because it's a place that's really recently been brought to my attention. I met some friends recently. I live in Thailand. Made some new friends that spend a lot of time in HK, actually call HK home. And they've been trying to convince me to come out to Hong Kong. And now hearing that there's poker in Hong Kong as well as just, it's just an amazing, vibrant city. So much to do. Any more selling points that you have for Hong Kong, feel free to fire them my way, because I've been on the fence about getting a flight and just exploring the city for a week or two.
Well, you'd be absolutely surprised by how green the place is. So Hong Kong, the urban planning is quite incredible. You have a really dense city center, super skyscraper, really packed together. But you only have to travel about half an hour, and you just have beautiful mountains, lovely hikes. It is a beautiful contrast.
Yes, that's exactly what I've heard. Jumping back into the action, Victor with the ace king, Duan Quang Trung with just 5 big blinds, couple of red 9s. Gonna look to spin the wheel, see if anyone behind.
Easy stack up, easy call, I guess. Right?
Very
easy
standard
stack up,
stuff.
easy call. Seen this a million times before.
We have, man. But every time, there's normally a surprise. No matter how many times you've seen it.
Well, let's see whether we see a surprise here. Not yet.
The ace king way out in front now. Trung drawing to 2 outs once. Doesn't come. Got a full short. 29th. That's brutal. Busting out at this stage of the tournament, man. Final 3 tables. Losing a flip. Albeit for a very short stack. Always stings.
Yep, but you win some, you lose some, right? You like we said before, we've seen this a million times. I remember the most brutal one that happened to me. I was the 3rd chip leader in an event in Macau. It was a pretty big field, and the chip leader was on my left, and then I 4-bet jam with kings, and she snap call with queens, and then of course a queen turn appeared in the turn, and then I just busted 23rd. just like that.
Did you just tell a bad beat story on air within the first 5 minutes of us going live, Stephen?
I'm running out of things to say, man.
Bad beats galore, as expected.
Oh dear.
In No Limit
Well,
Hold'em
you know,
MTTs.
and then we never remember, and we never talk about the ones we bad beat the others, do we?
Yeah, that's a good point. I can only really think of like 2 big hands that I played that I won. But I don't really remember bad beats either. It's just like, whatever. I play PLO for a living, so variance is something that I've learned to embrace.
Correct.
Over the years.
Correct.
Interesting spot here for Victor, 31 bigs. Can really go any way that he wants. Certainly see a 3-bet against the hijack open. Don't even hate just jamming off 30. Defend, obviously, standard.
That's a nice flop for him.
Not flush draw, will draw. Still has the best hand as well. With ace high.
Defending suited cat is so much easier, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those boards where you expect to see the Iki continue quite a bit. 9-4 deuce, incredibly disconnected. Looks like we have a monster stack filling in C8, by the way. We got some big stacks at this table.
See, I'm not a huge fan of this. I'm not a huge fan of this C bet either, because the board really connects much better with the big blind.
Yeah, I agree in theory that it connects more, but we definitely have a nut advantage in terms of overpairs. But yeah, you know, a lot of good things can happen when we see bet with King 10. We get like 4x, deuce X to call one street, and then a queen or a jack rolls off, and we just get to take it away. But we see running into the nut flush draw and the will draw. Victor with the check raise, Leiki with the snap fold. How about these stacks? Akshay, 95 bigs. Derico, 82 big blinds. Going to be some of the tournament chip leaders. Now,
APT
Steven,
mains,
tell me about
APT,
these.
Sorry.
Go on. Go ahead.
APT main structure is so good, isn't it? Like, you know, it's not often you see a main event with, you know, almost 100 big blinds.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And I think, you know, Vidor and I were discussing, we've seen so many spots where you'd expect people to continue, but I can understand the reason why people play maybe passive in certain spots, and that just being a byproduct of the structure and the ability to just wait for better spots. Hour-long clock. Can get behind
I think that's
people playing
always
snug.
been like a massive selling point of APT, like throughout. You know, I've known the brand for over 10 years, and it's always, you know, the #1 selling point, which is the amazing structure.
Yeah, talking of your time at APTs, before we went live, you were saying, was it like your first ever APT or your second APT in Jeju?
My second APT, yeah, my second APT in Jeju. I won some kind of satellite package, and you know, got my flights and a hotel paid for and the main event ticket, and I busted the main event in no time. And then started playing all the side events, and eventually took home 2 trophies.
There we go. Was it in any of like the crazy pineapple or super hold'em events, or was it just straight up?
No. It was like a 6 max turbo and another turbo event. But at the time I thought, wow, this Texas Hold'em malarkey is so easy, you know. I thought, well, maybe I could just do this for a living, and then and then I tell you I'm not doing that for a living. Especially tournament
10 years
poker is
later.
so tough. 10 years later, I'm not broke or anything like that. Just tournament poker is so hard, so difficult. You know, I envy people like Stephen Chitwick and people like that who can do that. Just like week in, week out, just playing MTT and having results over and over again is amazing.
Yeah, very, very consistent is Stevie Chidwick, one of the best, playing the highest stakes, of course.
I'm tempted to say one of the best, all-time best, no?
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely in the conversation when it comes to no limit hold'em tournaments. Short deck
And
as
he has
well.
the same he has the same haircut as me, so you know, we are the shiny head club.
There we go. Bit of run good.
Exactly that. But APT has, you know, has evolved throughout the years. But you know, I've known Lloyd for 12 years, just like from day one, and he's just always been the nicest, friendliest tournament director in Asia. You know, well loved.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the best, and the team that we've got as part of the APT new era is. I think it speaks for itself as to why we've just had the success that we've had recently.
And also, of course, Fred Leung. I've known him for 12. Another, person I know from Macau. I've known him for 12 years as well. So, it's just like all these little worlds. It's like a Marvel movie, all the parallel universes just colliding into one little singularity.
Yeah, the Macau days.
Oh,
good old
bloody hell, yeah, that's
Macau
great.
days.
I remember, going back to APT Taipei, it was like Harry Potter. The first chapter of Harry Potter of each book is like all the kids going back to school, and then you meet your old friends you haven't seen for a few years, and it was exciting.
Actually, continuing, by the way, on the ace-9 deuce, ace pairing on the turn. See if Victor wants to continue trying to tell this story. Is it going to slow down? Oh, a small bet. Hit open on the button. If Akshay could sniff this out.
Oh.
Wow. Wait, he's found it.
That's why he's where he is, and I am sitting in the booth. Pull the trigger, go on, kid.
The river.
You can do it.
I mean, if he finds the triple here, that would be quite the story that he's trying to tell. $395 in the middle.
He's
gonna give up. Does have some showdown with King High. Unfortunately, outpipped. Nice little pick up there for Akshay. 2.6 million. Over 100 bigs. Certainly one of the people in contention to take this one down.
Henry, I must say I'm not that familiar with the poker scene in India. They must be booming too, right?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard from Vidor, it's really been picking up. It had about 20 players or so fly out, which I guess for a lot of countries isn't much, but for India, it's really growing. And you have people like Akshay some other of the Indian contingent that do come to the APTs and seem to do incredibly well. Give it a couple more years.
Oh, it's also a big population too.
Certainly is. I believe it recently overtook China, actually. That's the largest population on the planet now.
Wow, we are very informative this stream, huh?
I don't know where I heard that, by the way. It was like a random thing that I heard. I could be spreading misinformation.
Fake news.
Wouldn't be the
Pretty
first
standard
time.
open. Dennis, I don't actually know Dennis Ng, even though he's my fellow countryman. I'm going to write a message on the WhatsApp group and find out about Dennis Ng right now. I have no idea who he is.
Yeah, it'd be cool to learn more about him.
Yep.
See what happens here. I mean, actually, after just correctly calling down with the King Jack, gonna 3-bet, and there's certainly a world in which Dennis could go broke here on the button with sixes if he feels like actually it's just pushing him around due to the fact that we're down to the final 28 players. Does have fold equity. Up against the chip leader. See if he announces himself here.
How much ICM are we talking about here? You know, how steep is the structure? Do you know the pay structure?
It's non-existent at the moment. Like I say, non-existent. We're still playing for chips. Like we're still focusing on chip EV. There is some ICM considerations, but at this stage of the tournament, yeah, we're playing for chips. We're trying to set up a run to the final table. Start worrying about ICM when we get down to the final 9, 8, 7 players.
We were talking about this the other day. You know, the I don't know whether I should mention the name, but a famous event in Australia, in Melbourne. They are famous for having a very flat ICM. The main event for the yeah, so it's always about chip EV almost. You know, it's that the jump is quite small.
The title, though, the bragging rights, that's something you can't take into your ICM considerations.
Oh, that is worth millions, eh?
The bragging rights, the Instagram update, the Facebook profile picture, you know.
Yeah. And all the dinners you have to buy afterwards as well. You know,
That's
treating
true.
all your friends.
That is true.
But you know, there's nothing quite like winning even the smallest, you know, maybe 40-hand tournament. Like winning a tournament feels really special. Winning a live tournament feels really special all the time. It never loses that beauty, you know.
Yeah, man. I want a trophy so bad. I say to Vidura, I want to come at the end of the year just as a player rather than a commentator. And yeah, just try and get one of those new APT New Era trophies. Send it back home to my parents.
Where are the folks these days? Where do they live?
They live in the UK. They live in Reading. About an hour west of London.
Yeah, no, Reading.
Haven't seen them in like eight months actually. Oh, really? Okay. You've been?
Well, I used to live in the UK.
Oh, there we
okay.
go.
No, it's back on. Yeah, I used to live in the UK. I was there for how many years? I was there for 22 years.
Jesus, that's longer than me.
No, impossible.
Yeah, I only lived in the UK for like 13 years or so of my life.
Oh.
How about this 3-bet, by the way? We got some fancy play syndrome going on. The hijack 3-bet against the Under the Gun Open with pocket fives. It's pretty out of line in my books.
And also the stack sizes is not really suitable for it either. You know, the UTG is a much deeper stack than the hijack. And then with the chip leader on the button as well, I don't think it's very advisable, Victor.
We'll see what Akshay wants to do. He's thinking about doing something maybe.
Oh, it would be insane if he... Oh dear.
I tell you what, if there's a betting line that someone can give me on Akshay winning this tournament, finding the cold 4-bet with the Ace-Jack-O, just fantastic awareness of the players that he's entangled with.
So what is Victor thinking right now, you know? Is he being squeezed or not?
Well, the problem is even if you are being squeezed, you just have 0 fold equity now. Like if you jam, it's only 350k to call. Actually, it's never folding, given the odds that he'd be being laid. There are 2 aces dead. I mean, Victor would be in pretty good shape, all things considered.
And of course, Victor could walk into 10s and jacks, right? And then he'll be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Just walking into bigger pocket pairs. Be absolutely cooked.
Yeah, it's a solid laydown.
That's a really good pickup there from Akshay. Up to almost 3 million now. You can check out the live
Very
updates.
gutsy player, Akshay, huh?
on-
Very gutsy player.
Certainly one to keep an eye on.
And how many players are we down to right now?
28, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the clock.
So they've been playing for over 4 hours, just over 4 hours.
This would be, so we had 18 minutes left on the clock when we came back from the last level of last night. So we played about 2.5 hours.
Okay.
Plus whatever we've done here. About 3 hours or so.
But it's definitely adrenaline time, you know. Like you're well, I've played long tournaments before, and it's, you know, one of the well, being not a 20-something anymore, you know, I always find I need to regulate my energy level.
Yeah, that's a great point. How do you do that?
I walk around. So every,
I mean, you laugh, but
every
it's
2 orbits.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's massive, man. Like anything that you can do away from the table to just give you, just like, even if it's the smallest of edges, you know, mentally, it's huge.
Victor's picked up a hand again. Standard open, ace king suited. How would you say his surname? Victor M? Victor M?
Yeah, I'd say M.
M, yeah.
Talking of Victor, outflopped on the 8-6 deuce. Nut middle pair for Emmanuel. Relatively small C bet here. And it's going to open the door for the check raise. To potentially digging himself a bit of a hole by continuing for such a small amount.
He has some backdoor flush opportunity, so to me, it's a pretty standard call.
Yeah, as well as the two
With the
overs
stack sizes.
that he
Two
probably
overs,
perceives are working for him.
I think well, he definitely thinks the 2 overs are clean outs. I suppose he's committing 20% of his stack with this call, so that's quite a lot. Oh, he's giving up.
I see. Lets it go. Discipline fold. Maybe regretting continuing on that ball texture against the big blind range.
I remember, Henry, this whole television poker in Asia really started maybe about 7 years ago in Asia. The first time I saw a TV table, I was like, wow, this is like this is like other brands around the world. It's amazing. And then now APT just make it, it's just a norm now. Every event, every stop for APT, they have a feature table, RFID and everything. It's amazing. It also gives players that bit of extra experience for them to share to their friends and family back home. Mum, I made it. Look at me. I'm at the feature table now.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's one of the biggest things, right? Get to share with your friends and family. You're playing a live stream. Wow. Adrian happy to spin the wheel here with the 6s. Likely going to get looked up after Akshay has opened. Doesn't really have much fold equity. Actually see a flip here.
Off we go.
There you have it. Spin the wheel. So Adrian throwing out all of his time extensions. Got to be using up all of them due to the fact that we are on a pay jump. Everyone just standing up, taking a walk.
Maybe they heard me saying walking around is good for energy level. Took my sage advice. Useful for something.
$145K going to the eventual champion.
Can I leave and come back? Come on.
Actually asking if he can run to the bathroom whilst waiting for Adrian to put his final 25K in.
So this is something that is quite common these days. People often leave like 1 or 2 big blinds instead of going all in. It happens quite a lot these days.
I love this. This is actually like sweating that page up. Taking up his sweet time.
Wow, he's got a stack of time bank there. Okay, so we could be here talking about live in the universe and discuss philosophical problems.
Yeah, those are worth what? 30 seconds a pop?
Yeah, so there are 6 of them? 5? I can't see. What would you say to him, Henry? This guy obviously needs to call, and then, you're not really giving out any tells or anything, right? Because he's got no choice. So what do you say?
Yeah,
to
I
this
mean
guy?
the money's going in, right? Regardless.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a bit of a grey area. There are some people that are really against it, but everyone's given an equal amount of time bank chips, so they are yours to use, obviously. And if this is the spot that you want to use them in to try and secure that ladder, then I guess it's within the rules. But I could definitely see the arguments to both sides. Some people are really against this.
This is awkward. I suppose Akshay doesn't care, right? He's got 100 BBs,
I'll get a wave there. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Akshay's made his move, right?
Yeah, exactly. What I really want to know is, are the other two tables, are there other stacks at risk? Why is he? There must be other stacks at risk, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing what he's doing.
They're playing hands.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing hands, so.
And this one is a proper flip, 50-50. It's none of this 48-52 malarkey. It's a proper flip. Oh, off he goes.
There we go. I know that the entire table is probably rooting for the Queen Jack of Akshay after the long tank. Wow, 6 in the window. Set of 6s for Adrian.
Oh, nope. That's that.
Akshay dead on the turn. Adrian does double up. 570k.
That's a very sweet double up, actually. What is the Henry? What's the smallest? What's the smallest stack you got to, and then ended up winning a tournament, a live tournament? Like, how low did you get?
Well, I've
ended up winning.
Never won a live tournament, so I don't play tournaments.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
But I have I've won some online tournaments. And without naming any names, there was a tournament that I recall, Bounty Builder 44, where on the bubble I had like 5 bigs and then went on to ship it.
Wow.
So yeah, you could definitely spin the wheel in live tournaments.
That's why this game gets us hooked.
Really does.
We always have hope, right?
I'm still looking for that live win.
Well, you've got to play to win, right? If you don't play, then you don't win.
That is true. Yeah.
So, a viewer on YouTube just corrected me. It's pronounced M. EM is M. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Gilbert.
This is an action flop. Cut off the big blind. Adrian, fresh off that double. Flopping top pair, but Victor, the queen high hearts, as well as the 1 over. See what he comes with. Saw him check raise with the ace-3 earlier on.
I think it's likely the solver will tell you to flat this spot, but I don't know what he's going to do. Oh, he's jamming. Brilliant. See, I'm gonna have a piece of paper in front of me and tick every time I get it wrong. Like, as in every time I say something and then the player does the opposite.
Yeah, been there, done that. Oh. Don't think Adrian will be folding top pair here. Be very surprised if he does. I think more so just going to take his time before making a decision. Just unblocking all of the straight draws, all of the flush draws. Has a decent kicker as well.
What do you think about the general tendency? Like, you know, the more people tank, the likelier they are folding or calling, do you think?
I've tried reading into it before. I really think it's player dependent. But yeah, you know, think long, think wrong. It's something that I definitely kind of believe in. But yeah, he has made the call ultimately with the Jack-8. They're pretty much flipping. Adrian with his top pair, just a slight equity favorite with 2 cards to come. Victor picking up even more outs now.
Big gut shot now.
Ayah.
Ooh.
Queen of Diamonds on the river. Victor up to a milli. Adrian just after doubling up with the 6s. Now down to just 3 bigs. What a roller coaster of a couple of hands it's been for him.
They're really here to gamble, aren't they? You know, pushing with 1 over and the heart draw for your tournament alive and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. On that board texture, it's going to be a board texture that is likely overstabbed. Going to get met with a lot of folds. Victor, very comfortable. Million chips now. 26 left. 19 minutes left on the clock at this level. Lines will be going up to 15,000, 30,000, which means the average stack will be dropping to below 30 if things remain the same in terms of players left.
I guess that's why he's the chip leader. He's always picking up good hands. Under the gun with ace-king off.
It's a lethal combination. Running well, playing well.
So a good friend of mine from Hong Kong, Alan. Oh, Dennis has picked up a good hand. I think it's a 3-bet here for sure. Good friend of mine, Alan Lau. He was Asia Player of the Year twice previously, wow. And you know, we often laugh at him because You know, whenever he's down to like 15 big blinds, 10 big blinds, he'll always pick up aces, and villain will always have kings or queens. We'll always call him off. Every time. It happens every time.
Yeah, I know a few people like that just seem to wake up with the goods. I'm a big fan of this 3-bet induce from Dennis. I think a lot of people just move all in. But with a suited ace king, I think I prefer jamming ace king off and then 3-bet inducing ace king suited.
Totally
Big
agree.
fan of this play.
Very good. Now he's thinking, is he going to be able to call off my 4-bet jam? Does he have a strong enough hand? He's not going anywhere, is he?
No, not at all. I think Akshay is the type of guy that's just going to take the spots as and when they're presented to him. It's sub 30 effective. Sure, this is an incredibly strong 3-bet from the big. It does come back over the top.
Mm-hmm.
All of it. I don't know, I think he's made it 400k.
Off we go. Well, he has 2 flush draws.
See if either player flop a sweat.
That
The
is
answer is no. Chop it up. Very anti-climactic ending to that hand. 5-bet pot.
Quite unlike the ace-5 hand in Taipei.
Yes. Very unlike the ace-5 hand in Taipei.
He private messaged me afterwards, talking about the hand. I've known the guy for a long time, right? So, but I often do a lot of the mental side of things. You know, like in terms of lines. You know, I just plug into a solver and say, I think we all, we can all analyze it in however way we want to analyze it, but psychologically. I said he missed a trick there because he didn't know the RFID sensor was broken at the time. I think if it wasn't broken, because it was broken, villain couldn't see his cards. Like, if he got through the ace-5, but the villain couldn't see it afterwards, it wouldn't have made the same impact. If you know what I mean. Like, so for example, let's pretend the Punak had pocket jacks and he folded. And then he saw it on the stream that he was being bluffed by ace-5. Then it would have made an impact. But because the scanner were broken.
I see what you mean, yeah.
so he didn't maximize his ace-5 6-bet jam value there. And he laughed.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Just trying to
He was
get
proper,
one over
like,
for the stream
ego.
dynamic.
Exactly. Yes. It was a proper ego, get one over you kind of play, right?
Yeah, 100%. Victor M looking to
like
put the final nail in Adrian's coffin.
Go.
Oh my
and
word.
I think isolating is the correct play here. Ooh.
Yeah, no, he has ISO'd, but Dennis isn't going to be getting away from jacks. Have our third 3-way all-in of the day. Just 3 levels in.
Jam in a core then.
Victor M and Dennis can be playing a massive side pot. It's going to be a 1.5 million side pot, thereabouts.
So in Cantonese we say Amam will lao lei. So that means if you play this way, even your mother won't criticize your play. So I think Victor M, Amam is not going to lao lei. It's okay. Even Amar will be
That's
okay with this
brilliant.
play.
I need to learn that. He does
Let's
make the
go.
call. Big flip. Victor looking to convert this 36% equity. It would be quite the spin.
Come on, Adrian. Don't forget your walk-away equity. Stand-up equity. Come on. Walk away from the table.
9-6 suited.
Take your bag.
It's like it's a 90% lock to win this hand.
Oh,
the ace king queen board. Top 2 for Victor. Dennis looking for a jack or a 10. Doesn't come with that.
Wow.
Victor not only gets the double elimination, but has truly spun the wheel. Was down to just 19 bigs. Now up to 75, one of the tournament chip leaders with 24 players left. So final 3 table redraw. Stephen, with that, you and I are gonna head to a break with these players as the tournament directors are gonna come and rebalance the final 3 tables, I believe.
Excellent.
Little 15-minute break. Don't go too far, because when we come back, it really is the business end of day 3. Final 3 tables. Playing down to the final table today. Vidor Singhal will be jumping in alongside Stephen later on, winding their way down to that FT. Just waiting for the tournament clock to be paused. It looks like we had another elimination on the outer tables as well. So down to the final 23 players. Steve and I are going away for 15 minutes, and when we come back, we'll be playing down to the final table, the APT Hanoi Summer Series main event, day 3 coverage.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A king, picking up more outs here. No longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam, as Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
You're right, you're right. Wow, he's going to take the spot with the Queen 4 rather than waiting. Wow, Pachara, the potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day where he eliminated 2 players, his kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry, the chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds, or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen, or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well. For everyone else, the 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Leck in 14th and Sasa in 15th, and Pachara with his 2nd double KO of the day.
Peter Kiam in the big blind heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend, looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes, wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kiam flops bottom 2. with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2-pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
50k bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise. You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160 each hand, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Top pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom 2 against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim! Queen on the turn, dagger to the heart. Needs an 8 or a 5 now. It's not going to come. Peter Kim gets it in so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from our featured table. Good game to Peter Kim of US of A. Ayaz in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hi jacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50k as the blinds increase to 10k, 25k, 25k.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god! Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets. The American Airlines. The pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when they're playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head it's something you must do. Your opponent can easily have 8s, 9s, 10s that you would absolutely dominate. Many hands that would likely take the flip against you. Perhaps some fold equity as well, depending on how your opponent likes to navigate situations. So, not too many moves left up on offer for Adam here.
And also notable is that we're near the money, and Carmen is covered.
Does go all in, despite being near the bubble. Is going to see the bad news. Really hard luck there for Adam to run into the aces, and respect for jamming it in there despite being on the bubble. It's exactly the attitude you need. Adam with over 600,000 lifetime earnings. Really no spring chicken. Knew what he had to do. Gets the bad news. Drawing 19% equity to hit a jack.
No jack on this flop. Adam all in for his tournament life with the jacks. Needs to find a red jack. Needs to find an 8 or a red jack on the River of Dreams. It's going to be the deuce of hearts. And Adam from Australia is going to be eliminated here on our featured table of day 2 of the high roller. GG's in the chat for Adam. And if you feel so inclined, some ayas in the chat.
Prize in Taiwanese poker history, and second to ourselves, obviously. Yesterday saw that record being broken.
By our very own main event, 2 million USD in the prize pool. Double our guarantee of 1 million USD. It's been an overwhelming success. Jolie as the short stack here, 2 big blinds. Gonna use the tank folding strategy. Everyone knows what he's doing. He knows everyone knows what he's doing.
There's a
So they're
pay
talking
jump as
about
well.
they're talking about it out loud. He's like, and he owns it. He says, "Listen, I'm sorry," and the people at the table say, "Don't worry, we get it."
Yeah, $900 pay jump, or 860 to be exact, between 21st and 20th. Does eventually announce himself and move his final 2 bigs into the middle. Obviously be forced all in the next hand.
I'm surprised Jolie doesn't have any more time banks, just the one.
100. Exactly 100.
Chan gonna get out of there. So round to the blinds. Oh, Pachara. Couple of kings in the small blind. Get the Thai flag in the chat. Channel your Thai energy. So he's going to click it to 180 to incentivize the big blind coming along for the ride. See if he wakes up with anything.
Pocket 8, wow.
Oh, this might go in, Greg. Especially given the dynamic. Jolly kind of all in with any 2. Pachara going to be ISOing incredibly wide here against the any 2 range from Jolly. Would not fault Cheng for pushing his final 16 bigs in the middle.
And that is exactly what Cheng does. Cheng of Taiwan goes all in here. And a snap call.
Such a sick injuries from Pachara, man.
Wow. Pachara does cover everyone here.
He does indeed.
So 2 players all in for the tournament life. Chung and Jolie.
Yeah, you get 20 players for sure.
A 3-way all in.
I'm gonna make it 2 sevens will come in. Like
Jolly just confirming that Cheng would obviously get the pay jump. Ace, Queen, 6, clean as it comes. And now Cheng drawing to 1 out alone. The Jack of Diamonds completing the board. Pachara with the double elimination, Greg. Up to 2.2 million chips. But more importantly, everyone's securing a couple of ladders.
Ogura with the pocket queens, the senoritas, the ladies, the queen. Gonna raise it up to 50K. Pocket pair and pocket pair violence here in the pot with the pocket 5s. Is thinking, I want a set to be mine. I'm gonna go ahead and mine a set. Pocket pair on pocket pair action here, folks. +1 versus +2. Kevin Choi likes to make sure he takes the time to make the right decision. Also balances out his tanking time, his tanking range, if you will. Small blind, Lee, short stacked, 8 bigs, king 10, gonna fold. Going through the blinds is devastating when you're short stacked, losing 2.5 big blinds each time. 7 deuce, stay loose, they never do. Heads up now. Queens versus 5s on hand 72. Should have played 7 deuce. As flop comes, king jack 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player hitting a set, and even queen's not feeling the most comfortable with a king on the board. Does have the queen of diamonds as some consolation. Ogura gonna start with a check. And pot gonna start with a stab, 50K into 160.
Always unpleasant to have that 1 over show up on the flop.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the APT Summer Series Hanoi main event, day 3 coverage commencing any moment now as we are down to the final 3 tables, 23 players left, 145k going to the eventual champion. And the plan of action is to play down to the final table today. And Steven, we're getting there at a rapid pace, my man. I mean, looking at some of these highlights, you know, we've had 3 three-way all-ins down to the final 23 in just 2.5 hours. And, well, actually, no, a bit longer. 4 hours in.
The cards are doing their work, aren't they? I mean, you know, that was a bit of a setup hand with Ace King versus Jacks.
Yeah, exactly. For like, what, 30 big blinds, the money's just always going to find its way into the middle. But yeah, you got to win flips to win tournaments, and losing a brutal flip there with the Jacks.
22 players left in the field. Your next redraw will happen
So
at
far,
16.
I've been on the stream for about an hour. I haven't seen anyone two out of line yet.
Yeah, I agree. 22 players left, so we obviously had a couple of eliminations.
Once again, 10 minutes left in this round.
On the alpha tables.
10:25 is still the level.
Where is the handsome boy Alex Lamb? Alex Lee. Where's
deal.
handsome boy Alex Lee? Did he make the money?
I don't know.
Do you know
who that is?
Alex Lee, the guy who won the mystery bounty.
In
Hanoi,
at which festival?
The first.
This one. No, I'm not in Hanoi, my man.
Okay, fair enough.
Not in Hanoi.
Yeah.
I wish. I was gonna go, but
yeah. Well, Alex is another old friend of mine, and he's always like the handsomest person at the table. Also, always the most chilled. You know, just like always independently wealthy somehow. He's got all the cash, all the women, all the looks.
There we go.
You know.
That's quite the compliment.
So
I need
I'm
more
sure
friends
he
like
has
you.
a very small. I'm sure he has a very small. You know, God can't be that unfair. Surely, you know, God is fair, right? Small hands. That's what I meant. Small hands. So on YouTube, someone from Japan is leaving a comment saying Takumasa fight. So there you go. You have a supporter, Takumasa-san.
Let's go. So many different nationalities being represented here. Really is crunch time for a lot of these players. The shorter stacks. I look to spin the wheel, but always mindful of the fact that there are just 22 players left.
And I have to say, this Hanoi is the main event seems more international than the one in Taipei.
I'm trying to think. Wait, this one here?
Yeah, right here, right. What we're watching right now.
Yeah, I'd have to get some statistics. I know there was an insane amount of nationalities represented in Taipei. I feel like in Vietnam, there's definitely a lot stronger of a showing from the local contingent, obviously. The Vietnamese really showing up in force. But yeah, we'll have to look at some numbers.
I think in Taipei, from what I could see, was they were all more Asian players. Whereas I saw a Swiss flag, I saw a French flag earlier. You know, it seems more people from, you know, further away have gone to Hanoi. That's a proper bullying that. 3-4 off on a 7-6 jackboard.
Yeah, we've had 2 more eliminations on the outer tables. Full updates available over on the Asian Poker Tour website. The live reporting. Absolutely insane at how quickly players are busting.
Ace jack off under the gun. That's a lovely hand to have.
It's Akshay Nazar that's actually chip leading the entire field.
I saw a bit of your commentary last night, and I saw the lady, this Vietnamese lady, was a bit gutsy last night as well, right?
Yeah, man, she was really going for it in some spots. Has almost 700k in lifetime earnings. It's no stranger to the bright lights and the big stage, the cameras.
And I'm guessing that's a massive poker boom in Vietnam as well.
Yeah, I mean, every time we've come to Vietnam, the guarantee has just been absolutely smashed.
Maybe I should pay a visit.
You should, man. Like I said, I'm genuinely thinking end of the year, one of the last events of the year once they get announced, to yeah, not put my name forward for commentary and just come as a player and just enjoy the grind.
Good idea. We get Fred and Victor to do the commentary. How about that?
There we go. And then we have a last longer between all of the commentators.
That sounds fun to me. Takumasa-san is from Japan. Is well supported on YouTube. And I also hear there's a huge poker, like even bigger poker boom in South Korea. You know, they are running tournaments with over 3,000 entries in South Korea these days.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, man. I was under the impression that locals aren't allowed to play tournaments in Korea, but I could be wrong.
You are okay. I am going to correct you. That is incorrect. Locals can play poker tournaments. They're just not allowed to play table games, casino table games.
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe there's an APT event in August in South Korea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a massive one. Incheon with a $1 million main event. Expect that prize pool to be absolutely smashed again. Actually, just got to wave the white flag here. And does actually river a decent piece of showdown.
If he puts a bet out, it's very, very thin. It's a huge, thin value bet here.
See if I actually can get away from this.
That
nice
universal
bit there.
that international expression of, "Yep, you beat me, nice hand."
Great little value bet. 18 players left. They are dropping like flies on the outer tables. Some of the most recent eliminations. Kanal Putney out. Ace Queen no good against Liu's. Nines. Then Alex Lindop, bracelet winner, coming up short against Huang's pocket tens. Absolutely insane. Chun Che Lu is now the chip leader, just shy of 3 million.
Whew. By the way, Henry, how do you feel about playing number of hands instead of timed levels at the final table? So on natural 8, when you get to the final table, you play, a certain number of hands per level instead of, a time limit. How do you think about that for a live tournament?
So personally, I'm a big fan of it on natural 8 because I think it just stops any kind of, wasting time to potentially steal some EV from shorter stacks and whatnot. So I'm a big fan of it. Live poker, though, I feel like it's just... I don't know. I mean, you would think that it would make everyone just play at a normal speed, not tank and whatnot unnecessarily. To waste time on the clock. If it could be monitored and managed, then definitely I think it's a great idea overall. I think it would definitely reduce a lot of the tanking. Takumasa 25 bigs, button V cutoff. I think you can go either way here. I think with ICM, maybe you just want to jam.
And he is. He is jamming his last 635,000 chips into the middle. Oh, is he waking up? No, he's not. Okay.
Actually, he's going to ask for a count. Don't think he can call this, though.
I'll be very surprised if he called.
Yeah, I mean, it just really depends on the image. But even if, like, Takumasa is jamming, like, King, Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack 10, like, yeah, your Ace-6 just isn't really performing that well.
And it's, you know, he's only committed a very small amount as well. You know, the pot odds is all wrong. It's, yeah, makes no sense to call.
100%. Two overwhelming chip leaders at this table. Two of the tournament chip leaders. We head down to the final two tables. It's taken us no time whatsoever to get down to 18 today from 48 that returned for day 3. Over 2/3 of the field almost in just 4 hours of play.
Speaking of playing down for day 3, I had a funny experience in Tokyo one time. We were playing an MTT, and I was chip leading, and I pick up pocket kings, and then I opened from the button, last hand of the day, and small blind had only 12 big blinds, and he was tanking, and my Japanese obviously was terrible, and his English wasn't so good, so I tried to explain to him that he might as well jam. It's because I had pocket kings, right? He might as well jam his whatever 2 cats he had, his last 12 BBs, because it's not worth coming back the next day with such a small stack. I know that's terrible, right? And then he said, "Oh yeah, good idea. Thank you, thank you." So he jammed with, like, I don't know, 10-9 suited or something. Of course, he hit, 10 and 9 and doubled up. And he said, "Oh, thank you very much, Steven Zhang.
Wow.
Thank you for the good advice." I'm like, yeah, you bloody muppet.
You got punished by the poker gods.
I did.
How about that for a flop? A little something for everyone. Gut shots for both Win and Emmanuel. Middle pair and a gut shot for Lok Ching Lee. There's a turn card in the deck. An offsuit 10 would be absolute showers for Lok.
You're a very cruel man.
Listen, man, you play poker long enough, you do commentary long enough, you start seeing all of the ways that disaster can happen.
We're joking and laughing about it, right? But when we sit at the table, we know the pain, right? We're not joking and laughing because we have no empathy. It's because we see we've been there. We know, we understand the pain.
Yeah, of course, man. It's one of the things, as a professional poker player, you just become numb to the variance a lot of the time. We're going to continue.
And
Ace
he's
10.
a 10. No, not a 10.
Backdoor clubs rolling off.
Ooh.
Lok Ching obviously turning trips. I don't think Win will be going anywhere just yet, especially after picking up the nut flush draw on the turn.
Well, he thinks his jack is clean, but unfortunately isn't. Jack of clubs on the river will be disaster.
I'm a big fan
Proper
of this
train
bet.
wreck.
Setting up a very natural river SPR as well. Wait, did she jam? Wow, Win jammed.
Yep.
The check jam over the small bet. Maybe just reading into this sizing as a bet that she can push around. All Lok Ching Li needs to do is click call, avoid a club. And he's going to be one of the biggest stacks in the room. With 17 players left.
Be very difficult to find a fold here.
See if Lok can reverse engineer this. I mean, in terms of value hands, it's going to be weaker Queen X. We only really lose to pocket nines, I guess King Queen O. But would a hand like King Queen or nines just check jam on this turn? Definitely a question
10
he needs
Jack
to be
is a
asking
possibility.
himself.
10 Jack
sure.
is possible, even though, yeah.
Yeah, I feel
Because
like
she
Jack 10 would be a hand
her
that
big
she would
blind,
jam.
right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She defend her big blind 10 Jack is right within her range there.
Really thinking things through here.
It's probably thinking, if I lose this hand, where do I go next? Is there a high roller event?
There you go.
Off we go.
Does make the call. Win would have been happy to just take it down. He seems pretty stunned at the check jam. 1.7 million in the middle. Massive pot for both players. If Lok can hold, be one of the tournament big stacks.
Oh.
Don't you dare, dealer. Don't you dare. 5 of clubs on the river. The win, getting lucky. The runner clubs up to 76 big blinds, 2.3 million. You can see Lok Ching Li somewhat stunned. The outcome of that hand, understandably so. What a brutal way. Eliminated in 17th. And with that, we're down to the final 2 tables. So another break, Stephen, as we're down to just 16 players now.
The excitement. That was very, very cruel. Anyway,
That was
we'll
as
take a
cruel as
short
it
break.
gets.
We will take a short break, and when we come back, am I going to be talking to you again, or?
It's going to be you and Vidor taking us down to the final table, my man. So I will
Excellent.
catch you guys on the flip side. Enjoy the rest of
Really?
day 3. The APT Hanoi main event down to the business end of the tournament. Final 2 tables, quick rebalance, final 2 table redraw, and Vidor and Stephen will be back calling the action all the way down to the FT. We'll see you guys very shortly.
Stay tuned.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, welcome to Hanoi. I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of Asian Poker Tour. Today I have Hong Kong Poker Pro and Coach Edward Yam to join me for lunch. 同唔同我？去食嘅 Let's go. Today we're going to this Korean restaurant in Hanoi. And there's a huge Korean population here in Hanoi, and I've been told good things about this restaurant. So
Okay, I trust you. I'm hungry.
Me too.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. So I've known you for a long time. Like you've been a professional poker player for more than 10 years, right? So when you started, I remember you were more cash game players, right? Like maybe 99%. But later, like somehow a switch just turned on. You start playing a lot of tournaments. And weren't you the Guinness World Record holder for most ITM finish in a year?
Yeah, it's more than 200, but I forgot the exact number.
What do you mean you forgot?
I really
you
forgot.
have a Guinness World Record. Oh
I
my
have to
God.
check it out.
You played a lot of APT way in the what we call old era, the old time before ownership change, and now you're here playing in the new era. Like, what do you think is different? What do you think is better?
schedule 方面咯，係充實好多。我覺得即係我呢啲中意玩晒全日嘅人就開心好多。比以前，我記得以前嘅 APT 係去到夜晚6點係最後一個 event， 咁可能玩到9點10點就完。咁而家可能由9點就玩到凌晨，咁就好多。咁同埋規模大過以前咧，即係人數各樣多以前好多，有啲歐美感覺嘅 feel 咯。
What do you hope to see in the future? Like maybe something you want to bring back or something new you want to see?
如果同之前嘅分別係冇咗個 Player of the Series 啦以外嘅記憶，咁我覺得有翻會好啲咯。因為始終尤其是我或者其他好多 player 都係由頭打到尾啊。咁除咗每一個比賽係爭逐之外，都想成個 series 可以有啲嘢追求咁樣。 呢個希望可以交翻落去。
What do you want in poker? Like, what are your goals?
係啦，都打咗好長時間嘅 cash game 啦。咁呢幾年開始想打翻多啲比賽，同埋最主要目標係想贏一個 main event 啦，即係現場嘅 main event 啦。網上就試過一次，咁但係真正現場想真係贏一次。
You've seen the trophy, right? It's outrageously big. It's very, very big. I'm sure it is something you want, right?
哦，係啊，即係真係幾靚嘅獎杯。
Well, thank you for joining my lunch.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Good lunch.
Good lunch, right? So I know I'm gonna stay hungry. So I'll see you next time at the next APT.
Xin chào! Chào mừng đến với Mystery Bounty Day 2. 46 người chơi còn lại, 46 bounty. Giải thưởng lớn nhất là 200 triệu Việt Nam đồng và tổng giải thưởng là 2 tỷ 800 Việt Nam đồng. Let's go bounty hunting!
10 million! 30 million! 250 million!
With 24 players left remaining, all of the big bounties are gone, but there's still plenty of money to be won in the 2.8 billion VND prize pool. Let's see who takes the trophy home.
Oh my goodness, and that's going to be a good game for Leicester E-Dot. Which means it's time for
Final table!
Alright, and Daniel all in for his term in life with King 10 of Hearts. Alex from Singapore with Ace 6 of Spades. Here comes the flop. 5-8, 4-2 clubs. Alex is holding. Jack of Diamonds on the turn. Alex still holding here with Ace High and the gut shot. Daniel drawing to 6 outs and only 6 outs. Needs a 10 or a king. And the 2 of Spades in the river is going to seal the deal. Alex from Singapore going to be taking home the trophy for the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Hanoi. Alex from Singapore, congratulations on winning the Mystery Bounty. Anything you want to say to the friends and family back home in Singapore?
Nah, just do more good deeds so you can run better.
Okay, you believe in karma?
Good karma, yeah.
Okay, good karma. In the end, it was Alex Xiangwei Li of Singapore who took home the Mystery Bounty Trophy here at APT Hanoi. If you want to learn more about our upcoming events here in Hanoi, make sure you go to apt.poker. See you in Hanoi!
One more all in.
Oh, wow, there's another one. Wow. So we have
Where is my third all in,
gone
guys?
down to 174 at least.
So
Kato is all in.
another all in.
CK has him covered. We have a queen of diamonds, 10 of spades, king of clubs flop. Show me. King, queen of spades,
A
2.
monster.
Jack of hearts, king of diamonds for an open ender.
And a monster as well, so to speak. Plenty of outs for the all-in player.
So the all-in player at risk with the open ender. Needs an ace
All
or
right,
a 9.
top 2 against an open ender. Dealer, please deal a turn card. 9. Right, that's going to give us straight. We have outs to a house and a chop.
Oh, the all-in player is the one with
king,
top
Yeah,
2.
yeah.
or a
No, the
jack
all-in player is the one with King
to
Jack.
take this pot.
Oh, the guy. I'm loving these smiles.
Dealer, let's see the river card, please. It's a deuce.
Okay. Oh, wait,
We
you
have
might be right.
3 eliminations, everybody.
eliminations.
Congratulations. You have made the money.
Well,
at the
how is
largest
that
APT
for
in
a photo
history.
finish, so to speak?
Congratulations, everyone.
The position of the opener is going to play a huge role in this hand. Under the gun open, gets 3-bet, and decides to 4-bet. That is a very different range from, let's say, if he was opening from the cutoff or the hijack, because you tend not to play back if called out after an under the gun open.
Yeah, certainly going to have more 4-bet bluffs from the cutoff rather than under the gun. Let's see how Dennis proceeds. Ace King O. North of 70 effective. May even see him just make a disciplined fold here.
Seems crazy to say, but all options really on the table for Dennis. Just depends on what he knows about Eric's play, how he's observed him playing so far.
Given the story that Sai's telling here, open under the gun, 8-handed, button 3-bet. He's now come back with the 2.5x 4-bet.
What you hate to be doing in this situation is folding if your opponent has the same hand,
Right.
Ace-King. Certainly something that goes through you. Of course, you block Ace-King when you have Ace-King, but look at that. I mean, he blocks pocket kings as well. These things do happen.
The good thing for Dennis is he is closing the action in position. Maybe peel one off, see a flop, and just get away cheaply on a non-ace high board. Really thinking this one through, and I can't say I blame him. 75 big blind effective, 4-bet pot under the gun V button. Not the easiest spots to navigate, especially with Ace King O. Nice fold, sir.
Wow.
Nice fold.
Henry, what am I watching?
I
Just
mean,
the level of
think
play.
about-
Can they see each other's cards? I mean, I'm looking at the cards and I might not have folded. That is such a good fold and just shows how tuned in Dennis is there.
Play this one somewhat sneakily. Very deceptive from the Ace King, and it's allowed Kim to peel from the small, and now Kitty in the big, closing the action. So a 3-way affair, a 4-way affair here. Not often you see 4 players going to the flop, just 10 off the money. It's Kitty that's flopped best on the Queen 9-7. Kim with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, Chen with the 2 overs, backdoor hearts. You see Tsai gonna continue. Chen beats him to the pot. We're going 4 ways to a turn, Vidor, surely.
Wait, what?
Kim's called. Now Kitty with top pair.
I understand Chen calling. I certainly do not understand Kim calling with the gut shot to the dummy end of the straight, as they call it. And now actually Kim picks up the flush draw as well to go along with it. The 8s have turned into a straight draw in themselves. Kitty still has the best hand with top pair. And the Ace King suited has...
You see Tsai just fire it again. Picks up 3 calls on the flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's like, you know what, boys and girls? I'm here for it.
He's drawing that to the 6, excuse me.
Oh, hang on. Wow, I thought Chen was cutting out a raise there.
Look at that. Along for the ride.
Wow, this is absolutely bonkers.
Kim is finally confused, realizing that he has enough equity to try and actually peel off a diamond on the river, maybe.
Yeah, has to be concerned that his 8 would no longer be good, as it would be the lower end of the straight. Well, those diamonds feel live. Kitty folds the best hand.
As it turns out, by the way, the 8 would be good.
Can't say I blame her either. The backdoor diamonds, what do you know? Kim with the loose pill on the flop 4 ways. 162,000 in the middle.
What a weird hand, Henry, but it has certainly worked out in the favor of Kim, who's going to be extending his chip lead in the spot, through the spot. Love that continuation by UUC Sai with the pocket 8s. Not often you get to bet into 3 players twice.
Why you keep it take on my clothes?
This could have all been
I said he keep it take on my clothes.
avoided pre-flop to Chen. And he just opted to 3-bet. Although you never know, the 8s may have just put him in.
Weird things happen around the bubble, which is why we love it.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, 25.
I mean, the size of the chip.
Yeah, like bigger. Ooh.
New chip leader, probably debating how much pressure he wants to apply to the shorter stack. The answer is a lot. It's one of those situations, isn't it, Henry? It's like, I know that you know that I don't have much and I don't need to have much. But the question is, do you want to risk your tournament?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT main event, day 3 here, coming to you live from Hanoi. My name is Vidar Singhal, and I'm joined in the booth with Stephen Lai. We are bringing you what is now the business end of day 3, down to just 2 tables, 16 players left, playing down to the final table of 9 players. This is it. It's all to play for. A lot of prize pool has been locked up with the minimum finish as we cut to the table with an action hand and a club on the river and elimination. Excuse me while we process what just happened. T. Nguyen, who
That
has
was
been
unbelievable.
what a time to cut to the action. That is a highlight from earlier. I wasn't in the booth, of course. This is a hand you must have seen, Stephen. I mean, was it too crazy?
It was, well, the way she just jammed over the top against Lee was incredible. Like, so gutsy. You know, well, gutsy is a polite way of saying, oh my God. And yeah, what have you done?
Well,
but, you know, she made it. So you got to gamble. You got to be in it to win it, I guess.
Yeah, that's amazing. I guess you and Henry were in the booth for that hand. I'm just joining back into the action with 16 players left, down to 2 tables, as I was saying. In case anybody's only joining us right now, it's all to play for. First place prize, of course, The coveted trophy, the APT New Era trophy, comes along with 3.4 billion VND. That's good for 145,000 USD. Followed by second place, 2.1 billion. That's about 90k USD. All the way down to ninth place, 289 million. That's 12,000 USD. So, not only is it a lot to play for, excuse me, but also the ladders, the jumps are just crazy at this moment. Down to 16, as I said, 2 tables. We're looking at our feature table. We'll be introducing you to all the players on this table. As usual, Stephen, multiple nationalities, but also a strong showing from the local Vietnamese contingent. I believe 3, maybe 4 players from Vietnam, but also Korea, China, Japan. We'd love to see it.
Oh, it's incredible to, you know, I remember being in Taipei not so long ago, and, you know, just the whole Asia was I saw all the different faces, different flags all around Asia going to Taipei. And I think Hanoi is one up that a little bit, right? You know, it's just so many Koreans, so many Japanese players.
Yeah, it's just a very convenient destination for a certain part of Southeast Asia, I'm sure. Huge contingent from India as well, always growing in numbers. I heard you sort of probe Henry for what the poker scene in India is like. Certainly growing, and growing not only in terms of the number of players playing within India, but the number of Indians traveling abroad, whether it is to Asia, perhaps to the World Series, to really represent, have a good showing, and put India on the map. And I think one of the chip leaders of this tournament, Akshay Nasa, is trying to do exactly that. He's on one of the outer tables, of course. But as you said, Taipei was also an excellent showing in diversity. While we're here in Hanoi, it's always good to see a really good balance between the local players getting the chance to mix it up with players from all around the world.
It's always also going. It's always good to see a few mainland Chinese faces too. I think there were a bit of travel issues going to Taipei, so a lot of them have come to Hanoi to try their luck.
Great point. Absolutely. One of those players, I believe, seat 4. You were just trying to tell me before we kicked off how to pronounce their name properly. Player we see on the screen right now.
Now you show me. Show that to the master. Go on.
Well, I'm just glad he folded, but Xishen Huang, maybe? Is that how that would go?
Yeah, well, it's the same as President Xi. So Xi, and then Shenzhen, Xi Zheng Huang.
Huang. Bit of a K in there.
Yes. Huang, yeah.
Very interesting.
There
That's
you
one of
go.
the things I've really enjoyed, by the way, covering multiple events here at the APT. Really learning, well, not just pronunciations, but multiple cultures, meeting multiple people from different countries. Really is an amazing experience.
You know, and what kind of name is Win Van Zhang? You know, is it Dutch or is it Vietnamese? Who knows?
Vietnamese, yeah.
Van, you know, is a Van Zhang.
Oh, Van.
It's like
yeah,
a Van
that's
Damme.
right. You never know, especially in Vietnam. You never know what international influence there might be, thanks to the storied history of this country. Got into the action. Trips for Kim. Strings the opponent along. Win, king high, drawing dead now. Big blind checks once again. Win, as you might have heard, Stephen, was the out-and-out tournament chip leader for almost the entirety of day 2, coming into day 3 as well. Has been crippled down to 13 bigs or so. Will certainly be losing this hand. Kim looks at his stack, seems to be wanting to go for value. He's done trapping here. There are some missed clubs that king high would be ahead of.
Versus the big blind, though, you know, the big blind could easily have a 9 or a 7. You know, it's not that good of a showdown hand, really.
Shows the ace. Is that Kim being nice, or is that Kim maintaining an image? Tough to say.
Tough to say. Have you ever met a nice poker player at the poker table?
That is true. That is true. Once in a while you come across one, but then your own cynicism doesn't allow you to believe it.
Exactly that. But you haven't met me at the poker table, so, you know, don't be too quick to judge.
I'll call that bluff, Stephen. Let's see. One day soon.
So how long do you think it would take for them to play down to the 9 players?
Yeah, it really is a question. I was out while you guys were in the booth, of course, and I was just curious what the powers that be, including our tournament directors, Lloyd, who's apparently is a friend of yours, is what I heard. These guys, man, they just timed day 2 to perfection. It was meant to go down to either 48 players or the end of level 20. And of course, we were down to 48 players with 10 minutes to go till the end of level 20. So I tend to trust what they have to say. Did mention that.
And what did he
likely
say?
Said we were likely to play 7 levels today. I think we're this is probably the 5th level. But you never know, just because with 16 players left, you know, there's a lot of incentive to make the final table, not just because of the pay ladders, but because of the glory that comes along with it, certainly for the local Vietnamese players. And we sort of noticed that, you know, towards the end of day 2 yesterday, a lot of people were trying to make day 3, despite there not even being a money jump for day 3, just to make day 3. And so if I was to add that to my read of what Lloyd said, could be here for a while. But frankly,
good.
Yeah, great. As long as there's good poker, I'm happy to be here. Yesterday was a
Well, and
13-hour grind,
and I
it
get to
was
know
fun.
I get to know you a bit better, right?
Yep,
That's
same
also
here.
a good
Same
thing.
here. Looking forward to that. And you're broadcasting
I was
from Hong Kong, I believe, right?
I am doing it from Hong Kong. I was telling Henry a story about an end of day situation where I had a massive chip lead, and last hand of the day, I woke up with pocket kings from the button, and then to my left, a small blind was like a 12 BB, 12 big blinds kind of stack, and then I, with my broken Japanese and his broken English, I managed to convince him to go all in because there's no point coming back with such a small stack. And then he went, "Oh, that's a good idea." So he stuck up with 9-10 suited and hit 2 pair and took a chunk of my chips away.
Instant karma.
So, indeed, John Lennon. Yeah, yes. So you were talking about music earlier, about you two with Henry earlier, hey?
Yeah, but
Was it Joshua Tree?
I'm not a big music guy. Yeah, somebody in chat piped up saying they were from Joshua Tree. Are you a big U2 guy?
There you go. No, I was always REM. You know, there was like a big
I love
rivalry between REM and U2. Yeah. REM is more my thing.
Does remind me to take a look
Is
at
that-
chat because the Joshua Tree prompt came from chat. A lot of international attendees in the chat right now. Unfortunately, I cannot understand most of what's going on in the chat, but a lot of support for multiple players, including the Japanese players. Great to see.
Oh, I see my name being mentioned there. Stephen, yay, hello, here I am. In the YouTube comments.
Yep, King Loon says hi to you, apparently.
Well, King Loon is my friend.
Awesome.
Also a very accomplished tournament pro from Hong Kong. And how's Hanoi treating you so far?
Absolutely lovely. Even though it's the peak of summer here, it's still a fun town to get around. I have been here once before, and so I feel like I know my way around a little bit more. We had the players' party yesterday. Pretty cool scene.
I saw the YouTube clip of that. That looks really fun.
Yeah, I hope I wasn't lurking at the back, drinking my water there like a good boy.
I'm sure you were.
Real hand in the hijack
Ace
here.
queen
T-win.
suited. That's a hand that could go broke very easily, against pocket kings especially.
Wow, some monster stacks with monster hands here. T-win, who has been just absolutely dominating for a lot of the day today, also day 2. Has been pretty snug when it comes to preserving her chips. Doesn't get out of line too much, particularly pre-flop. Faces a healthy 3-bet from Kim. One of the few stacks that has her covered. It's always interesting.
If she overplays her hand, it's going to be an ICM disaster for her. So it's definitely out of position. Ace queen suited. You know, my advice would be to play a little bit more snug here.
Yeah, that's a great point, and you actually add some really strong hands to your 3-bet calling range. And also, having followed her across multiple feature tables on day 2 and then also today on day 3, she really is not the cold 4-bet or even the 4-bet in terms of fighting back type. Plays snug, maneuvers very interestingly post-flop, and I don't know if this came up, Stephen, but she is actually globally famous for folding top board with ace-queen on a king-queen-queen ace board.
Yes.
Against the pocket kings, I believe, of her opponent. So, interestingly, a king would be disaster here for Kim.
You're cruel.
Jack
Not
is an
anymore.
interesting
A
card.
king would not be a disaster anymore.
That is true. Would be a disaster for Win in this case. Oh my word. Oh my word.
Wow.
As soon as we said it, just binks the perfect card on the river. Kim essentially goes runner boat, giving the nut straight to Win. And Win probably feels that she's been rescued and a snapped victory from the jaws of defeat in this hand. Little does she know she's about to run into it. Big bet. Almost 500k.
How little can she lose? Like, you know, how much preservation does she have to protect her?
Well, interestingly, she's
stack?
bet fairly large on the river here. Understandable given the strength of her hand. But
double stack event, fly 1A, blind
just
are
a call?
1,000,
What?
2,000 and 2,000
What?
for round number 10.
No,
Last
you
chance
can't do
What
that.
in the world?
That's cheating. That is cheating.
That is going to raise some alarm bells.
Wow.
Wong thinks
Wow,
it's pretty
you
funny,
worried about
but
quads?
I mean, that is the only explanation he can offer apart from misreading his hand. And I have to say that, just to be completely transparent, if I was on this poker table, I would be really questioning what I just saw. That is not a hand that simply calls the river. Even though it is completely legal to do so, kings are certainly not the nuts on that board. But they are the second nuts.
And she looks so calm as well.
Yeah, well, you know, I've been in a situation where actually somebody flattered the nuts and the absolute nuts, and I mean, you do go into a state of shock. I mean, you're not really sure how to respond. You don't want to chastise the other player for saving your chips, but I am very confused at what I just saw.
Oof. Oh well. Oh, now she's happy.
I think he's asking, were you calling a jam? And that's what usually people do when they justify flatting the river. You weren't calling anyway, right? She says no. She's probably right, but she would have thought about it.
Exactly.
What a spicy
And you
hand
could
to
be
kick
bluff-
things off here, Steve.
You could be bluffing as well with ace jack right there. So.
True.
Mm.
And these two might be getting into it again. Reasonable holdings.
Or they'll probably check it down. Judging by the friendly encounter previously.
Yeah, what an interesting way to open up this session here. This new feature table.
Can't believe she avoided disaster. Amazing.
Talk about run good, yeah?
Completely. So there's a comment on YouTube by a viewer called Codfish, and he asks, does APT have the rule of having to raise the nuts? I've played before and have seen someone just call the stone cold nuts and no one seemed bothered.
Yeah, that's a great question, Codfish. I guess we'll have to get back to you on that because it's not something I've ever bothered to find out precisely. I actually assumed that that would be the rule by default.
Well, it's definitely the TDA rule. So the Tournament Director Association rule actually states clearly that you have the nuts, you have to raise.
Which of course makes a lot of sense.
And APT adheres to those rules. So I'm sure Lloyd, I'll ask Lloyd later.
Yeah, I would assume that is the rule, but of course kings were not the nuts there.
Correct.
Chirag Soda says ridiculous flat, sad to see. Indeed it was Chiggy. Chirag, a well-known poker pro in India.
So how widespread is the poker boom around India? Is it still a bit of an urban sport, or has it do other people outside the urban area, outside the cities, do they play poker as well?
Yeah, it certainly spread to the smaller cities thanks to it being very prevalent online and, of course, slowly growing, like home games, eventually reaching some sort of poker club in a neighboring town or something like that, but mainly driven by online. And then I'd say 3 or 4 times a year, the community tends to gather together, usually in Goa, which is sort of a
I know
tropical
where
getaway.
that is. It's a beautiful, beautiful place.
Yeah, amazing place, and that's part of the reason people love to come down there, not just to play poker, but it's a great sort of vacation spot as well. But more and more I find that the true tournament grinders, the MTT specialists, and even the ones who want to transition from online to live are really looking to Asia. Not just because of the value they're getting out of these tournaments, the experience, the great structure, but honestly, it's pretty easy to get to see a new part of the world. And of course, the APT just offers, I would argue, a fairly superior experience to most of the tournament organizers in India, simply as a function of their experience, the fact that they're run by players, and the prize pools are just bigger. Favorable taxes. as
You
well.
haven't. There is a bracelet winner from India, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a couple actually, but there's only one who's won a solo bracelet, and he has been a very common face at most APT stops, including Taipei most recently. Abhinav Iyer. Hung out with him a little bit in Taiwan actually. Did really well. Cashed a super high roller, I believe. Ran deep in the main. Loves the APT.
Of course. Now, would he be, if he walks down the street in the in New Delhi, would he be recognized, do you think?
Oh no. Walks down the street.
right?
I don't think Daniel Negreanu would be recognized walking down the street in New
True.
Delhi.
Yeah.
It's kind of
But
the action.
I bet he'll be recognized in New York, I bet.
You're right. He probably
Negreanu.
would be. Yeah, from the old school days for sure. Interesting hand going on
But
here,
would
by
we-
the way. Yumura is being fairly resistant with his pocket sixes. And Huang, who once again I have been following across multiple feature tables, tends to want to continue stories. And there we go, reaches for chips. King, Queen of Hearts. Just a gut shot to Broadway here. But is applying a lot of pressure to the 20 big blind stack and gets it through. Nicely done. Out of position.
A true aggressive aggro Korean. That's the stereotype, right?
Absolutely. And he had an absolute roller coaster of a day kicking off today, by the way. Got it in King 10 suited versus Ace Jack suited versus Pocket Queens. Manages to bing the runner backdoor flush. And here we are, down to 16. Oh, by the way, top set for the Queens on the flop, just for that extra needle.
Poker is so cruel.
So cruel. We love it.
But we have our own, we have 2 bracelets winners from Hong Kong.
Oh, very
And
cool.
I bet neither of them will be recognized by, when they walk down the streets in Hong Kong. I don't think they'll be recognized either.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the day when a poker player is a true national celebrity of some sort. The way chess players are becoming.
Well, or partially, the Netflix series, The Queen's Gambit, really helped raise the
we need that
profile
for
of
poker, yeah.
chess. Well, I'm here to no, I'm not. But I'm working on a few projects to make that,
Very
to
cool.
do the equivalent for poker. Yeah, we'll see.
That sounds amazing.
We'll see.
Speaking of amazing.
So Victor M, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of amazing.
Love to see Pocket Kings deep in a main event.
Against Huang in the big blind, who's quite a sticky player.
Yeah, and a general rule of thumb is just to defend any ace in the big blind. Question is, the old adage, always an ace in the flop when you have kings. Does that happen for Victor M? Not this time. 9-8, 3-2 diamonds. Pretty wet board. Victor does have the king of diamonds. Some added comfort.
But it hits right into the range of the big blind. But I think you'll be silly not to see bet here though, because big blind has many draw possibilities. There's a bunch of straight draws out there, a bunch of flush draws out there. A lot of the draws will pay him. So a bet is good.
Yeah, no reason to get fancy. Try and trap with the overpair on the wet board. Some value to be had by betting here. And interesting to see how sticky exactly Wang decides to get here. At least for one street, it seems like.
See, usually if it wasn't against Huang, like a sticky player like Huang, I'll bet even smaller than 70k. I'll bet something silly like 45k or something like that, like just over one big blind.
Yeah, and you're seeing that more and more, just continuation bets getting smaller and smaller. It gives you a lot more room to maneuver on future streets. If you're bluffing, tends to get the job done for a cheaper price. If you have a lot of value, it tends to keep a very wide range of hands, usually weaker hands, still in the mix. So there's definitely merit to that strategy.
Well, small ball poker was very popular in the late 90s, early 2000s, and it's making a comeback.
How does Victor feel about
now?
his
There's
hand
a
now?
double flush draw. No reason not to bet again, I'm afraid.
Just looking at the SPR, 315k in the middle, 1.2 million effective for Victor. Not exactly a situation where you can be playing for stacks, at least as the person with the betting lead. Goes over half pot. Gets the fold.
To be honest, I don't think he wants to play for stacks with that board either. So, small ball is definitely a good thing here.
Yeah, I bet enough to charge draws. The ace high of Huang was never really sticking around on any bet size, I believe. So 7 big blinds the shortest stack, but that 119 big blind stack of Kim after that extremely interesting hand. Ace queen suited versus pocket kings. Absolutely monster stack at this stage or any stage of the tournament. 119 bigs.
You have
There's
been
two
very
huge-
diplomatic there. Very diplomatic to call it interesting.
Well, I certainly did not hide my feelings in real time. It's certainly a confusing situation, but you never know what players are thinking, and I've seen crazier things, to be honest.
Sure.
Sometimes people just, they see ghosts that aren't there. Quads was possible. Could have some justification in his head. Sometimes you misread your hand and pretend you didn't. Sometimes you have Jack 4 and you set the poker world on fire.
Well, that's players have to do that for content creators to have something to talk about. Without the ace 5 hand in Taipei, there'll be 2 weeks worth of YouTube videos missing.
That was epic, though. That was too epic. Henry and I in the booth, and what a time for the graphics to be down and for us to not have any idea what we were looking at until the cards flipped up.
I was talking to Henry about this. He messaged me afterwards talking about it, and I'm generally quite like I'm the kind of older man in the poker world. I do kind of a little bit of a mental help with the younger players, and then I explained to him that it was very unfortunate. Like he couldn't even get the let's imagine that he got through with the ace 5, and then villain had pocket jacks or queens or something and folded kings to you even, right? But you couldn't have the graphics to show for it to really hurt your opponent.
All right.
Like if the stream show ace 5, then you really put something in his opponent's head. But because the bloody RFID sensors were down, he couldn't even have that bit of extra value. So now obviously he wasn't to know that. He wasn't to know the sensors were down. But at the same
By the
time,
way,
even if it went through.
There we go, all in from Huang, who had been apparently really wrestling with what seemed like an auto decision, perhaps was looking at some other payouts and ladders. He does like to think about his decisions based on some previous instances. But to your point, Stephen, I have a feeling Chibi Fan would have shown his hand if the bluff got through.
Yes, well, he was so psyched up at that point. He was like a proper gladiator mode. He was Russell Crowe. He was Brad Pitt. He was Tom Cruise in a fighter jet, right? He was so absolutely fired up. And, yes, you're right. He would have shown his bluff. But, would have been the dynamics would have been so different if he showed his bluff. Comparing to him calmly taking the pot and then for the villain to see it 15 minutes afterwards. For all the friends and family to see it half an hour afterwards, and then to tell him that, that happened, that would have been psychologically damaging completely.
Very true. We have lost Huang, I believe, going out in 15th place. Did not win the flip, the 7s versus Ace-Jack. So we lose another one. Everybody should be paying attention to what's happening. Out in 15th, and we are down to 14, only 5 away from the final table. Slowly and steadily, Stephen, getting there.
What was the how close? What was the closest time you got to a FT in a big field event?
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I think, as I was saying earlier, there was this idea of sort of the day 3 bubble coming in last night, where players really wanted to make it to that next milestone. I think Huang did take his time shoving the pocket 7s there, but you have to win some flips. But yeah, the players are certainly incentivized to get that final table milestone under their belt. Huge accomplishment for any player. Make the final table for main event at the APT. I suspect
it could be once in a lifetime, You could be a once in a lifetime.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah. FTing a main event, any main event, could be once in a lifetime.
Yeah, and nothing to do with skill. I mean, simply variance could account for that as well.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I know many accomplished players who've never gone beyond, who've never made the final table. Like very, very, very good players.
So slight pay jump, by the way, as Huang went out in 15th place, 174 million for 15th place. 14th place gets the same, but the next pay jump is 25 million Vietnamese dong, 198.8 million Vietnamese dong for the next place. So we're approaching that 200 million mark, about a 6x return on your buy-in. Pretty good on any day, but of course the prize that you're really shooting for is the old 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong up top, the 100x return. That's 145,000 USD, give or take. Far away.
Wow, flatting pocket juices from the small blind. That's interesting.
Rare to see four-way action here. As it happens, nobody flops a pair. Deuce is technically still ahead, but Jack 10 suited has so much equity on this board. 2 overs in the open-ender. Takes a hard look at his stack as though he's about to bet and decides to check. Wang surely not contemplating much. 2 overs on this board. 4-way. Has to be scary. Off to a turn.
Against three players, there's no point betting that board.
Somehow 6 still a brick. Deuce is still ahead and now actually have 55% equity. Not something you'd imagine.
Well, probably because all the cards are blocking each other.
Wow.
Right. King 10 is blocking Jack 10. Well, yeah.
She just bets into 3 people and is correct.
Yep.
She is ahead. Certainly going to get a call from C3 Kwong with the Jack 10 suited. This looks strong though.
She is gutsy, hey?
Truly.
Hard to get away from this, I'm afraid. Jack 10 here.
Easy call to make. 8 clean outs to the pure nuts. Rainbow board. As it happens, he has the 6 outs with the 2 overs as well. There is one of those
There you
overs.
go. Wow, if she finds it in her to bluff this river, I'll have a lot of respect for her. Oh, she is bluffing the river. Wow. Whew.
She needs to go big for Kwong to be in a tough spot here. Not very big. About half pot.
No, 480.
280, I believe.
Okay, 280 was it? Okay. That's too small. You get snapped off.
It's tough to say. She bet into 3 players and now has bet on the river as well. She could have a missed draw of some sort, but any value hand that would play this way would be ahead of a lone jack. She's certainly not doing this with a 9. Yes, you have top pair. From a GTO perspective, probably a call. You're on the top-ish end of your range, considering the way the action went. However, it's time for a soul read.
It's a very simple MDF decision here, I'm afraid. The bet is MDF, minimum defense frequency.
MDF.
You've got to just
that's right.
have an MDF, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying from a GTO perspective, yes. But, at this stage of the tournament, the kind of tournament we're playing, we're talking about the main event. Not everybody is perhaps thinking about poker in the same way. And my point is, you just have to take a look and think, is this person bluffing or not? And realize that you're not beating any of their value range. But there we go. It does find the call. Has hit top pair after all. Does block the 10 as well.
He wasted 2-time banks. Silly boy.
Well worth it to pick up the 630k in the middle. And T-Win has taken that rare hit that happens every so often to her stack and is now below the 1 million chip mark. Good for 30 big still. Certainly a healthy enough stack, but not quite at the top of the leaderboard, as she has constantly gotten used to being over the days.
Oh, imagine if she bet 500k on that river. That would have been a very tough decision.
Extremely, and I suspect it would have gone through, by the way, just given where we are at this stage of the tournament. Some ICM pressure in play, and just how strong her bet looks. And by the way, her image is fairly preserved, depending on which table she's been on. I know she got up to some antics while I was not in the booth, but does look very strong, and I've seen players make very difficult laydowns to her.
From the small blind too. I mean, just hit everything from the small blind. She could in fact have the nuts.
Yeah, the 10 blocker
9-8
helps,
jack.
of course.
Yep. Well, we welcome 134 viewers from YouTube watching us. Thank you for joining us. This is the APT Hanoi event. This is the main event. We're down to the last 15 players?
I believe so.
Is that correct? Yeah.
14, in fact, I think, after the last elimination.
14.
5 away from the FT. We are playing down till we hit the FT.
So what's the venue like? Is it massive conference room or poker room, or how does it look?
Yeah, venue's amazing, particularly because it's in the Grand Vista Hotel, a nice 5-star hotel. So especially us in the production crew and many of the poker players just Get out of your room, take the elevator, boom, you're there. Super convenient. It's like being in Vegas.
Lazy buggers. Lazy buggers.
And the actual poker room, it's excellent. Just, feels super luxurious, very well organized, and actually 2 floors. So, depending on the event, we have the double stack going on right now, which is just another way of saying deep stack. We have some turbos happening and a super high roller. I mean, literally a $5,000 tournament and a $400 tournament happening the same time, the same floor. And yeah, it's just very convenient to play both. Some food around, there's some drinks around. Personally, I love it.
It sounds very tempting. Maybe that's what I need to do next year for Hanoi.
Yeah, I mean, as a venue broadly, maybe Fukuok was the most interesting one by far. Just like you're in this sort of firstly tropical paradise, there's like a resort, there's an amusement park next door, there's like almost like a Disney World kind of fake city next door. But the actual poker room was, it is just a simple conference room, well adapted for what we needed. But this place just feels like a very intentional, very soothing kind of poker venue. Cannot recommend it enough. And by the way, in case anybody in chat or anybody listening to this in the future is considering coming down to an APT event, highly recommend checking out our website for the next summer series we have happening in Da Nang. It's going to be at the end of July. Another great venue for poker. Followed by
and then
another
South Korea in August. Yeah.
Yeah, precisely. As I was about to say, just huge signature event in Korea. That one's going to be massive. Another huge guarantee, almost $1 million for the main event. That's going to be at the end of August in Incheon, Korea. For all details, check out the website, apt.poker. And how about this? Back to the action.
They so low ball these guarantees. They're going to smash that 1 million just like that.
Yeah, that's the hope, just like Taiwan. Meanwhile, look at this bet, Steven. 150K betting into the ace-5 on the 5-deuce-3-5 board off Huang. I mean, it's just Huang's world. Getting the drawing dead player to just bet piles into him. No point raising in my book. Your opponent is on the hook. String them along. Has the board fairly locked up. Rainbow board has the straight draw with the ace to the wheel. Opponent very likely to be bluffing.
I think he's assessing the what he can target for a raise actually, because Victor is calling from the big blind, and could he have some hands that would pay Huang.
Yeah, there are some
obviously he knew he was ahead.
There are some hands that might continue, but it's just tough to represent a bluff as well, on that board. Another reason to not raise. Usually, if you can't be representing a bluff, maybe a rule of thumb is to err on the side of calling.
Go on, Victor. Time to. No, don't do it.
You just want pain, huh?
Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't like pain. I'm empathetic. Don't do it.
Victor has to be tempted, particularly because hands that have maybe something like an ace-3 or an ace-deuce might play the same way in Huang's position, and could be considering a fold if facing a lot of heat on the river. Throws in a time bank, still contemplating the bluff. Certainly knows he cannot win by checking.
And all the hands, all the straights would have been flopped straight for Victor anyway. So, playing this way, it's not repping ace-4, it's not repping 6-4.
Huang tries to take Victor to value town.
Should
be getting the quick fold. Goes big, polarizes. Trying to tell some sort of a
I
story.
like it very much. I like that very much.
Yeah, great bet. It's like saying, hey, I'm either converting a small pair into a bluff here or had some sort of a 4-7 maybe suited that I was getting out of line with.
Little did he know that Victor really couldn't call anything.
Yeah, he could have gone 5K, not 500K, probably with the same result.
Yeah.
1.5 million for Victor M there. 11 minutes left in the level.
So a bunch of us are planning another trip to Taipei next month, and you know, we're talking about, like, you know, around CTP, around Asia Poker Arena. You know, there's so many options for hotels. Even though it's not a casino complex, even though there's no hotel upstairs, it's just so easy to get around Taipei.
Yeah, I love Taipei
And,
as a city to get around in, for sure.
And we, you know, because I was there for maybe about a week, and we ended up getting our you know, payment card, RFID payment card, registered for renting bicycles. So we were cycling around. We were cycling around Taipei.
On those
late at night, you know,
e-bikes?
Yeah, e-bikes, yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that was a great experience. Sounds like. I wanted to do that, but I
Oh,
couldn't figure out the language.
Well, next time when we're in Taipei, I'll get your card registered, and you just bleep, and then it costs you $5 for half an hour.
Amazing. I mean, that is so cheap, by the way, in case anybody wondering. That's like, what is that, like 20 cents US or something?
Yeah, if that, yeah.
And when the hand finished, all the tournament dealer,
And then
please
we,
chip
you know,
up
we go
on 100
out
Thank
drinking late at night, and then finish drinking instead of waiting for a taxi or an Uber. We just get an e-bike and cycle home.
I ended up walking around a lot in Taipei. It's a great experience, and it's something I love doing in Hanoi as well. Once again, the weather obviously on the hotter side, middle of summer, but once it's a bit cooler at night, great city to walk around in. Very convenient touristy area, old quarter. Everything is just within a couple of square miles. Pretty much unlimited food and coffee.
Oh, brilliant. Speaking of which, let me have a top up of my coffee right now. I made a big pot in my little studio in my flat.
What a tight fold, by the way. Ace-4 suited in the cutoff. Lets it go.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Wondering if the stack sizes of the lions played a role there, but that is very, very tight for a man with all the chips.
As we would say, he's not fulfilling his duty as a chip leader.
Yeah, usually you're supposed to go, I am the captain now, and just start raising any two.
As a commentator who would like to, you know, be off work sooner rather than later, he's not doing us any favors.
I don't know, I just came back to the booth here, Steven. I'm down to see some good poker.
Oh yeah, good
no
point.
rush.
Yes.
We had a 13-hour day yesterday, so I know it can't get as bad. I'm happy to just see some good poker, and I really like these sort of tense situations. I mean, even yesterday, getting down to the bubble, always interesting. The day 3 bubble, maybe not as interesting. We played down to 48 players. And then now, I mean, the final table bubble, it's really about chasing the glory, and of course, the massive pay jumps, leading all the way to 289 million for 9th place. It's tense poker.
I just want to be a billionaire for the first time, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe the only opportunity ever.
4 players will become billionaires in VND. 1.17 billion
Ooh.
for 4th place, 1.5 for 3rd, 2.1 for 2nd, and 3.4 for 1st.
Talking about an Instagram bling kind of opportunity, you know, stack up all the cash.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Bed of cash there, billionaire. Back to this hand, by the way. I Takumasa, I believe I would say. That's the first time I'm saying his name.
Takumasa.
But he seems to just be trapping. Unfortunately for him, his opponent actually hit a pair on the river. No need to bluff. He's going to take down a small one, but given his stack size, he'll be happy to now be above the 20 big blind mark. As it happens, ace-4 suited would have made the best hand. Once again, I'm a little shocked by that fold on the cutoff. Has the second position in chips covered twice over. 3.5 million. Chip leading the table, if not the tournament right now.
It was definitely a very easy open from the cutoff. But hey, you know, he must have his strategy, his thinking.
Yeah, not everybody follows the same school of thought. And that's what I meant. You know, these 10 situations, we saw him make that questionable flat on the river with the pocket kings. You know, we're just so used to some defaults. I'm always hyper aware when somebody deviates from that, and it just piques my interest. Like, something I want to follow. I want to see how balanced he is in his approach. Try to deduce what led him to that decision. That's how I stay stimulated in the booth.
I do a stream for Natural 8 every day, every Wednesday for the Super Millions, the 10K buy-in online tournament. Every Wednesday, right? So I do a stream for them and commentate. And there is so little to talk about with those players because they are so default and they're so correct all the time. Like, the excitement is like there's no one going out of line ever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As opposed
it's actually
to main
far
events.
more difficult to commentate. Yeah, main event is great because you just see like really crazy stuff happening.
Well, talking about crazy stuff, how about trapping with kings on the button with 19 bigs?
That is pure madness to me.
The blinds don't wake up with anything, but 8-6 could consider defending. Actually lets this one go, making the job of the king slightly easier heading into the flop, but interesting decision. The correct one as it happens, Victor M would certainly have folded, and now he's going to have 10 high and perhaps feel the desire to bluff his way out of this situation. Actually does check. Funnily enough, with the board being 7 high, Takumasa's button flatting range should not really hit this board too much, given the dynamics. I suspect he's contemplating a bet size, and when it gets back to Victor, I wonder if he checked to do something fancy here, whether he's willing to give up.
Victor is thinking you have pocket sixes. That's what. Okay, this is my read on Victor right now. Victor is thinking, nope, he's not thinking that at all. All right, another check mark on my blank piece of paper.
Very, very interesting stuff going on this table. Flatting the button with kings. Very interesting. And as you were saying, just
Not
coming back to your... Yeah, coming back to your point, I mean, that's what main events are for, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what poker should be like. You know, this is just very diverse. You know, every road leads to Rome kind of game. You know, I've been in the game for too long. I've been looking for the perfect solution for so long, and then I forget that there are actually many, many different ways of playing this game.
Absolutely.
By the way, just because I'm searching for the perfect solution doesn't mean I have it. Just to clarify, I'm far from GTO.
Yeah, I think anybody who says that they are perfectly GTO would be instantly
Don't understand what GTO is.
Probably not.
I think they're probably not lying because they're not like, being too arrogant. I think they just misunderstand what GTO really means.
I can barely play rock, paper, scissors GTO, so let's not even get to poker.
Well, you need a vibrating device in your pocket.
Ace King opens from the hijack. Victor M certainly has been pretty busy, pretty active on this table. Perhaps that's one of the reasons Huang feels the need to treat his ace-8 as a 3-bet hand from the big blind. Huge 3-bet. Should be music to Victor's ears. $44 bigs for Victor. 46 left behind. Victor is the effective stack. Jams it in there.
Easy stack off and easy fold. Yep.
Plus 270K for Victor, now above the 50 big blind mark. 1.7 million in chips, tied for second place. Second place to, about tied for second place with Kwong there. That's what I was looking at, 1.7 million, 1.8 million. Clear chip leader, of course, the form of Kim. 3.5 million, absolute monster stack there. Seed 8.
I'll be very happy with 3.5 million at this point of the tournament. Over 100 big blinds. We're playing down to the last 14 players. 100 big blinds is huge.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a final table stack to say the least. And anytime you have 100 big blinds on an MTT, you're sitting very comfortable. But at this stage, it really should give him a lot of room to try and muscle out some of the weaker opponents, put a lot of pressure on the middling stacks. It's not the route he's chosen yet. Maybe he's waiting for some eliminations, maybe deciding to play more towards the card distribution. But I'd love to see him wield his stack a little bit more. Can't hear a bit of commotion. Could be the outer table, something exciting happening, or maybe just the floor in general. There are some other events happening as well, and sometimes when they hit the break, you might hear players going across the feature table, getting caught on the cameras. How about this flop? Pair and a flush draw for Huang, and a higher flush draw and 2 overs for Win. 26 big blinds and T Win stack. Checks behind, takes the free card and the free equity, and absolute brick on the turn. Surely Huang feels a lot more comfortable with his hand after the check back on the flop. Very unlikely for an ace to be checking back. That too, as quick as checks back.
As a BVB, even if I had the ace on the big blind, I would check behind too on this flop.
Interesting.
Just to protect your range a little bit. Yeah.
Ace on the river does nothing for Win's hand. Left with just queen high. Huang checks. Surely planning to call any bet with his middle pair.
Or will she pull the trigger again?
Well, she famously pulled the trigger yesterday. There we go, reaches for chips. She really ran into it yesterday. Check jamming into effectively the nuts, drawing dead. Certainly can't pick her spots and get aggressive. Does not work out this time. Relatively standard stab on the river. Not too big a hit, but is down to just 21 bigs now. It's going to be unfamiliar territory for her. To be at the bottom of the leaderboard like she is on this table, second from last place in chips. And mind you, the person who was last in chips was, again, the chip leader throughout the tournament. So how the tides turn, the roller coaster of tournament poker, the two table chip leaders, the two tournament chip leaders throughout day 2 and probably half of day 3. And now the two shortest stacks on our feature table here.
And it only takes 2 hands for them to be chip leaders again, you know?
Indeed.
2 double ups.
Lines have gone up. 20K, 40K.
So Pretty Boy has a pretty hand.
Is that what we're calling him?
Well, he's a pretty boy. He's a proper anime-looking, nice hair. He looks like an anime character, doesn't he?
Yeah, and of course that's a compliment, I'm assuming.
Wow. If you like anime, yes.
There are people who don't like anime.
Well, it's funny you say that because I'm not I will watch it, but I'm not like a big fan. But my wife, who's never really watched any anime before until COVID, and she's like a 48 years old woman, 48 years old white woman from Canada who's never really had any exposure to anime before, and during COVID she just really got into it. Demon Slayers, Attack on Titans, she loves them all.
Okay, for the double stack.
Yeah, I get it. I watched Attack on Titan for the first time during COVID as well. Huge fan now.
Thank you.
So I don't watch it. I just ask her. So what? Just tell me. Give me the synopsis. Because I can't watch anything that I can't understand. I often put on something when I do other things, when I work or play poker or something, and then I need to be able to understand what they say. And because I don't understand Japanese, I need to read the subtitles. So
yeah, I'll do dubs sometimes. There's no shame.
The registration is officially closed.
Hearing some announcements for the other tables. By the way, we did see Kim, once again, the out-and-out chip leader on this table, perhaps in the tournament. We saw Kim fold King 3 off on the big blind. Not unexpected, I suppose, for what we've seen from him. But yeah, not defending King on the big blind. Very interesting as well.
Well, he's going to make a move now.
Actually, action on Win first, who finds King Queen suited and gets it all in. Good timing. Jong-Woo Kim on the small blind. Once again, if the action so far has set any precedent, I suppose he's going to let this one go. Seems to be a little bit more snug and conservative despite his chip stack. I have received confirmation, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
My wife is actually watching the stream. She left a comment. Wanderers is all good. Oh, there you go. She really is into anime.
Senseless Art Studio, nice.
That's her. That's her. Oh my God! Oh, okay. Well, he's consistent with his behavior.
Yeah, not too surprised, I have to say. The real question is what Huang thinks of this shove. Ace-9, of course, seems weak. Yeah, he lets it go as well. Good timing there by T1. I mean, talk about a good result. Get the same hand to fold, get a better hand to fold as well. Pick up 180k. Well done. I have received a confirmation, by the way, that Jong-Woo Kim with 3.4 million is a clear chip leader. Stacks on the other table range from 368,000 to 2.7 million. Very interesting.
What kind of language restrictions do they have at the feature table? Are they allowed to speak in Korean?
Yeah, I think they are, in the sense that very often you'll find that a lot of players honestly only speak their own mother tongue, and perhaps can get by with English and such, but a lot of the Vietnamese locals are not as comfortable with English. So I'm not sure that there's any strict restrictions.
Because I remember in the Macau days, it was strictly English and Cantonese. Interesting. So even Mandarin wasn't allowed. Well, it wasn't not allowed, but if a player complains, then the TD, the floor staff will politely say English and Cantonese only.
Yeah, and it could be similar here. It's just that maybe people don't complain as often.
No. Yeah. Well,
by the way, we have the former chip leader of the tournament all in with 7-6 suited, and Victor M has woken up with pocket fours in the small blind. Win has left himself one big blind, actually less than one big blind behind, sort of a standard way to do it these days, just in case you have a couple of bust outs behind, you can get that pay ladder. Victor does make
You
the
mean
call.
you throw all your time banks in the middle, and you just sit there for 3 minutes.
Yeah, I get it though. I'm not that opposed to it. I mean, if you have saved up your time banks, I guess you're within your rights to use them. But as it happens, he's going to be pleased with the result. I mean, he's flipping. Not a bad spot once you get it in with 7-6 suited. Off to the races. How about a 6 on the flop?
And he hits.
Great shape now. Not too many backdoors to write home about considering the 7 is blocked, but there is one of those backdoors.
No.
3 or a 4 now. Never easy.
Speaking of the devil. And he is safe.
Finds the double up.
Much needed.
Much to the disappointment of the remaining 14 players, I'm sure. Hoping for some bust outs. Anti-railing. Win, as they say.
How's the RFID sensor doing this time round in Hanoi? Because they had a lot of teething problems in Taipei last time.
Well, yeah, there's certainly some issues faced in Taipei, which the amazing production team here just worked their asses off to figure it out, and we were able to go live for the final table and even before that. But smooth so far. Obviously, a lot more went into testing, and for Taipei, I believe they flew in apart from the Philippines or something like that. Overnight, they had somebody bring in some sensor. I mean, it was just crazy. Much smoother over here, and hopefully the audience can sense that as well. We've just been experimenting with new features such as covering bust outs, covering the bubble, having handheld cameras going around the room. We're just growing and trying to improve with every event. Hopefully that comes across.
New era of the APT.
Absolutely. Some pep in his step. Win. Fresh from the double up, finds ace-9 off, under the gun. Certainly could have gone either way, but I do find, by the way, Steven, that with this big blind anti-structure, the small blinds get so frisky under the gun. Ace-9 off, of course, the hand is good enough. Certainly conservative players might find a fold there, but the kind of ranges we've seen act up when you're short stack under the gun with that big blind plus big blind anti-combo coming towards your way has led to some very interesting spots.
When the big blind ante format was first introduced, to get used to it, I used to take a small chip and put it to the side, like a saving plan for myself, to save up for the big blind ante, because I couldn't make sense out of it at the start. So I just make my own, like I pretended that I posted ante every hand. I just put it to the side to save up for the big blind ante.
Wayne has been rewarded with his open top pair against middle pair. Pretty perfect situation. Continuation bets. Go small. Victor M is certainly forced to continue. Has the backdoor hearts. Backdoor royal flush draw, in fact.
That's very ambitious.
Gotta be optimistic.
Indeed. But you know what they say, a pessimist is never disappointed.
Well, the backdoor dreams are certainly dead, but Victor still has middle pair top kicker. Win has 11 bigs. The stack to board ratio, maybe 1.2 to 1. It's getting mighty interesting. Win cannot really represent too many bluffs. Double barrel here.
Wow.
That's half a stack. I mean, this looks really, really strong, but gets the call anyway. Quick all in, and is Victor now priced in?
Absolutely.
He make the tight
priced
laydown.
in. No folding second pair, I'm afraid. If everyone plays with enough bluffs.
I don't know that I agree here. I mean, there's a lot of live tells to think about. The speed at which Win went all in, the fact that he's putting his tournament life at risk, combined with the fact that There's really no value hand you're beating, and these players have some history built up at this point. Win has not really been.
But I think equally, I would say, if it was a bluff, he would have. Win would have had a plan to bluff the river, so it would have been quick. The river bet would have been quick. The timing tell actually could go either way.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean, players can easily be balanced on that note, but yeah, I guess I don't follow the rule of if you've called the turn, you have to call the river. Considering the circumstance, you need to be assuming that Win has triple barreled effectively air here. King Queen, I suppose, would be a hand that might consider going this way. No backdoors came in on the turn. There's really no draws
I suppose
on the flop.
The only consideration I'll have here is the UTG Open, really. UTG Open is quite ace heavy. That's the only. But Victor's block ace king. What would bet like that? 3 streets.
Great point.
Not much king queen there because, could be something really silly like 7-9, 6-7, 6-7 opening UTG. That's a bit mad. Yeah.
That's the other thing. I mean, with the 4 coming in as well, I mean, there's a lot of backdoors or even an absurd some sort of a straight draw, maybe some absurd hand that makes a set. I think the quick turn call perhaps was the one where he could have taken his time thinking about it, but now that he did make that call, he needs to consider not throwing good money after bad.
I agree there.
Oh! Tosses it in.
He
The
doesn't.
pot odds too good. Could not show the discipline that I was perhaps hoping for, and gives Win the double up. Back up
Another
to
double
1.3
up.
million. Good point. Another double up.
He's
Those pot
quietly
odds,
pleased.
They get you.
Oh, they do.
So the tournament chip leader still most quiet on this table. Meanwhile, Van Sang Win, who clearly has had a roller coaster of a day today, now rocking a comfortable stack after a long time. Meanwhile, we've had another elimination.
Have any of the players mentioned about the seating, the chairs at the feature table? They're not getting the gaming super comfy chairs at the feature table. Has anyone spoken about that?
Yeah, not at this event. Those super comfortable gaming chairs that were at Taipei were, of course, praised by the players, but we do have the semicircle table here. Can only fit so many people.
True.
But these are good chairs, I think. I think I sat in one of them. Pretty comfortable. Victor getting frisky. 8-5 suited from the cutoff. Opens to 2 bigs from a 17 big blind stack. And look at this. Win has another hand.
Back. He's back.
Quick 3-bet. Jams it in there. Quick fold from Victor. Talk about momentum. Up to 35 bigs now. That's how quickly fortunes can turn. To the point you were making, Stephen. Here we go. Stacks now.
It takes 2 double ups. I said 2 double ups, and he got 2 double ups.
Yeah, comfortably middle stack. 35 big blinds. 2 other stacks around the same 39 and 41 big blind mark. Obviously the monster stack. Jongwook Kim. 86 bigs. Some shorties, as there has been an elimination on the outer table. So we're down to 13. 4 players to go to reach the final table. We will be cutting to the outer table anytime we do have an elimination from this point on, I believe. Just to keep you guys posted. If anybody in chat is watching to support someone who is on one of the outer tables, Akshay Nasa comes to mind from India. Peter Kiem from the United States, now lives in Vietnam, of course. A couple of local Vietnamese players as well. And the person who was chip leading the tournament at one point, Chun Liu from China. All on the outer table, battling it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've got a bit of a cheat sheet here. Oh, okay. Got it.
Unfortunate board for Kim. Pocket fives bested by the 6 on the flop. And a donk, I believe.
Kim has been very, very, very passive. And now he's going to... now he's going to lose a few chips without having been aggressive enough previously to make himself break, to break even, in other hands. It's just, it's a shame. He could really utilize his chip lead.
Well, he's giving this some thought. Oh, I think he's raised it up. Well, there we go. We were playing. Am I reading this correctly? I think the graphics are yet to be updated.
No. Oh, he's raised it up, yeah.
Oh, I see. No, actually the turn is out already.
It's a turn, yeah. Mm.
So I believe it went donk call. Look at this.
Oh! He's the chosen one.
Well, you can't check this one behind. Let me throw some shade at him first. And let me try and recount what might have happened in this hand. I believe we opened under the gun +1 with pocket fives, fairly standard. Huang defends, 10-6 off. Flop comes 6 high, Huang donks out. Turn comes a 5, giving Kim the set, but with the straight on the board, 4 to a straight. I think it went check. Check on the river.
No, the turn was a 4. The turn was a 4, river was a 5. It's the other way around.
Oh, was it?
I think the graphics is not correct.
Yeah, I see, okay.
The
So
turn
we
was
caught
a
that in the
4.
camera.
That's why I was a bit hesitant, yeah. And the river was a 5, and then he let out and bet the river.
Yeah, and a massive bet. Look at that. Look at his stack now. Up to a clean 100 big blinds. So Huang paid him off with the 6 on that 4 to a straight board. Or sorry, not 4 to a straight. 6 deuce 4 4 5. Yeah, 4 to a straight board. Pays off with the 6.
Yep.
We're cutting to an all-in situation here. Pocket 8s, v king 8. Was the king 8 player all in? Yes, we do have an elimination.
Yes.
We lose our 13th player. Seat 3, I believe, on the outer table.
I'm guessing that's what the noise was about.
Perhaps.
You remember earlier we had a woo sound going on.
Yeah, but I think that's live footage, Stephen, that we just saw.
Oh, okay. No idea then. Everyone seemed really calm then because, someone got eliminated.
Yeah, perhaps trying to keep it super professional. Just the
Oh
old
dear.
tap the table GG. Seemed like a rough spot. Seemed like he got it in drawing dead. King 8 V8s.
Go on. Anime boy. Pretty standard open. No. I think he's going to probably jam this one. Ace 10 off. Nope, he's not. He just called. $10-6 is completely priced in. No folding here, Kim. Come on. You got to do your job as a chip leader.
board. Perfect for Takumasa. Straight draw for Kim. Not much to write home about for Huang. Does check. Shortest stack. Flop top pair here.
Very standard C-bet. I like the sizing too, actually.
Not gonna chase. Taps the table. Disciplined laydown. Certainly could afford to have peeled one card. That's one way to preserve chips. So, 3.9 million for Kim. Just built a mountain of chips in front of him, and clearly it's very difficult to get him to release any of them. Down to 12. Table might get redistributed slightly, so we have 6 on each table. Average BB's 49. Next break in 35 minutes. Talk about the business, and just 3 more eliminations to go. And since we've reached 12 players, there has been a new pay jump in play. Currently everybody got guaranteed 198.9 million VND, basically 200. Next player out 11th. Huge pay jump. 238 million VND. Extra buy-in.
Well, I think being a billionaire is everyone's objective here, right? Being top 4, get your billion dong score on your Hendon mob.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I wonder what people's goals are. I mean, obviously everybody wants to go for first. Some players truly mean it. They're willing to risk it all, as long as it means it puts them in the best position to win it all. Some players might say so, but really they are looking at those pay ladders. Could be meaningful money to them, and why not? This is just absurd amounts of money, no matter how much you have or how many tournament scores you've had in the past. Whenever we do look up somebody's Hendon mob, sure, sometimes it's the main event, some recreationals will have meager scores, but even when you're looking at somebody with even $1 million in tournament earnings, 145 is a huge addition. And for some people, I'm telling you, making that final table just means a lot. Just validates whatever poker journey they've been on.
Like I said to Henry earlier, you know, I still get excited when I FT a smaller event, like a 50 runner, 50 entry event. And when I win it, I still get as excited about it.
That's amazing.
Less so online. But a live event, you know, if you win a live event, that feeling is very special.
Absolutely. Wang seems to have taken up the responsibility of being table captain from his Korean brethren, despite having 1/6 of his stack. Opens 4-3 suited from the cutoff. Takumasa defends Jack 10 off. Flops the gutter. Both opponents have about the same stack. Standard C-bet, 4 high, some backdoor flush draws. $1.75 bigs. Does Takumasa want to chase his gutter for that price? Do you think his jacks and tens are live?
Little does he know that there's 0 implied odds. No, he's not going to get more unless another spade drops. Which isn't going to happen. Oh, he hits his 10.
Gets the check mark. That 10 smacks the calling range of Takumasa on the flop. I think Huang might have given up on this hand. Another pink.
And he's a straight.
I'd really love to see a check here, not just because I can see the cards, but it's tough to get value from a hand that is not going for thin value themselves when you check.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, we did see Huang call off with that 6-10 on that extremely wet 4-card to a straight board. Something that might be going through Takumasa's head. Not sure if those hands were shown down, but not too many bluffs he can represent. Trying to figure out how to extract value. Bit of a moot point. Opponent has 4 high.
I love this. Like, we obviously we know all the whole cards and we know what's going on, but it's the way Huang just, you know, gesturing, looking at the tournament clock, and then a fold.
So, in an attempt to rebalance the tables with 12 people left, we did lose T-Win from our table here. 6 players on our table. She's been moved to the outer table. She does have one of the bigger stacks.
With 2 big stacks, right? But I think the other table, Akshay is on the other table. Natsa?
That's
He's
right.
on the other table, right?
I believe he has maintained
He must
his
still have a healthy stack. Yeah.
Yeah, he has maintained his healthy stack, but chips have been flying about on the other table, as you would expect. If there's an elimination, we might try and capture that. We'll get a sense of their stacks at that time. In case you are watching, following in chat or on YouTube, and are curious about stacks of the players not on our feature table, make sure you check out the live updates. Team doing a great job keeping everybody updated, friends and family. Go to apt.poker, hit live reporting. Try not to spoil yourself, by the way. We're on a 30-minute delay over here. Live reporting tends to take that into account. We don't try not to spoil anything from the feature table. But yeah, if something big happens at the outer table, it should be on there.
I think if you really want to have a no delay coverage of the event, you've just got to be there. You know, book your ticket, go to Vietnam, go to South Korea, enjoy the APT. You know you want to.
Great point. Added incentive to come to Da Nang in July and Korea in August. Get to watch it live.
I do dream one day, you know, we'll have our very own APT event in Hong Kong.
Oh, here's hoping.
Oh,
I know I'd come down.
That'll be insanity.
How about this all in from the button, by the way? Should be a quick call by Takumasa. Is sort of posturing in case the big blind wakes up with a hand behind him. Victor has committed himself, leaving 2 big blinds behind. Victor M is going to be at risk here. Pretty standard shove. Ace on the button into the 2 blinds. Could we be looking at our 12th man out? Or is there going to be an upset?
So what's going through his mind right now?
Just wants to make sure that in case the big blind wakes up with a hand, he's given enough of a performance to make the decision interesting. Irrelevant as it happens, Victor surely will take a look at the outer table for some pay jump considerations and toss in those 2 blinds.
He has
Takumasa.
no more time banks. Off we go.
9s v ace-6 needs the ace. Disappointing for Victor.
Classic 30%.
Crazier things have happened. 9 right in the window. Victor effectively drawing that. Some miracle cards, and that's not one of them. So we do lose our 12th place finisher, Victor
So
M.
GG.
GG, sir.
Ooh, I like his sparkly Crocs. Very, very bling.
Walks away with 198.8 million VND. Great performance. With that, we've also hit the next pay jump, by the way. 238 million guaranteed to the 10th and 11th place finisher, after which we would have hit our final table. 5 players left on our feature table. 6 players left on the outer table. This is getting pretty interesting.
We are a step closer to the final 9 of the APT main event.
Levi in chat says it's funny the 2 half tables metagame. Play slow, haha. Yeah, it is part of the game. I mean, there's nothing you can do firstly, because obviously you want to keep the game moving along, but that's what time banks are for. And as long as it's sort of equal and within the rules for everyone, it's the best way to make it fair. Best way we've figured out so far, at least.
And we're talking about tanking, and the most they could tank is still, 6 time banks. So 3 minutes is not actually that long of a period of time, really.
I agree. Takumasa with the newly acquired chips finds the ace on the button, raises it up. Likely going to face some resistance from the ace deuce of win.
All right, let's see the flop.
The players have to be just able to taste that final table right now. 2 away. Time to get really focused up.
Ooh. Takumasa got outflopped.
Chop outs.
Few, and then there are also straight outs.
I actually saw Takumasa call with ace high earlier. Somewhat of a similar spot. Unsurprisingly makes the call.
Plenty of chop outs.
6s, aces. That's not one of them.
And that's not one of them.
Does bring the 3rd club. Might give slight pause to win. Looks more like a check call hand than a value betting hand. Bottom pair on this board. Quick check. Takumasa somewhat unnecessarily reveals his hand. One of those situations where lack of tournament, particularly live tournament experience, shows sometimes. He did not need to be the one to reveal his hand first. Even if he thinks ace high is good, can let his opponent show his hand. One of the favorite things for me to chastise on these final tables is when somebody makes a big hero fold and then they proudly show it. Like maybe they fold a big ace on the button or something. And we as commentators in the booth can see that they're wrong to fold to begin with. It's such a double whammy. I mean, the person got you to fold, then got the ultimate confidence booster of knowing that they got you to fold a monster, and they've completely duped you. You're proudly showing them your bad fold. So just why do it? It's the upside.
I just don't think there's ever any reason to show your whole cards unless you need to. Just full stop. Half away. Whether you're bluffing someone or just don't show it. No point.
Yeah, maybe some edge cases, and maybe there's like some emotional EV to consider once in a while. And then, if you have really graduated to the next level of live poker, you can start like managing your own image and playing against it. But these are all edge cases. 99.9% of the time, just don't do it. And as a rule of thumb, it'll always serve you well.
There are so many aspects of the game that a player can develop before they need to consider those edge cases, I'm afraid.
I agree. If you're just joining us, by the way, seen some numbers tick up in YouTube. We are down at the final 11 here at the APT main event in Hanoi. The Summer Series main event with 145,000 US. That's 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong up top. We are playing down to the final 9, the final table today. That means only 2 eliminations to go. We have 2 stacks battling it out. Nakumasa has recently acquired a lot more chips than he had a few hands ago. He's clearly putting them to work. Continuation bets on the king board, king high board. Wang with the old nothing. Contemplating life, it seems. 16 bigs left.
But once again, the chip leader has really been invisible.
Absolutely invisible. Very rare to see this at this stage of a poker tournament.
Well, he might come alive tomorrow at the final table. If he makes it that far.
I have a feeling he's going to make it that far. The man does not want to lose a single chip. There's only 2 eliminations left. I think he has his whole table covered. But to your point, we will know a lot more about him if we do get between today and tomorrow to research more about Jong Wook Kim. Seems to have some mixed small results, but dare I say, probably not the most experienced MTD player considering the strategy we've seen him adopt here, but my word, he's certainly on his way to having a huge score. Has put himself in the pole position with the best odds to take down this tournament right now.
Whew.
Imagine raising the chip leader with no fear, knowing he's never going to fight back. Very unique scenario.
I wish I was at this feature table, I must admit.
And look at the ICM pressure that Kim could be putting on the table. 3 middling stacks, 1 short stack, 2 players away from the final table bubble. I mean, this is free reign to raise any 2 and just constantly take down the blinds, but once again, not everybody plays poker the same way. That's what we're here to see.
You know, I'll call it printing. You know, it's printing. You're printing money. You're printing EV everywhere.
Yeah, you just need to pretend to see your cards and then just raise.
You can actually see your cards and race. It's okay. You're never that far behind in Hold'em pre-flop. But you're getting so much full equity because of ICM.
And ICM, just to explain what it would mean in this situation, you have 1 smaller stack of 16 big blinds. If you, as the chip leader, raise into the middling stacks, none of them can afford to tassel with you. They want the small stacks to bust. They want to make the final table. They want to get the pay jumps, and they want to make sure that they're in the position to try and win it all, which they cannot do against the 1 player that can bust them. Does put his ace-queen to work.
I think I would complain. I would complain to Lloyd if he didn't. I will write a long letter to Lloyd.
I think we'll leave that to chat.
Probably.
Levi asks, what's more important, hero calls or folds? Well, there's more opportunity to fold for sure in poker, Levi. I would say if you can become really good at folding, way more profitable than hero calling. Hero calls is...
Something is happening.
Is for ego.
Here.
Something is happening. Peter Kiem is all in here. I think I'm counting maybe... The red chips are 100k. Greens are 25. So that's about 1.2 million or so. Akshay Nasa on the button, contemplating a call. He's about to call it off, I believe.
His body language is telling me he's calling off.
Ace-9 of hearts for Peter Kiem. I believe a small pair for
versus
Akshay Nasa.
pocket sevens. Pocket sevens, yeah.
Clean board, 5 high so far. We might be on the verge of losing Peter Kiem here unless he can hit an ace or a 9 or running hearts. Queen, no help.
No help.
6 outs. No good. GG Peter Kiem. We lose him 2 away from the final table. Out in 11th place. An absolute stalwart of the game. He is just such a common presence at all the APT stops and often making deep runs as he did today. Walks away with 238 million Vietnamese dong. Almost exactly $10,000 USD. Not a bad return for the $1,500 buy-in, but of course he's going to be disappointed to not be in the running for the 145K up top. As we cut back to our feature table, King once again finds ace-queen. 4 million in chips, still 100 big blind stack. Opens it up to 4 big blinds, 160K, an absolutely huge open. He has ace-queen. Can't be too afraid of getting a call. I have to say, Steven, I've come around on this fellow. He's playing some esoteric poker. I'm all for it.
Yeah. Oh, I'd like to see him at my table.
Well, I know
He'd
what
be
you're
a fun guy
implying,
to play
but
against.
you know, I've done a lot of commentary on players who just come in with like what we would call absurd strategies, huge opens, super gambly perspective. Perhaps they're just trying to go for first, just willing to take spots with like king high call off, shack 10 suited gambles against huge shoves. And yeah, you know, eventually these kind of missteps from a theoretical perspective catch up to you. But at the same time, it throws all the other so-called pros, more experienced players completely off their game. You know, it leads to very, very interesting spots, and that is one of the ways you can get an edge against people who might have out-prepared you in life or just out-studied you in the game. Not implying that Kim has any such intentionality behind. Perhaps it's just his natural playing style, but if and when we get down to the final table with him on it, I feel like that dynamic will be very interesting.
Well, I think one of those things is the beauty of poker is people build up their habits because of their experiences. So if they're used to playing a certain way against certain player pool, then they will continue doing the same. And it's up to his opponents to adjust, to think of ways of, you know, countering however way he plays. So, you know, he's always a thinking, like, you know, it's very easy to kind of go, oh, let's just play balance and be GTO, etc., etc. But, you know, with such a small sample size of a main event, there's so few hands, you know, you've got to look for ways to exploit, to find ways of cracking your opponents. So if you see someone who opens really big all the time, then, you know, you should have in your arsenal a counter against that.
Let me pause you for a moment there. Look at this situation brewing. The loose open from the cutoff, Takumasa with king 5. Attacked by the 3-bet from the small blind of Van Sang Win with the 7-5 suited, very aggressive. And Huang wakes up with the pocket 10s in the big blind with a 14 big blind stack on the stone bubble for the final table. What is one to do? Goes with it.
Ooh.
Love to see it. Takes the spot. Goes all in with pocket 10s. Gets the call. Win was priced in with the 7-5 suited, and a great result here when the cards flip over. 2 unders is what Huang is battling with the pocket 10s. 5 on the flop, never easy. Bit of a sweat, needs to avoid the 2 pair. Now a 5 and a 5 only. Not to be. And a nice little double up for Huang, who once again has been one of the more active players on the table. Correctly took this spot, realizing 10s is going to be ahead enough of the times, and Win is punished for a 3-bet that was actually pretty well timed against the original raiser. Just ran into the hand behind him. almost
Of
like
course, hindsight is 2020, but you know, like a lot of people would say, when you have quite a playable hand like 5-7 suited, you don't give the opportunity for your big blind, you know, BVB. You don't give the opportunity for your big blind to blow you off the pot or commit yourself too much for an all-in. Judging by how small the stack was for the big blind. So, but hey, you know, he did what he did and walked into pocket tens.
Yeah, I'll always respect aggression, and as I said, he had picked up on something correctly, considering the King 5 off was opening super weak. But Huang, who has had a roller coaster ride throughout this day and throughout day 2 as well, did face a huge dent to his stack against the pocket 5s off the chip leader when he called off with that top pair on the river on that super straighty board. Now actually gets the full double up with the pocket 10s against the 7-5 suited. Takumasa not losing a single moment to get back into the mix. Raises ace-7 suited, much better hand this time around from under the gun.
Wow, the fortunes can change so quickly, huh? Now he's back to 32 big blinds. Juan. Yeah, I'm always very happy to see 32 big blinds when we're down to the FT bubble, and I'll be very happy to have over 30 big blinds.
Well, how about 100? Jong-Wook Kim, 4.1 million in chips.
I'll probably just go to the cafe for a coffee, eh? Which is what he's doing right now.
Certainly sleep pretty well tonight. If we do lose a player anytime soon and Jong-Wook Kim maintains his monster stack.
I think we are almost approaching break time here.
I believe so.
Which is fantastic because my cat is talking to me outside the door. Not for love and affection, I think it's just pure demand for food.
Well, 9 minutes to break, and you are the official food giver. It's only fair.
Yes. Well, I am but a servant to my master. We call a cat.
Jong-Wook Kim has 40% of the chips on this feature table, 5-handed. 10 players left, 9 make it to the FT. Who is the bubble boy going to be? Trying to get some info on the outer table as well. Some proper short stacks on the outer table, I believe. And as soon as we have an all-in, by the way, we will be cutting to it. The cameraman will quickly spin around.
Pocket sevens, that's an easy open. Ooh.
Wow, this could be it. This could be the final table bubble hand right here. Wong, who's been pretty quiet for a long time, just maintaining chip stack, asks for the triangle, is all in from the big blind. And surely pocket sevens have to be in the blender here. This is a tough spot. Apparently not, lets it go fairly easily, realizes he's flipping at best. Does not want to be the bubble boy for the final table. Interesting turn of events. Minimum stack on this table is 22 bigs, the person who just folded, and Sang Wen. As a result, I have a feeling these guys are eyeing the outer table very carefully. It's actually right in their line of sight, given how they're sitting. And I suspect There's a short stack they're waiting to get rid of. Peter Kim, of course, was the 11th place finisher. Din Duk Lin, seat 4 on the outer table, is apparently short stack. Not sure how updated this info is, but could have close to 10 bigs. As well as a 15 big blind or 20 big blind or so stack as well. Chun Lu, player from China. That makes things very interesting.
Wow. Look at that. Cut off
Easy.
open. Button easy. King, queen off, fold. Wow.
And 9s for
We
Wan
are
Sang.
all ICM slaves.
I don't think Nguyen looks like in the mood of being ICM anything. He's counting to get this in. 9s is just too strong.
But Takamu's Masa, you just went, no, king, queen off. Yeah, don't need it.
Simply
As
calls.
good as a snap fold, huh?
Wants
Right,
to take
well,
the low
classic flip.
variance route.
Let's see how that goes.
Ace on the flop, and Nguyen's strategy of seeing the flop might pay off. Of course, if he actually did jam, there's a chance that Kim would not have called, but as it happens, Kim has flop top pair. And perhaps now that Wan Sang chose this approach, he can get away from it fairly cheap. In fact, he does. That's twice he's simply folded pairs in spots where perhaps a lot more chips could have flown in. This is ICM at its best, ladies and gentlemen. Not just ICM in terms of pay jump, but also in terms of making the final table.
Final table. And then against Kim as well, who's been playing so snug. You know, on an ace jack board, pocket 9s is as good as Zimbabwean dollars, you know? It's not worth them.
Yeah, but at the same time, in a different situation, the pocket 9s would have rejammed more frequently simply because Kim has been snug, resistant, to call off big bets.
Yeah, that's pre-flop. That's pre-flop.
Pre-flop,
He
exactly.
didn't make that. Yeah, he didn't put a trigger pre. The flop is just telling you to fold, fold, fold. That's the end of that. But that king queen off button fold was just, to me, it was just like, wow, just it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I do believe these players should be able to see a short stack on the outer table right now.
Mm-hmm.
Would explain a lot of these plays. Duke Quack asks, other table isn't streamed. Well, we only have one table set up, Duke, for all the graphics, all the crazy production it takes to get you the stream. But we are going to be cutting to the outer table anytime anybody's all in. Anytime anybody's at risk of being the final table bubble boy. The other table, by the way, is right behind the feature table. 5 players on this table, 5 players on the other table.
That's so interesting. Huang racing for the big blind after a limp.
Putting pressure on the short stack, has noticed Nguyen has been folding the last few hands consistently. Both players flop top pair, and this is getting interesting already. Both have backdoor flush draws as well, but weak kickers. Nguyen with the better kicker right now. Cards below 8 would actually ensure a non-chop. And that's the spot that Nguyen takes, gets it in, and Huang is going to be very confused. He does have top pair, but this would be a big dent to his stack. Not too many hands he's behind, though.
That's a beautiful check jam there. I like it very much.
The board is very draw heavy, something that Hang has to consider, and ultimately he does have the player covered. Would not be at risk. Makes the call.
All in a call here at the featured table. Win Bang Zhang against Wang
he's
Jong
not happy
Ho.
there.
Win Bang Zhang is covered
Queen 8 for
So technically,
Queen
we
Van
could see
Zhang,
an elimination here
Queen
with an
5
unfortunate 5.
for Wang Jong-ho.
Van Zhang in
After
good
the
position
turn.
to have a double up though.
Third card's a 9.
9 does
Queen
introduce a
Van
lot more
Zhang needs to
chance.
avoid an 5 to stay alive. And
Does
the river
give
card
a straight draw as well.
is a 7.
A 7 of diamonds,
Queen
and in
Van
fact,
Zhang will double up.
exactly as
Nope,
our
nothing.
announcer just said, the card below the 8 means that the kicker plays. Van Zhang gets the double up and is now up to
Wow.
1.4 million. What a ride. And Huang, who has been the roller coaster all day, now down to 575k, 14 bigs on the final table bubble here. 1 minute away from the break. What a turn of events.
Well, that's what my cat thinks, because, you know, he knows full well that it's 1 minute away from getting a bit of food from me.
Well, we have time for just one more hand. There you see it. Average big blind 59, but a lot of that is weighted to the most quiet person on this table, Jong-Woo Kim. 4 million in chips. Good for 100 bigs. Wang down to just 14 bigs. And of course, 30 seconds from now, those 14 will be reduced by about 15% or so when the blinds go up. King, Queen under the gun this time for Takumasa. 5-hand, absolute monster. And let's not forget, under the gun 5-handed is, if I'm doing the maths right, basically the hijack.
Correct.
Easy open. Through to the blinds. Quick fold from the 9-7 off. Huang needs to really use the break to recenter himself.
There you go. I think that's the end of that.
No time down till we hit the break, or have we hit the break already? In fact, we have.
No, one more hand maybe. Nope, we have.
Clock says 0.
There you go.
There we go, the players get up. So where things stand, just to recap in case you're just joining us or you've been confused by the 2 tables we have going on. We're of course looking at the feature table. 10 players left total. We are at the stone bubble for the final table, which will be the end of the day when we reach the final table. We have a 15-minute break, after which we will come back and surely in the next level reach the final table of 9 players. If you're supporting any of these guys, do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. My name is Viller Singhal, along with my co-commentator Stephen Lai. We will be right back and bring this down to the finish of day 3, the final table of the main event here at the APT Hanoi.
Stay.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, You'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Kim after just flat calling the ace king. Getting 3-bet out of position with the ace queen. Does have the best hand. There are some good things that could happen for him. Such as that. Queen 7 trade. Top pair, top kicker for Chen. Kim with middle pair. Ace of spades in hand as well. A couple of spades on board. There are a couple of disaster cards for Kim. One of the 2 remaining aces rolls off on the turn.
What a great situation this is working out to be for Chen. Under-repped his hand, ace-queen. Kim does flop the pair as well.
Up the card to the queen.
Under 1 SPR now, Henry. Does change the dynamic. Kim, of course, does have the pair and a lot of showdown value. Might want to check the turn, but knows that he can apply maximum pressure while still having some showdown, some outs as well in case he's behind.
Wow.
There we go.
Just max pressure on the bubble from Kim. I don't think Chen can get away from this. Looks like he's check jammed. The bet was for 73,000. It's just an out-of-line pot. Out of nowhere.
Look at this, Henry. 44K to call 339K. I mean, the pot odds being offered are just immense. And Kim has to be thinking, is there a chance my opponent could be behind? I think one of the reasons that Chen went all in very quickly, by the way, is to represent some strength. What is that? Is that a layup?
No, he's called. I mean, it's great news, you know, when you're in Chen's shoes, you jam. Your opponent has 44K more to call to win 339K, and he doesn't want to call. Like, it's good news. 1 out for Kim. What an absolute gift for Chen on the bubble. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. This pot just blew up out of nowhere. Wow, close.
Close indeed.
3 across, 6 of hearts. Chen with a huge double. 63 big blinds now.
Look at that smile, Henry. He's gone from being on the verge of elimination, not knowing where exactly was in the hand, to pretty much knowing he can now sit back, make that min cash were he to.
Hey, that's cheating, Greg. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry La. So Serena has put DJ all in. DJ in great shape, Greg.
Fantastic.
With the Queen 8.
Domination Nation. DJ Arashi, the favorite to win here, though everybody at the table hoping for a bust. Deuce, deuce, 3. It's not going to be much help to Serena. 10's not going to be much help. Needs a 7. And that's going to be...
Yeah!
Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi, our bubble girl here at the Influencer Challenge for Natural 8. Got it in so good. Please, 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 as a sign of respect, Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi.
Barry on a bit of a spin. Picking up with Ace King in the small. Button open from DJ Arashi.
15 big blinds effective.
I think it's just a jam. Don't really want to be doing too much inducing with ICM.
Bamboo posing, berry time! On fire.
Oh my word. What is going on today?
With a Jack offsuit.
What is going on today?
And as the overwhelming chip leader, really not too concerned, even if he does lose some chunk of chips here.
Well, that's going to get DJ Arashi out the way with. So we're going to be flipping. I mean, if AJ can hold here with the jacks, it's pretty much his tournament to lose, right?
Oh man, Barry all in for his tournament life with Ace King versus Jack. One of his outs is gone.
Oh, he's doing the stand-up. You did a bit on this.
A stand-up game, impromptu stand-up game. The further you stand away from the table, the higher your equity goes.
I believe it. So, one of the biggest flips this tournament so far.
People cheering for Barry, 161 viewers. Needs to find the ace or the king or will face elimination. Barry with ace king all in for his tournament life. Everyone's saying, in Barry we trust. Barry will win. Barry, Barry, Barry. Flop king. The chat is going wild as flop comes. Queen, 10-3.
Okay.
Wow, interesting. Gut shot, 2 overs.
Neither player can be dead on the turn. That's the beautiful thing about this board.
It finds the ace. And now, Ace Jack soon needs to find a king and only a king. Set outs are no good. So sick, and that's going to be a massive double for Barry W as the chat goes wild. Picks up king high versus a button open.
Hold up, let Barry cook.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT main event, coming to you live from Hanoi. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by my co-commentator Stephen Lai, and we are here to wrap things up at day 3 of the main event. We are at the business end of business ends, the stone bubble for the final table. We are playing down to 9 players, 10 players left in the field. 48 started the day today, by the way. Down to 9 players was the goal, and we just hit the break with 10 players left, so the tensions are as high as tensions can be. The final table bubble for a very prestigious event is no joke, but the question is, what are they playing for? 145,000 USD on top for first place. That's 3.4 billion VND, and we will be crowning 4 billionaires in Vietnamese dong. 2.1 billion for second place, 1.5 billion for third, 1.17 billion for fourth, all to play for. Steven, the tensions are as high as it can be. How are you feeling, my friend?
Well, I am hoping, I'm hoping that the chip leader will do his job. I know I've been on his case for the past hour and a bit, but he's been relatively quiet.
You're referring, of course, to Jong Wook Kim, the absolute overwhelming chip leader on the feature table. We have 2 tables going on, 5 players each. The feature table features Jong Wook Kim, of course, 4 million in chips. Good for 100 big blinds before the break. Blinds will, of course, go up slightly once we come back. But as you mentioned, has really been fairly passive, not doing his job, quote-unquote, of eliminating other players. That doesn't matter because some of the other stacks, despite being slightly short, have sort of taken up the burden of not only being the table captain and trying to steal blinds, but also eliminating players.
It just changes my perspective of how ICM works, and what kind of stack size should be bullying, what kind of stack sizes, and if I have people that I teach MTT, and if they're watching this stream, don't try this at home. This is not how you do it.
Yeah, fair advice, fair advice. And of course, we've been a bit blind to what's been happening at the outer table. We saw a couple of really tight ICM-oriented laydowns, not only because they want to reach the final table, but also because probably there was a much shorter stack on the outer table. So we will be, of course, cutting to the outer table in case there is any all-in whatsoever. I have a feeling, though, that our table is not too worried about the outer table when it comes to trying to put themselves in pole position, considering one of the players, Van Sang Win, who was the chip leader coming into day 3, has been super active, found himself doubling up, and is now up to 36 bigs. And Hwang, the player from Korea, now down to 13 big blinds, the shortest stack right now. But my word, what a roller coaster he's had. Was all in, multi-way, King 10 v Ace Jack v Pocket Queens. Found the triple up. 1 point was effectively chip leading on his own table, now down to the shortest stack. And we do cut to the outer table. We said we would if there was any all-in. And we see T Win, another player who came in as one of the chip leaders, is all-in. Ignore the graphic. That's actually from our feature table right now. But because T is all-in, we are cutting it. Akshay Nasa seems to have called it off.
All right, all in the call.
Okay, so what showing that? Pocket Kings.
Pocket Kings for Akshay Nasa against a King, I see, for T. Rough shape. King Jack, I believe. My, that is rough shape. This could be it. We could be on the final table, depending on this board. Needs a lot of jacks, T.
Clubs 3, 4, and 4.
As dry as it gets. Needs running jacks. Is going to be eliminated. Akshay celebrating correctly, so hits the 6.
Check mark already.
It's a 7.
That's it. One hand back from the break. Applause on the floor. The final table is set. We lose a player that we were looking forward to seeing perhaps on the final table. Tisha Win has had an incredible performance to reach the stage. However, she is the final table bubble girl in this case. And now all the players guaranteed a whooping 289 million VND. That's good for 12,000 US dollars. Playing for 145,000 US dollars. And I suspect the feature table is now just going to formally fold whatever hand they had. So that's it. We have hit our final table.
End, eh?
Yeah, that's
such
it.
A sudden end.
Yeah, we went to the break and we came back and suddenly one hand and it's all over. I'm personally a little bit sad to lose Thi Wen, not just because she's been an incredible performer. Would have been nice to have a lady on the final table. But as it stands, we're down to our final 9, at least 5 of them from our feature table. Akshay Nasa, of course, making the final elimination, which means he'll have a massive stack going in to battle the huge stack that Jong-Woo Kim will be coming in with at basically 100 blinds, depending on where the blind level starts off. And that's going to be a crazy, crazy day of poker tomorrow. Steven, how are you feeling? What an incredible performance by some of the players, and what interesting plays on the feature table that we were covering together.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see your fellow countryman. He's now maybe chip leading or second chip leading. He's doing it very well, and he was very aggressive when he was at the feature table earlier. So I'm looking forward to how he will dominate the table. I'm hoping that Mr. Kim from Korea will be just a tiny bit more aggressive, just utilizing his chips a little bit more. He was going to pick up, at that ICM point earlier, he was going to pick up so much free money, and then he just decided, no, it's going to fold and fold and fold. And I think it's going to be an exciting final table, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, if day 2 and day 3 is any, a sort of feeler for what lies in store for the final table, I think it's going to be a really exciting final table, and I really hope anybody watching right now or in between now and tomorrow tunes in. We're going to be live at 3 p.m. local time. Check whatever local time that applies to you. We're here in Hanoi, of course. All the players will be coming back, playing down to the first place prize of $145,000 an absolutely life-changing score, particularly in this part of the world. My name is Vidar Singhal. My co-host, of course, has been Stephen Lai. We look forward to bringing you coverage tomorrow for the final table of the main event here at the APT Summer Series in Hanoi. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye.
the double stack event, fly 1A, Blazer up 1,000, 2,000, and 2,000 for RT, wrap for 10. Last change ready.
here at table number 5. King Jack for Win T Swa against Akshay Pocket Kings. Win T Swa is covered. Let's see the flop. Slots 3, 4, and a 4. Up to the turn. Turn card's a 6, and the river guard is a 7. And we're down to the final 9 players of the main event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
see you dance.